Un saludo a Hasan. Shouts out to Warlow and Sebadentes for making this Esperando a Hasan, the wonderful Mexican corrido version of Waiting for Hasan. I hope everyone's having a great one. This is a new week. It's a new dawn. It's a new day. It's a new life. I hope everyone's having a good one regardless, though. I'm a little tired. I'm a little fatigued all the time. I just like this how I've been starting my fucking... Grito was a 7 out of 10. Make the last portion shorter. Anyway, well, regardless, I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and me's are having a fantastic one. It's Monday. We're going to do some fucking news. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of news going on. Hurricane Ian is strengthening. As Florida begins evacuations and Cuba braces for impact. There's a Russian school shooting. Russia was like, yo, we're on that shit too. We're on that tip as well, fam. The pound, the quid is not looking too fucking good, yeah? The quid is not looking too good for the first time in its history. In many, many years, the pound is close to $1. It's $1.08. 0.8. Since Lizzie's been in a box, England has not been doing all right. We're going to talk about that, obviously. And also... speaking of Russian news, there's a lot going on in Russia with the forced conscriptions happening. But before we get to all of that, this is the part of the broadcast where, before I forget, what am I saying? Il Duce. Before we get to that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. Italy elected a girl boss fascist. Obviously, we're going to talk about that too. Yesterday, I mauled so fucking hard, dude. I mauled so hard while playing Valorante, which is a child's game. Valorante, pretty color. Valorante, child game. Pretty color, not scary. Valorante player for children. Valorante player afraid of, realism of CSGO. Valorante player afraid of realism of CSGO, except it fucking made me tilt so hard.
DK is.
I got
This
one.
might be Oro.
There's someone here.
Fake.
Oh, that's
two.
fake, sorry.
2 mid, I got them both.
Nice.
They're hiding.
3 mid, I got.
Okay, you
4 mid, I got.
Nice.
Oh my god.
I'm a bit cracked, okay? Valorante is a child game, and I'm a bit cracked, okay? However, Amurant kendine müzisyen açar mısın? Let's be real though, even though I am fucking cracked and that was the most insane lobby I've ever put together in my entire life, I really never thought that would happen. But the only time you're going to ever have Tubbo, Amaranth, Pokimane, and Valkyrie together is going to be at a Hasanabi fucking Valorant lobby. Let's be real. There's just no other planet where these worlds will ever collide. Tubbo was in the chat. I said, get in here, Tubbo. Face Tubbo. Face Tubbo. Face up, Tubbo. He is so cracked. Absolutely insane. He was so good. He was like as good as Pokey almost. Also, big ups for the Hasanabi heads. Hasanabi heads rise up. Taylor Hale is the first black woman to win a regular season of Big Brother in 23 years. Taylor Hale also happens to be a big fan.
Kyle's vote goes to...
Taylor Hale also happens to be a community member. Big one for the fucking Hasanabi heads this week. Holy shit, dude. Let's go.
Congratulations, Taylor. You're the winner of Big Brother. All right, Taylor and Monty. Head out to the backyard and join the others.
This is so fire.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I'm not like, I don't really watch Big Brother, but you know, we got an earlier video from her talking. And by the way, shouts out to the Hasanabi heads in the editing bay who kept that footage in on the episode. But you know there's a fucking there's got to be fans because they kept that conversation in. I've never seen that before on a TV show where like two of the contestants were just straight up talking about how they're big fans of mine. Taylor was one of them. Here's the original clip. I mean, that was crazy to me personally.
The most online person that I know that I keep up with is Hasan Piker.
Oh, Hasan.
Yeah.
He has a podcast with Ethan Klein.
Oh.
It's called Leftovers. Oh my God, it's called Leftovers. Funny. Oh. They have a podcast called Leftovers. It's Hasan and Ethan Klein. It's a really good political.
It was the live feed, but still. Oh, okay.
Podcast.
Yeah.
It's just a.
This wasn't on the show. It was a live feed, silly. First Hasan stream, and I regret it. Nauseated face. I don't like this. What do you want me to do? Should I not? If one of you guys goes on Big Brother and then fucking wins, do you not want me to celebrate that? This is what I don't understand. Chat hates its own reflection. I say this all the time. Chat absolutely despises chat.
Left.
If you know who,
Whatever.
If I'm following Hasan Piker,
Wait,
you
that's
know
so funny.
follow.
Hasan Piker.
Yes, I do.
Dude, do you ever watch his Twitch streams?
Yes, I do.
Wait, me too. I'm a huge fan of Hasan. That's so fucking funny.
But I only catch him when I catch it. I I usually catch him in the middle of the stream.
It's for me so hard to plan when to watch a Twitch stream or to I'll go and he's live. That's fun. Or
Right.
He's not live.
But I think one time I saw when he was just about to start, and I saw his intro for the Twitch stream for the first time just before coming here, and I was like, oh shit, this is sick.
So fire. You should
Yeah.
definitely check out that podcast.
I will.
It's if you're into political
Hasan, give me a
stuff.
call.
Oh, dude, that's too funny.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm a big fan.
Friend of mine spotted Andrew Callahan wearing your merch at Kink Festival in San Francisco. Okay, I don't know if I can show this. My merch. One of you guys met Andrew Callahan wearing your merch because I was like, I don't think I ever gave Andrew my merch. Yeah, they were at the King Festival. Yeah, I saw. Dude, big week for the Hasanabi heads all around. Rise up, you know what I mean? What the fuck? We have bald chatters? Ban. Yeah, dude, that's right. Play Valo with puns next. He was in chat yesterday. Sure. All balds are beautiful, dude. ABAB. Assigned bald at birth, and all balds are beautiful. What is this? I've been taking some notes. British people, ants, beans and toast, can lift up 5,000 times their own weight. Weird loyalty to their queen. Innate instinct to line up, single file, and travel in a queue. Takes things that aren't theirs back to the colony. Love for crumbly pastries. Oh my God. I love that Thomas decided to spare the ants from the beans and toast allegations. He was like, let's separate these two things. Even when you put both of these things together, the ants clearly come out on top in comparison to British people because at least they can lift up to 5,000 times their body weight. One day you will become this crack. Don't show me this. Dude, this hurt me. Okay? This literally hurt me. Also, Masayoshi is like a pro player, all right? This motherfucker is literally one of the best, okay? So suck my dick for making me, for ever even expecting anything like this. But here. I'll show you. Look at how quickly he flips. Look at how quickly he flips through his weapon to his knife. It's so clean.
One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Top mid.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. No. Spike down, attacker spawn.
My ult's
Oh my god.
He flicks like a motherfucker. I mean, I got some flicks sometimes. I got some nasty flicks every now and then, but it doesn't matter. This is more so about his satchel usage. Your view of the best in the world is so bad. I mean, he's one of the best players. Like, what do you mean? Listen, if you are capable of playing pro, which he was, he's definitely one of the best players. Like, most people don't use the scroll wheel to swap weapons, just press 3. He is all right. Kind of dick riding right now, little bro. You know it's easier to switch weapons with the number of keys and not by scrolling. Yeah, I know. Jody is better than John, by the way. Is that true? I don't know anything. Like, I don't watch anybody, so I don't know.
One enemy remaining.
nice.
Grenade!
Hear anything, eh?
One enemy remaining.
That was dumb. I use the scroll wheel. Everyone is not 40 years old. Hop off his meat, little man. Dude, I will bounce on his meat all day, okay? Shut the fuck up. He's a very nice guy on top of everything else. But also, he's so fucking good. Like, what the fuck? Sometimes it's all right to bounce on your homie's meat, okay? I'll just say it. I'll just say it right now. Don't be afraid to do that. Okay.
Still go backside. Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Look at that. That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Because people use the scroll wheel to bunny hop because it doesn't register if you spam space for some dumb reason. Yeah. Are you going to commit to getting better at Valorant? We'll see. Anytime someone talks shit about your Valor gameplay, have them post their last 10 games or ban. No! Well, everyone that talks shit about my Valorant gameplay thinks they play like that. You know what I mean? They think this is how they play. This is not how they play. But they act like they play this way.
Oh, they're up. They're up C.
Oh, I whiffed. 54 on KO.
Fuck me.
Shit!
That's so dumb. Look at him tagging them too.
Okay,
Smoking. One default.
Like, these are places I've never been on this map, okay? Like, he's just jumping. He's jumping onto areas that I didn't even realize you could go to on the map, okay? I thought these were not places that you're supposed to be on. Like, you go to those places and you get kicked off the map. You know what I mean?
Enemy remaining.
Good arrow.
End
this shit. End this shit.
Push CT.
Honestly,
We run this shit.
One enemy
send
remaining.
it! Send it! Oh,
Did he pick up the Marshall? Bro, he satcheled off to the Marshall. He picked off the Marshall. He took the Marshall and headshotted the guy and then immediately turned back to start defusing the bomb.
it's over!
You need to bring your monitor closer and get a headphone. Yeah, I need to like kiss the monitor. I need to be like this close. Kissing distance to the monitor where my lips are about to touch. And then I need to put the headphones on. Dude's playing Quake 3 and fucking Valorant. Yeah. That's one of the most like disappointing things to see is when you see motherfuckers playing an entirely different game. You know what I mean? Like their movement is so fluid. It's just so different. Like I'm out here playing Valorant. This guy's out here playing a different game inside of Valorant. Anyway, regardless, literally playing chess while others were playing checkers. No, we're trying to play chess. He's playing tic-tac-toe, battleship, and checkers at the same time. Okay? he's like on a different, like, I do. That's how I felt when I was watching Todic play too. It's like, bro, how are you so fluid? Yeah, there's a new alt-right playbook video we're going to take a look at. But anyway, this is part of the this is where I tell you about my personal news. I've been watching a lot of JoJo the last season. And it started off a little slow almost, but it's gotten really fun again. And I'm excited about it. And yeah, I woke up this morning and I worked out. I've been like kind of sedentary. I've been kind of sedentary this past week, I would say. And you know, it was good to go and work out, and that's pretty much it. Other than that, Hasan, are you gonna go to TwitchCon? I still have not decided. There's a couple different reasons, some of which I can't say openly, others I can. But I still have not decided if I'm gonna go to TwitchCon or not. If I did, I was supposed to have a merch table, for the record. Or we'll be doing like where you'll have exclusive access to merchandise that you have not had the opportunity to. No, it's not. The reasons why I can't say are not like that. Anything like serious. But the reason I can't say is because I just like, I don't know, I don't feel too great. I don't know who the fuck I'm like looking forward to seeing there from the content creator side. I'm obviously always looking forward to see the fans, but also my contract ends before TwitchCon, so there is that reality. So I don't know. Kemal'in ekibe abazı deyip Amo'yla Valo oynamak. Yeah, no soda to run good content with, dude. This is who you auditioned for? Homelander. Homelander. Kardeş. As bayrakları. Anyway, hold on. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Some big sneezes there. Sucuk. Sucuk. We'll look at my Yelp reviews in a little bit, okay? When we get to like some lighter content. That's the least Turkish looking person imaginable. Some of you don't know that Turkish people enslaved a lot of white people, and it shows. Because no, there are definitely a lot of white, blonde, Turkish people out there for sure. Oh. Anyway, let's blast off. All right. Monday, there's a lot of news to cover. The Macy's, thank you for the fat playlist. Okay. Italy elects girl boss fascist. Hang out. Turkey's right underneath Russia. A lot of mixing going on. Yeah, 100%. Hurricane Ian. Bro, Indie Eddie sends me this video. He says, a video about fascism in Italy. Okay? And it's the secret plot between the CIA mafia and Italian fascists to manipulate the politics of Italy. 3,000 views. I don't know what's going on here. Okay? I don't know if I can watch this. I don't know if there's like TOS in here. I don't know what's happening. You know what I mean? Like, I'll scroll through it, but yeah, the problem with your Italian leader is not only that she is a fascist, but also she's a fucking weeb. That is just completely unacceptable. You know what I mean? Look at her TikTok to start. No. Apparently she has some takes on fucking... Apparently she has some fucking takes on Lord of the Rings too. I don't know what the fuck's happening there. Yeah, Jeremy Corbyn, forgot to mention that. That's really funny. But yeah, we'll do all of that in a second. Fun video to watch about Italian politics. Yeah, Italian politics is a lot of fun. Okay. Italy likes girl boss fashion. Christian cinemas wilding. Hurricane about Ian about to hit Florida. More. Now for Newsday. I love when people on the post left or whatever, or people who are like, I used to be a leftist, but like I've moved beyond it, are just like in agreement with Hillary Clinton now. You know what I mean? It's just funny. It's funny to see both Glenn Greenwald and Hillary Clinton praise the Italian, the fascist Italian prime minister with the exact same terminology, saying, well, this is a big win for women everywhere. But then again, we already knew that was how neoliberalism operated. I do personally love that. I do think it's funny. It's like, it's fucked up, but it's also funny. You know what I mean? I'm from the future, and I'm here to say you're about to be blamed for something. Be careful out there. Oh, thanks, man. That's incredibly easy lock, dude. One of the easiest locks you could ever engage in. Oh, man, really? How did he know that? That's crazy, man. How did he know? What does he know? Like, listen, bro, the derangement goes crazy, okay? The derangement goes wild. One v one against Masayoshi and Valorant when? I don't know. When this hits 1K likes, maybe. Can't believe you tricked poor naive Valkyrie into downloading a crypto miner just for clout. Shaking my head. What? Oh, it's a crypto miner? The fucking Rock game is actually about mining cryptocurrency? Wait, really? That's hilarious. That's actually pretty funny. I'm not running the ad break right now at the top of the hour because I just started. So it hasn't been fucking 30. I just started, so. Italian girl boss leader saying.
Da Meloni Chan, un grande saluto a tutti I fan delle bizzarre avventure di Jojo. Ciao!
Just because she's saying hi to all the JoJo fans doesn't mean that, she's adequate, okay? As a matter of fact, I kind of don't want a single person who knows what JoJo is to be in a position of power. And I say this as someone who is a JoJo fan. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think you should have proximity to power if you have knowledge over JoJo, okay? Also, maybe she watched JoJo Part 1, Part 2, Part 3 and got a different takeaway. Because remember the fucking, the ski, the what was it? Like the Swiss Alps part of JoJo where there was a character that was not overall a negative character. Yeah, that's right. That character was a Nazi. So there is that. JoJo quite literally had a, positive Nazi character in it. Stroheim! Anyway, but that's... You wouldn't be saying that if the Finnish Prime Minister was a JoJo fan, though? Yes, that is true. I like the Finnish Prime Minister, and I don't like this one. That's it. Difendere la famiglia tradizionale is really funny, which is defending traditional family, okay? But also, she's a fucking weeb. I did not realize that we were actually accelerating our brain rot to this degree. I did not realize that we were accelerating the brain rot to this degree where, like, the Groypers online, where the people who are like, we want traditional families, but then they also have, like, they weep post and shit. I'm like, dude, like, the OG fascists would have melted you. You know what I mean? They would have been like, you're both a moral degenerate and also just like a freak. You're neurodivergent. It's time to melt you into fucking biomatter, right? But now the new wave of fascism also features weebs. Another wonderful part about this, of course, is how easily you can just defeat the fascism accusations in a broader, on a broader fucking playing field. As long as you just say, no, you do not understand me. I actually love mia familia. Okay? If you send me the upside down Mussolini fucking photo. Oh, okay. Do not send me the upside down Mussolini photo. This is just a dramatic reenactment of it from Jim Carrey. So that's fine. But I know some of you dumb motherfuckers are going to be like, bro, remember when this is what we did to the fascists? And it's like, do not fucking send that to me. It's a violation of terms of service, and I will get fucking banned, okay? So be smart. This is real, by the way. This actually did happen. They fucking hung him upside down. Clip of her that went viral.
Potrei farne tante altre di queste domande. A monte c'è quella che ci facciamo oggi. Perché la famiglia è un nemico? Perché la famiglia fa così paura?
Why is the family an enemy? Why is the family so frightening? Yeah, dude, everyone's always like, boo. Oh no, don't tell me about the traditional family. I am so terrified about this prospect of traditional family. There's a single answer to all these questions. Because it defines us. Because it is our identity. Because everything that defines us is now an enemy. For those who would like us to no longer have an identity and to be simply perfect consumer slaves. And so they attack national identity, they attack religious identity, they attack gender identity, they attack family identity. Yeah, I'm going to be shitting on a fucking woman of color today, okay? That's right. That's right. So strap on, buckle up, you know what I mean? Yeah. I can't define myself as Italian, Christian, woman, mother, no.
Potermi definire italiana, cristiana, donna, madre, no. Io devo essere cittadino X, genere X, genitore 1, genitore 2,
I must be citizen X, gender X, parent 1, parent 2, I must have a number. Because when I am only a number, when I no longer have an identity or roots, then I will be the perfect slave at mercy at financial speculators. Yeah. I mean, for those of you who don't know, like, the rise of fascism, the first time around, it was nearly identical, okay? It masked itself with, like, just light left-leaning economic populism, while the entire mechanism was just a way to control the capitalist order of society, of course. So this is pretty much like a cardboard cutout. She comes from a fucking working class family background, or rather a working class neighborhood. But she has been a far-right fascist, politician, even at a young age. Like, from what I understand, she was a part of the, she was always like super, super far-right. Only a number youth fan club of fascists aligned with the literal Nazis. Yeah, I mean, and by the way, we're talking about fucking Italy, okay? So, like, they have a direct, some of the groups that she is aligned with are straight up like the same groups. Like, it's not like, oh man, like it's the same group. It didn't change. It was 100 years ago when Mussolini rose to power. Like, you know what I mean? 100 years. And it's literally the same group. Just for people that don't understand it, they're like, Hasan, you're exaggerating. That's crazy. It's like, no, they didn't shutter those groups and then decide like, oh, let's just make new ones off of the image. It's like the same fucking group. Germany had Hitler Youth. Italy had Youth Cellini. So that was fun. There's a couple different reasons. This had the lowest turnout of all time in Italian history. I think it's like 64% voted of the eligible population. So that's fucking tight.
Finanziari, il consumatore perfetto.
By the way, these guys all say like, oh, they just want us to be perfect consumers, and everybody goes, yeah, that's crazy. It's like, first of all, commodity consumption as a form of identity is, very capitalist. That's certainly the case. But you're not an anti-capitalist, okay? You're just a fascist. You're just using anti-capitalist sentiment while the neoliberals and the middle-of-the-ground centrist left is too busy hyper-focusing on how bad the communists and the trade unionists and all that are. The anti-capitalists are the real enemies or whatever. These guys are the only avenue where people can use anti-capitalist sentiment.
E questa è la ragione per la quale oggi noi facciamo tanta paura. Questa è la ragione per la quale oggi questo appuntamento fa tanta paura. Perché noi non vogliamo essere dei numeri.
Because we do not want to be numbers. We will defend the value of the human being. Unless they are human beings coming on boats. In which case we will kill them. We do not value those human beings.
Di ogni singola persona umana.
Yes, Mussolini's granddaughter in the same party. Yes, Mussolini's granddaughter is the one who responded, Alessandra Mussolini. He said, you are bastard, to Jim Carrey back when this ha-ha goofs and gaffes were happening, if you recall. Okay. He said, you are bastardo, to Jim Carrey.
Perché ognuno di noi ha un codice genetico unico e irripetibile.
Every single human being, because each of us have a genetic code, and like it or not, that's sacred. We will defend it. We will defend God, country, and family. Dude, they do the same thing all around the world, man. They're like, oh, we're doing this for God. We're doing this for family. We're doing this for family values. We're doing this for traditional family values, the traditional family unit. Family, family, family, family. Motherfuckers make more family mentions than Fast and Furious. Family, family, family. That's what matters. Family. It's like, bitch, you don't give a fuck about the family. Shut up.
La famiglia che fanno tanto schifo a qualcuno. Lo faremo per difendere la nostra libertà, perché noi non saremo mai schiavi e semplici consumatori in balia della speculazione finanziaria.
Notice, look. Family is against financial speculators. It's like you just took two different things, one that no one is attacking, which is like a family. Like no one in the history of existence has ever been like, yeah, actually we should break up the families. Who says that there is an enemy out there that wants to break up the traditional family unit and the traditional modes of existence? Fascists do. They say the Jews are the ones who want to destroy the family. They want to destroy like the nuclear family and the cultural underpinnings that keep this entire Western project going, which is, of course, supreme. They will say that as well, without any sort of like real reason to point to. And then they'll turn around and they'll basically say, oh, the financial speculators are coming after us. Nobody likes the financial speculators. Nobody likes the international capitalist cabal, okay? When you think about it like that, most average people, even if they're like petite bourgeois, like most of these Italian motherfuckers that are sitting in this conference here, okay, who are probably all like small business owners and shit like that, most of them look to that and go, yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But of course, you can't think about the system because everyone has been designed to inherently despise socialism as an alternative to capitalism. So of course, they're just like, they're going to think about it in an idiotic capacity. Like they need an enemy to associate with. Okay? They need an enemy to associate with all the anxieties that they feel when they examine the contradictions and they see those contradictions. Okay? And then right-wing reactionaries, which are very good at cutting cutting agitated propaganda, oftentimes racial agitated propaganda or reactionary agitated propaganda, will turn around and point it at like, cast the blame at like, oh, it's the financial speculators. What are you going to do about the financial speculators? What are you going to do about it? Are you going to do anything about that? What are you going to do to defend workers' rights? Is that a genuine, campaign promise that you have? No, of course not. The real campaign promises always revolve around defending the family, this abstract concept that not a single person is attacking. I've never in the history of my fucking entire existence ever been like, with the exception of like some weird fucking like anarchist commune, neurodivergent furry coalition on Twitter, I've never heard someone go, the traditional family unit is actually really inherently oppressive. Like, that's it. There's like 8 people, and that's it. That's not a real thing. That's not a real problem. There's no political motivation behind like destroying the nuclear family. That's not a real thing. It's only a made-up concept in the fucking minds of psychotic fascists, okay? Now, of course, when she says defending the family unit, she doesn't just mean she's like actually defending family. She's just talking about, fucking over gay people and trans people and shit like that, okay? That's what she's doing. She's like, we need to protect the family. We need to protect gender. It's like, what do you mean? What does that have to do with anything? Why are you hyper-focusing on random immaterial forms of contextualizing our existence that have no meaning whatsoever, okay? A trans person existing in society doesn't actually, lower the amount of money that you're getting back in return for the labor that you put in, okay? You're not going to get better benefits when we decide to, like, kill doctors that fucking allow trans people to get HRT. It's really stupid. It's a stupid idea, and it's never going to happen. That's why so many Trump supporters were like, okay, well, we're going to make America great again. Trump is a president now. It's going to happen. Well, it never did. It never changed anything. It's just like this weird culture war issue that they fight over and over and over again, and it's the same in America, and it's the same in Italy as well.
Ecco la nostra missione, ecco perché oggi sono venuta qui. Scriveva Chesterton ormai più di un secolo fa, vediamo se ve lo trovo. Fuochi verranno attizzati per dimostrare che 2 più 2 fa 4. Spade verranno sguainate per dimostrare che le foglie sono verdi in estate. Quel tempo è arrivato, signori. Siamo pronti. Grazie.
And this speech is in Verona, which is the Italian capital of fascism. Yeah, New York Times called her post-fascist. I mean, that's what this is. It doesn't matter what you put in front of it, okay? She's just straight up fucking fascist. You have to look up young Giorgia Meloni. She was insanely hot. If I had a time machine, I swear I'd change history, bro. Yeah, I mean, who cares? Who cares? Yeah, she was attractive when she was younger. Who gives a shit? Matteo Salvini, go out and hashtag vote at the real Donald Trump. Election 2020. Hashtag Amaga. Hashtag Amaga 2020. 2020. Hashtag Trump. Hashtag Trump 2020. Oh! What do you mean? It never happened? What are you talking about? It paved the way for the Dobbs decision. Don't say gay in Florida. It's happening right now, just slowly. Wait, what? I think you misunderstood what I was saying. There has never been like an attack on the traditional family by anyone, is what I'm saying. But everything that you just described is a way for these fucking weirdos to try and act like there is a common enemy that unites like working class families that are at the precipice of, being radicalized. Okay, using that to just to show that they're doing something. Yeah, Italy is back. Oh no, I'm Antonio Sabatini. Italy is back. Remember, this is the guy who was like, we need to start the state representative in the Florida House of Representatives. This was the guy who was like, oh no, Maron, we need to start shooting at FBI agents. We need to make sure federal law enforcement in my state, in my state of Florida, cannot live any longer. That was that guy, if you guys remember. Antonio Sabatini. Oh, mamma mia. They are hanging me from my asshole. Unsubscribing right now. If you don't cut out the fake Italian accent, I swear to God, bro, I will refund my Amazon Prime if you make fun of my heritage again. This is your only chance. This is your only warning. I will dismantle you. Last chance, bro. Maron! Oh no, this guy, he's gonna say no subscription. Not good. Mamma mia, don't do this to me. Oh no. Not funny, bro. Not funny. Why you don't make a with the chill? I think like a lot of the new heads don't know. A lot of the new heads don't know that like for a very long time, I used to do this. I was more Italian than man, okay? For a very long time. I was gabagool posting like crazy. Ted Cruz's response to all this, spectacular. Yeah, everyone, what we just watched is going viral on conservative Twitter and just going viral in conservative areas in general because, like, American wannabe fascists want to support the Italian fascists. But of course, fascism is unique, okay? You can lock down the weeb contingency when you are an Italian fascist, but then also you can lock down the neoliberal girl boss contingency as well. Here is an article on The Atlantic titled "The Return of Fascism in Italy," with Giorgia Meloni's party leading in the polls ahead of a Sunday's election. The Italian far right is edging closer to power. Okay? And look who it is. Hillary, girl bossing queen. Hillary, girl boss, gaslight, slay queen. Hillary, Rodham, Benghazi, never forget Clinton. Let's see what she had to say about this, about this girl boss. From one girl boss to the other. Let's see what she had to say. I mean, I'm sure she hates fascism, right? The election of the first woman prime minister in a country always represents a break with the past, and that is certainly a good thing, Hillary Clinton said to an Italian journalist at the Venice International Film Festival earlier this month. She was speaking of Giorgia Meloni, a member of the Chamber of Deputies who could make history if the Brothers of Italy party does as well as expected in the Sunday elections. I'm gonna keep it $1.50. I don't think she knows who the fuck Giorgia Meloni was. Okay? I think, like, this is not a defense of Hillary Clinton because it's incredibly fucked up that she said this. Okay? But I'm almost certain that she was like, oh, a woman in a position of power, that seems good. It was her turn, Hasan. Yeah. I mean, 100 years ago, when we had a male fascist, it didn't work out well. But now, 100 years later, we have a female fascist. That's progress. That's glass ceilings being broken. She's gutsy. She's fucking gutsy, dude. Italy going fascist means, oh, dude, yeah. Italy going fascist means making fun of Italian people just went from being fun to important. Exactly. You know, you always got to see, the silver lining, okay? And the silver lining of this circumstance is that now it's open season for making fun of Italians, okay? You know, bust out the gabagools over here, all right? You could do Italian Americans. You could make fun of the, oh no, oh Marone, I'm Italiano. Oh no, with the sound of my ass cheeks clapping. It's making too much sound. To be honest, I'm an Italian head and think they're actually going to do anything all right when parties actually hate each other. Yeah, so there's another part of this that is funny, of course. Italy has a history of not really being able to form like a coalition government that is consistent and is capable of doing anything really. It's like one of those places. One of her allies, of course, one of Giorgia Meloni's allies, from what I understand, is, and correct me if I'm mistaken on this, Italianos, but is one of my favorite politicians, Mr. Bunga Bunga Parties himself. He made a return. I mean, at this point, they should just also bring back the Italian fucking cruise ship guy, okay? Since we're rehashing things that happened all the way throughout my childhood to, like, my adolescent years, bring back the fucking Italian cruise ship guy, too. Fuck it. Put him in a position of power. Who knows? Just be like, hey, man, that guy actually, he was great. Berlusconi, for those of you who don't know, is famous for having Bunga Bunga parties, which is, you know, I mean, if we're going to talk about the fucking Tories being nonsense, then we have to talk about Italians who, you know, want to take long breaks in the middle of a day, go away on vacation for 3 months, and then also have crazy sex parties. So there's that too. Berlusconi was famous for that. The Bunga Bunga parties. One of the girls that was in the Bunga Bunga parties was 17 years old, if I'm not mistaken. So there was that too. That was a big mark, a big stain on his reputation, which wasn't big enough for him to not make a return, because he did make a return as well. Berlusconi had collusion with the mafia too. Least surprising conversation of all time. America's involvement in Italian affairs is unironically utilizing the mafia alongside the fascists in post-World War II Italy to kill communists, trade unionists, and even social democrats, and just overall create a state of disarray so that they could form a security apparatus that had to, you know, squash the violence that was coming. So it's called Operation Gladio. It played a fundamental role in the development of NATO. So there's that. But yes, it's just you're referencing Operation Stay Behind and Gladio. Yes, I've talked about it before, but that is our nice little gift to the Italianos, because of course, they could not. No one in Western Europe could have ever allowed the actual victors of World War II to maintain a position of prominence and power after killing the fascists. So there was that. Anyway, so if you want a fun, not conspiracy about Italy, look up Propaganda Do. Thread. Let me explain something about the Italian elections to all the non-Italians who just read mainstream media. The Republican, our coalition, I guess like the right-wing coalition, sorry, not Republican, got 42% of the vote of 64% of Italians who voted. Young Italians were not able to fucking vote. Very old. The demographics are very old. 36% of Italians did not vote. Many lost hope during the Berlusconi years. When there was no real opposition, and in the end, so-called progressive colluded with Berlusconi, in many ways, the system is very corrupt. Many young people did not vote because they did not like any of the options. They do not. No, I don't agree with this because there was also a lot of voter suppression happening as well. Right? Italian students and workers who could not travel to their hometown or residence were not allowed to vote. Big failure of the so-called center left, weak, not caring about the issues of citizens, created a situation where there was no feasible coalition at all. It's literally just America. Anytime a conservative wins in America, and obviously they don't have a duopoly like we do, but basically through collusion, they create the same exact duopoly. Okay? That is exactly what happened in Italy as well, which is like voter suppression, paired up with like inaction from like genuine viable leftist parties and right wingers actually providing a problem and then a solution to said problem. This is how it works everywhere. Okay. The Italianos who did not vote for the right-wing coalition, they're more than 42%, but they did not band together. So because of terrible elections laws and the right coalition that got 42 takes 2/3 of the entire parliament, that 42% represents only 26% of Italians. Nothing new, really. Berlusconi never had more than 25% and stayed in power for 20 abominable years. And he is still there after trials and convictions, never having spent a day in jail. Obviously, in Italy, jail does not exist. They just, you just eat pasta and sleep. So there is that part of that too. Remember, what the fuck did they do to that guy who killed so many people on the cruise ship? I got to go back to the cruise ship guy one more time. The Italian cruise ship guy. In 2012, Francesco Schettino, 52, was being investigated. The Costa Concordia disaster. Here it is. "37 people died. 27 passengers, 5 crew members, and 2 salvage members died. 64 non-fatal injuries." No, people died on the Costa Concordia. What do you mean? Schettino. This guy tanked an entire fucking cruise ship, and then they like had a hard time. My bro, you have to watch the video of the Coast Guard telling the motherfucker to get back on board. Yeah, I remember that. It was really good. The Internet Historian Costa Concordia disaster video was pretty good. Famously, we've watched it before. Justice system in Italy is fucked because there's too much corruption. Yeah. It is probably Internet Historian's best video, the Costa Concordia disaster, because it's such an epic fuck up. Titanic level epic fuck up. Anyway, but yeah, that's our girl boss. That's our slay queen. That's our gatekeeper. That would be one sort of break with the past, but Meloni would also represent continuity with Italy's darkest episode, the interwar dictatorship of Benito Mussolini. As Clinton would surely concede, this is not such a good thing. If Meloni comes to power at the end of this month, which she did, it will be as the head of coalition whose members, Matteo Salvini's League, okay, fascism, and Silvio Berlusconi's Forza Italia, lighter right wing, but you get the point, were each once the main force of Italy's populist right. Brothers of Italy, which was polling at 23% earlier this month, has overtaken these more established parties and would represent the bloc's largest component. Brothers of Italy, which Meloni has led since 2014, has an underlying and sinister familiarity. What might be that underlying and sinister familiarity? The party formed a decade ago to carry forth the spirit and legacy of the extreme right in Italy, which dates back to the Italian Social Movement, MSI, the party that formed in place of the National Fascist Party, which was banned after World War II. Now, just weeks before the 100th anniversary of the March on Rome, the October 1922 event that put Mussolini in power, Italy may have a former MSI activist for its prime minister and a government rooted in fascism. In the words of Ignazio La Russa, Meloni's predecessor as the head of the Brothers in Italy, we are all heirs of Il Duce. So it's not like they're hiding it. As a matter of fact, they're literally running on it, except the one thing that Meloni did that her predecessor did not is basically take just a little bit of the messaging and just massage it. Just massage it a little bit and say something along the lines of like, oh no, we are not descendants of Il Duce, but like, it's a familia. It's a family. They're doing, did you see the big titty? Did you see a gigantic titty teacher in Ontario? Oh, Maron. She's a teacher. Look at her. Look at the boobs. Basically stuff like that. Big old Maloney's. It's just tradition. Meloni, in many ways, sounds more like the modern national conservative politicians, such as Hungary's Viktor Orban, or America's MAGA Republicans than Il Duce. There's a leftist ideology, so-called globalist, she told the Washington Post recently, that aims to consider as an enemy of everything that defined you, everything that has shaped your identity and your civilization. Meloni's enemies list is familiar. LGBT lobbies that are out to harm women and the family by destroying gender identity. George Soros, an international speculator, she has said, who finances global mass immigration that threatens a great replacement of white native-born Italians. Where are the white native-born Italians? I thought Italianos were POC. When did Italianos become white? Italianos are POC, people of color, people of carbonara. Italian leftists here. I actually think this news is being overblown. Meloni will act as a normal European conservative. Yes. But what you also are, failing to recognize here is that the line between normal European conservative and just straight up fucking fascist is becoming, like the distinctive line is basically becoming non-existent with this move. So that's the problem here. Like, all those guys were always fascist adjacent, right? They're on the spectrum, closer towards fascism than anything else, obviously. But at this point, it's like, no, they're so fucking close that they're kissing on it. It's like Masayoshi's fucking monitor in the way he plays Valorant. It's like kissing distance, okay? It's like this. The distance between normal European conservative and fascist, I'm saying. Are you going to play World of Warcraft at launch today? What do you think? No. Meloni shows affinity for authoritarian strongmen like Marine Le Pen, until recently the leader of the National Rally Party in France. Meloni has expressed support for Russian President Vladimir Putin, although she has muted that enthusiasm since his invasion of Ukraine. Yeah. One of the things that she ran on was like, I guess, support for Ukraine, right? Isn't that a thing that she was like posting about a lot? It's just like, the battle lines are so strange at this point. Meloni is pro-NATO. This is misleading. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think an Italian fascist is going to be anti-NATO. Hear me out. I could see an Italian fascist being anti-European Union, but I don't think they're going to be anti-NATO. Now, you might think, well, what the fuck? Aren't those like kind of similar ideas? Well, European Union is used by right-wing populists as and by the way, they do correctly call this out, as like the institutional control of neoliberal hegemonic power in Europe. There is truth to that, okay? That doesn't mean that they're genuine about their interest in like dissecting the European Union, obviously. Or destroying the European Union. After all, Viktor Orban is like has talked shit about that too. Whereas at the same time, Viktor Orban has also suckled on the teat of the European Union. Now, the EU is an economic construct. NATO is a military construct. No, the reason why I'm saying they're not anti-NATO is because without NATO, they would not exist. Post-World War II, there would not necessarily be a serious rise in fascism or fascist parties that developed if it wasn't for fucking NATO. That's the reason why it would be strange for them to turn around and say, well, the historical reason for our existence in this country still, after the fat fucking L that this movement took in World War II, is NATO. So they're not going to be fucking anti-NATO. I hate to be that guy, but it is a symptom of the patriarchy that you are criticizing her before she even got the power. Give a woman a chance in these situations. It's important. Oh, yeah. That guy's joking, by the way, but that's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, Sweaty. Okay. Meloni is comparable to Le Pen in other ways. Both are examples of what political scientists call gender washing. You know, like it's the same as like when IDF, when the Israeli Defense Force comes out and says, look at our female warriors, or when they do greenwashing and they'll be like, hey, look, our brigade is vegan. Like, bro, you're still killing 15-year-old Palestinian kids. You know what I mean? It's the gay bomb joke, basically. When the American Navy comes out and says, this is our first LGBT helicopter squad or whatever. And you're like, okay, well, you know, the purpose is still pretty fucked up. Never forget, is Amy Coney Barrett a feminist? Oh my God, that was so bad. But that's not, what the fuck? That's not feminist. Oh my God! If anyone says Amy Coney Barrett is a feminist, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Oh God damn, I've lost so much fucking weight since even this video. I look like shit. How the fuck? Okay, well, let's see.
Barrett.
What? Okay, all right. Put every liberal in a fucking spaceship, dude. Send them out to orbit. Are you fucking joking? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my God, I hate women. I hate women so much. I've literally never hated women and feminists more in this fucking very moment than I do right now. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Fucking, oh God, I hate women so much. Oh! What is happening, dude? Oh, stop. I can't. We got him, boys. Clip it and ship it. I looked fucking pasty. I looked sick. That's from February. God, Summer agrees with me, okay? Summer agrees with me. I love Summer. This is unrelated to the main subject at hand. Both are examples of what political science calls gender washing, when female politicians adopt a non-threatening image to blunt their force of their extremism. Meloni's signature look involves flowing outfits in pastel shades. To uninformed foreigners, her ascent could look like female empowerment. She poses as a defender of women, even as her party has rolled back women's rights in localities it governs. Brothers of Italy has made abortion services, the procedure has been legal in Italy since 1978, harder to access. Municipal authorities in Verona, where the party has shared power with the Salvini's League, declared the city a pro-life. What's happening to your hairline? How is she not? How is Amy Coney Barrett not a feminist? I don't know. Maybe because she straight up was, you know, put in a position of power to radically undermine women's bodily autonomy by banning abortion, criminalizing abortion, the Supreme Court decision that allowed every red state to criminalize abortion. I know, okay, you weren't being serious. Got it. Okay. Meloni and her French counterpart diverge, however, over their respective movements' extremist history. Le Pen pushed her father out of the leadership role of the National Front because of his overt racism and Holocaust denialism. Meloni, though, has never fully disavowed her connection to Italy's neo-fascist tradition, even as she claims that her party is merely conservative and that fascism is a thing of the past. The tricolor flame in the Brothers of Italy's logo contradicts that claim. It celebrates her party's connection with its fascist past by reviving the MSI's emblem. Casetta tricolore. The Brothers of Italy also perpetuates his forebearers' values, in particular, the natalist obsession of Il Duce's 20-year rule with its battle for births has survived in the Brothers of Italy's present-day concern about boosting the birth rate, its proposal to link social welfare assistance to mothers and those engaged in childcare, and its attempts to limit reproductive rights. You know, we do a similar thing here in America when we hyper-focus on this, but when Europeans hyper-focus on this, that's when fucking alarm bells should be ringing, okay? When Europeans start talking about birth rates, okay, and great replacement, that's a little sussy, okay? Maybe a little bit too sussy. Because last time they talked about this shit, World War II happened, okay? Just think about that. Here's young Maloney talking about Mussolini.
Georgia a 19 ans, elle milite depuis 2 ans. D'abord dans son...
In French, Georgia is 19 years old. Like this lady has been a racism nerd since she was fucking 19, by the way. That's so bad.
Georgia a 19 ans, elle milite depuis 2 ans.
First,
dans son
in
lycée,
her high
où elle
school,
rejoint une coordination d'étudiants de droite,
where she
elle
joined a
distribue des
coordination of right-wing students.
droite,
She distributed leaflets and demonstrated against the left.
Aujourd'hui, ses références
Today,
politiques
political
sont celles
references
du
are those of
fasciste.
fascist Italy.
ne
Georgia
s'en
does
cache
not
pas.
hide it.
Moi, je crois que Mussolini, c'était un
Just,
bon
I think
politicien.
Mussolini was a good
C'est-à-dire
politician.
que tout ce qu'il a fait,
It is to say that
il a
everything
fait
he
pour
did,
l'Italie.
he did for
Et
Italy.
on ne le trouve pas ça dans les
We
politiciens.
don't find that in the politicians that we've had in the last
dans
50
les
years.
politiciens qu'on a eu dans les derniers 50 ans.
Imagine being a fucking like fascism lover and racism defender since you were 15, by the way. That's like, she's purebred, okay? Purebred fucking psycho. Stop saying I can fix her. No, you can't. And there's even no fixing you, I think. Here, she did this shit too.
25 settembre. Ho detto tutto.
Georgia Maloney holding 2 melons, and yes, there's a real video posted on her. Wait, what about crazy ass Italian moments in Italian politics? She did not age well, by the way. The racism got to her. Dude, of course, if you're fucking racist since 15, yeah, no, that shit is gonna destroy your skin, okay? 100%. Most 15-year-olds in Italy have a fascist phase, but then they usually recover and get normal. Except some people don't recover and they keep being fascist. What does Super Mario think of all this? You mean Chris Pratt? Chris Pratt? That's Super Mario? Anyway, Italy never underwent a process equivalent to Germany's denazification after World War II. At the start of the Cold War, the Allies, oh my God. Okay, Atlantic. Let's hear what you have to say about this. American newspaper Atlantic. Big fan of MBS and also... Hey, let's just read. Let's just keep reading let's see what they're going to say about this. The Allies wanted to block Western Europe's largest communist party from power. Interesting. They took a minimalist approach to purges of fascists and other punitive measures that could cause social unrest in Italy. They also looked the other way when Giorgio Almirante and the other fascists who had served Il Duce founded the MSI in 1946. That seems interesting. By the 19... 19- By the 1960s, the MSI had become the fourth largest party, yet it remained largely on the sidelines of Italian politics because of electoral strength of the left. The political will of the MSI to return the far right to power never waned. The collapse of communism in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe created a new space for the right to flourish. In came the billionaire Berlusconi and his new party, Forza Italia. Berlusconi's short-lived center-right government of 1994 also included the Northern League, the original name of Salvini's party, and brought the MSI's neo-fascists into a governing coalition for the first time in Europe since 1945. Thank God. Their party was rebranded as the National Alliance, yet the MSI's tricolor flame remained. The National Alliance's leader, Gianfranco Fini, wore business suits and discouraged fascist salutes among the party faithful, but he hailed Il Duce as the greatest statesman of the 20th century. Meloni had joined the MSI's youth wing in 1992 as a teenager. 4 years later, as a young activist electioneering for her party, she echoed Fini's praise for the dictator. I think Mussolini was a good politician. She told a TV interviewer everything he did for Italy. We just watched that video. The current popularity of Meloni's party, in part, indicates the weakness of the Italian center-left, which has struggled to package its ideas in ways that connect with voters. Above all, it signifies an acceleration of Italy's democratic backsliding. In many respects, Meloni's current coalition is an updated version of the governments Berlusconi went to form during the 2000s. Which over time took on more and more of his neo-fascist partners' politics. In 2009, the process was formalized in a merger of Forza Italia and the National Alliance to form a new party, People of Freedom. Berlusconi's coalitions demonized immigrants and detained them and stoked anti-communist fears, even though the Italian Communist Party has ceased to exist. Crazy that, like, the Communist Party lost all of its power despite, looking like the good guys in the aftermath of World War II, and yet the Nazis remained. It seems quite strange. How did that happen? Throughout, Berlusconi played nostalgia for fascism's promise of law and order, even as he whitewashed his violence. Mussolini never killed anyone, he told Britain's Spectator magazine in 2003. Another brilliant magazine in the UK, by the way. He sent people into confinement to have vacations. The fascist prisons on islands such as Ponza were torture was practiced, were no holiday resorts. His statement also denied the fascist mass killings in Italy and his colonies, including Libya, and ignored their participation in the Holocaust. It's so weird, man. All of our fucking allies just happen to literally be on the side of Nazis and champion the fucking Nazi rhetoric to this day. Whether it be fucking Shinzo Abe in Japan, whose, state-funded funeral proceedings are happening, I believe, today, or Berlusconi in Italy. It's just weird. It's just strange. It's a strange coincidence. I wonder how that happened. Meloni served as a minister of youth in Berlusconi's last government, which proved a laboratory for policies she has made her own. In 2008, Berlusconi's ministers claimed that high immigrant birth rates, together with Italy's aging population and sluggish demographic growth, would cause Italians to disappear in 2 or 3 generations. Italians to disappear. Where would they disappear to? They would just be Italians still. But of course, there's a difference. They consider, I guess, the white Italians, who are not really a thing, okay, if you ask others. Disappear to where? New Jersey. Too many Italianos going to New Jersey. This is bullshit. Such fear-mongering finds an audience because of Italy's historically low birth rates, yet it also foments racist attitudes about who should be having babies. The nationalist preoccupation echoes Mussolini's warnings. Cradles are empty and cemeteries are expanding, Il Duce declared in 1927. The entire white race, the Western race, could be submerged by other races of color that multiply with a rhythm unknown to our own. Interesting. Where have I seen that rhetoric? Oh, wait, literally every Republican, but that's every conservative worldwide, globally. But hey, welcome to the global conservative movement. Not very different than the global fascist movement at the time. Son, you're out of your depth. You're trying to cover the news. Look, I get it, pal. Probably never even made a pizza pie, but I won't forget this. Good luck. Mamma mia, splaining your way out of this one. See you in Italian hell. Is Italian hell just Olive Garden? Because that's heaven for me, baby. Unlimited garlic breadsticks, dude. I will go there, okay? Meloni's twist on this theme is ethnic substitution. Since 2017, she has tweeted repeatedly that Italian identity is being deliberately erased by globalists such as Soros and European Union officials who have conspired to unleash uncontrolled mass immigration. Paranoid style in Italian politics translates into xenophobic proposals that deny citizenship to children born in Italy to foreign parents and to cut foreigners' access to welfare benefits. The People of Freedom merger entailed a loss of autonomy for the neo-fascist tradition, however. The breakup of Berlusconi's coalition in 2011, when the Eurozone crisis forced his resignation, created an opportunity for its far-right partner to make a fresh start. And the Brothers of Italy formed the following year. As it has grown, Meloni has walked a double line, trading in far-right conspiracy theories at times while claiming to be a traditional conservative at others. The approach has proved ominously successful. Ignazio La Russa is now the vice president of the Italian Senate, and last year, Mussolini's granddaughter, Rachel, who has been a Brothers of Italy politician since 2016, was reelected to Rome's municipal council with more votes than any other candidate. Like direct descendants of Mussolini is what we're talking about. Can you imagine like a German politician with the last name Hitler in like the NSDAP, like still in operation, or like, I mean, I guess AFD, right? AFD is like the spiritual successor. So, yeah. Running around being like, what do you mean? It's just, yes. My name is Adolf Hitler, but it's just like, you know, I'm Junior. I'm Adolf Hitler Jr. And yes, it might seem as though I'm championing all the same causes, but you know, it's different. It's different. It's tradition. It's just German tradition. Yes. Yeah. It's the German family unit. Yeah. The Volk. It's just the Volk. It's very different. What can we expect if the first female-led far-right government comes into being after next week's election? Meloni seems unlikely to tone down her extremism or change in alignment with her illiberal partners in Europe, such as Hungary's Fidesz. After all, pursuing hardline anti-immigrant and anti-LGBTQ policies in the name of defending white Christian civilization has worked well for them. Yup. Like Orban, Meloni has made common cause with the U.S. Republicans attending the Conservative Political Action Conference and the National Prayer Breakfast. Whew. Anyway. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. We got girl bossing, we got gaslighting, and we got gatekeeping. So when you read the headlines, know that the Italian situation is much more complex than what those headlines say, and that years of corruption and complacency led to this. So vote. Everyone here vote. If you don't want a minority or a relative majority decide your life, the end. The fascists are united. Mélenchon is the only one fighting. What is this? She's already prepping? I mean, this is literally fucking fascists already practicing hanging upside down. Yeah, she's like, I will not go down like Il Duce. I will survive. That's kind of funny. That's a good one, chatter. Okay. I will survive being hung upside down. I will not go down like Il Duce. Let's watch a video unrelated to this from 2009.
East Timor has a troubled history, but tonight it is a place of inspiration and progress for women. Amivi Gama seized control of the nation's capital today, becoming East Timor's first ever female dictator. Reporter Mark Ward has the story.
It's been a long, hard journey for Amivi Gama, but it was worth it. After a bloody 6-day-long coup, a triumphant Gama declared herself president for life, commander-in-chief of the armed forces, and High Court Chief Justice today, proving that a woman can rule with an iron fist just as well as any man.
For years, we were terrified.
This isn't real, chat. This is Onion News Network from 2009 making the same exact fucking jokes that I'm making about girl boss feminist dictators.
It would be wonderful to now be terrified and oppressed by one of our own.
Dr. Sandra Sujana, the author of the book Amivi Gama, A Woman to Fear, says Gama's success is a sign of the country's progress.
20 or even 10 years ago, nobody could have even considered a woman would behead her political rivals in the town square. It's a truly great day for women.
Dr. Sujana says that in addition to a ruthless pursuit for ultimate power, Gama has a feminine side. Even while leading a campaign of terror through the countryside, rooting out intellectuals and killing religious leaders, Gama made time to be a mother to her children. It's this down-to-earth relatability that has made her an icon to many East Timor women.
She didn't just order her militia to destroy our crops. She got right in there with the torch, and she looked good doing it.
Many expect that, as a woman, Gama will bring a more level-headed and sensitive approach to the massive slaughtering. Even members of the older generation, like former cabinet member Yuriko Alkatiri, have learned to look past Gama's gender and respect her as a political force.
Some people had doubts, but now they're all dead. When she plunged a knife into my crying son's throat as I lay helplessly by, I realized that she could do anything. She's a real dynamo.
The size of Gama's army is all we need as proof to know it's a woman's world now in East Timor. We congratulate you, President Gama. From Dili, I'm Mark Ward for the Onion News Network.
By the way, this seems so real because it has happened. Like this
Thank you, Mark. That's one feisty lady. When we come back, Gatorade scientists have discovered 4 new kinds of thirst.
Oh, man. God, Onion News Network was so fucking good. So fucking good. So, yeah, that's where we're at. Hillary praising neo-fascist Maloney. The election of the first woman prime minister in a country always represents a break with the past, and that's certainly a good thing. It's not a break with the past, though. It's quite literally the same. It's, as a matter of fact, it's not far removed from the past, which makes it worse. I bought a socialist newspaper for $2 today. It was the most unhinged nonsense. They said they were Trotskyists and they were very upset about the lockdowns. My roommate and I went through it for an hour. Never do that. Never do that. People that write socialist newspapers, 90% of the time, they're either Trotskyists or they're just straight up, what's the cult? I mean, there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of different ones. Don't do that. They're completely unhinged. No, it's like either like the Avakian cult, Rev Left, right? I think. Isn't it? Or no, what is it called? Or Revcom, sorry, Revolutionary Communists. Or they're LaRouche, they're LaRouchites. And don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to your brain. Just fucking read theory if you want to read so much, nerd. Jesus Christ, there's so much to fucking read anyway. Relevant tweet, relevant meme. What is this? Giorgia Meloni claims victory to become Italy's first female prime minister and leader of its most right-wing government since World War II. And found a democracy, even picked our president. Girl Hitler. A girl president. How progressive. Girl Hitler. I remember the late 90s, early 2000s, they got my phone number and didn't leave me alone for years. Yeah, meanwhile, in other news, in family planning news, of course, some semblance of leftism on the planet, one of the remaining factions. Today, the Cuban people voted to adopt the most progressive family code in the world. Over 66% of voters approved an amendment to the Constitution that legally redefines what it means to be a family, putting an emphasis on love and human dignity, equality, and non-discrimination. The new family code took shape through a participatory process that involved 6.4 million people, around 75% of the Cuban electorate. Over 20 new drafts of the law were produced following nearly 80,000 neighborhood meetings and almost 500,000 public proposals. This is a milestone in the advancement of democracy. Nowhere in the world has a family law been submitted to public consultation and subject to a referendum. Grounded in the 2019 legislation that made gender and sexual orientation discrimination illegal, the new family code legalizes same-sex marriage and guarantees the right of all people to form a family. It enshrines in law the right to women to decide about their own bodies and ensures reproductive rights for all people. Under the code, parents will have responsibility for, rather than custody over children. Corporal punishment will be illegal and young adults will enjoy more freedoms. The code enshrines domestic violence penalties and expands the working rights of full-time carers. When announcing the referendum, Justice Minister Oscar Silveira Martinez said that the family code is worthy of its people and a reflection of its reality, which reaffirms the humanist characters of the revolution and leads our state and society in the search for a fairer Cuba. So yeah, there is that as well on the other side of the world in our backyard. It just sucks that we were not able to fucking democratize Cuba. You know what I'm saying? When I see stuff like that, it frustrates me. That we were not able to democratize Cuba, you know?
Welcome back to CBS Mornings and welcome to a live look at Rome, Italy, about to see the country's most right-wing government since World War II. Giorgia Meloni, she is the leader of the Brothers of Italy party, and she is in line to become prime minister. Chris Lipsley is in Rome with reaction to Sunday's big vote. Chris, good morning. This is historic on a couple fronts, it seems. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Tony.
Why was it the most right-wing since World War II? I wonder. Interesting. Just much to think about in that regard. What happened during World War II? What was the build-up to World War II like? With respect to, like, people that, I don't know, feel the same way that this one does. Meloni, you know? Did they like the top of the hour ad breaks or did they hate them? They probably hated them and didn't want you to fucking subscribe to avoid them, I assume. Because at the top of the hour, there is a 60-second ad break. Yeah, that's right. The real fascism, the real fascista is at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Yes, throw your tomatoes. I will make the pizza sauce. All of your tomatoes, marron. Talula, HTTFD, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. That's right, you can also avoid them if you are lucky and get gifted a sub, but if not, you need to subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Have you no shame? I have no shame. Mamma mia, that's a spicy Mussolini.
Yeah, it's a stunning victory for Giorgia Meloni and her Brothers of Italy party. Stunning because they were just a fringe party up until a few years ago, and stunning because of Italy's disastrous history, the last time a hard-right party rose to power.
Her name is Giorgia Meloni, and to the Brothers of Italy party, she's here to put traditional Italians first.
The fundamental problem in Italy is becoming the illegal immigration. Too many immigrants.
We want, for example, to protect the traditional family, a family composed by a mom, a dad, and sons, for example.
How does she do that?
Not admitting the marriages between people from the same gender.
Italy's.
Damn, that's sick, man. You're really destroying it. Really protecting the family there. Hasan's Noob Day, Hasan's Dusty Fanny, and also Magical, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads.
Conservative superstar fiercely opposes adoptions and surrogacy for same-sex couples. People like Alessandro Valera and his husband, who have a little girl.
She's trying to delete us and send a message that we are the cause of, we are the reason why Italy doesn't have enough children, we are the reason why we have demographic problems, we are the reason why the family is not holding strong, and we are scared.
The 45-year-old firebrand insists she's no fascist, just a proud conservative and nationalist, comfortable, nevertheless, with some of the hallmarks of Italian fascism, like this motto: God, fatherland, and family. Exactly 100 years ago this fall, fascist dictator Benito Mussolini staged his historic March on Rome, eventually marching the country into 2 decades of dictatorship and alongside Hitler into World War II. Neither Il Duce nor his fascist party survived, but several descendants are active in politics today, like his granddaughter Rachele Mussolini, a member of the Brothers.
Why are you racist towards Italians? You even wore a shirt emphasizing the fact that, and we're proud of the fact that because you're a hypocrite and racism is okay towards certain groups who don't go around the bitching about it on Twitter. But when other groups are attacked, it is a huge problem. You always have been racist towards Italians, and now you're trying to justify it over a minority of them. You do better. Maron! How dare you? I can't tell if that's a joke or if that's serious. The reason communism was so powerful in Italy is because of the workings of Antonio Gramsci, one of the greatest Marxist philosophers in history. He was jailed for 8 years under Mussolini. He was the founder of the Communist Party. He wrote Cultural Hegemony, very good interpretation of culture and intellectualism under capitalism. That's crazy, man. Thanks, Cal Humingham. An anarchist and a miskid, but actually reads books, it turns out, surprisingly. What an interesting person this guy is. Surprising.
Of Italy.
So has your last name been a hindrance or a help?
It's been both, she says. Certainly when I entered politics, my last name was a springboard.
It helped. You know, name recognition is big, says the granddaughter of Benito Mussolini. That's cool. It's whatever, dude.
A springboard in a party with the very symbol that's on Benito Mussolini's tomb.
With the historical flame of the old party.
But if there was no connection with that...
I mean, they just straight up are like, no, it's good. There is a connection and it's good. Which is really funny because, like, on the one hand, they're like, no, it's a different. But then also they're like, no, it's a historical. You know, we're a fan of history. We're a fan of Il Duce's history. You know, it's not a big deal. Wearing a fucking New York shirt.
Fascism, wouldn't they? But why wouldn't they change their symbol then?
No.
A red flag, if there ever was one, says Edith Brooke, a renowned poet and Holocaust survivor.
Giorgia Meloni says there's nothing to worry about. But are you worried?
Yes, very much. Very, very worried. I think that she is fascist.
Now, to be clear, Giorgia Meloni rejects that fascist label. When it comes to foreign policy, she's been very supportive of Ukraine, but that's going to be tested by the other.
That's my favorite part, is that, like, fascism is about to overtake Italy, and, like, CBS Good Morning America is like, but what is their stance on Ukraine? I mean, they say they're fascist, but also they are supportive of Ukraine, so maybe it's not all bad. Okay, got it. Thanks.
Other parties in her coalition who have deep ties to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Tony?
Rejects the label, but not all of the slogans. Chris Lisley for us on a historic day in Rome. Chris, thank you very much.
That's great, man. That's great. Oh, wow. Why is there a red wave in Europe? I want to hear it from the esteemed political commentator with the most astute observations.
Rejection across Europe, and you're seeing it in the United States, a rejection of the pandemic measures that were implemented and would have been far more severe here if the Democratic Party had its way. Do not miss the macro picture. Now, and let me know if you've been following this. Or if you're in Italy right now and you know you're still alive, you can just comment below and let us know what you've been experiencing there. So, Giorgia Meloni and the party is the Brothers of Italy party, and there's a right-wing coalition. They won. Okay, Sunday's Italian elections, just to be clear. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, you see this right away from the media, and this is their playbook. Their claim is right away, this is a far-right fascist new government.
Dog, what more can they fucking say? They literally are, though. Like, Stephen Crowder's like, these guys are not fascists. Italians are like, no, they are fascists. It's good. Stephen Crowder's like, no, you don't understand. They're not fascists. And then you ask the Italian on the ground, like, are you fascist? Like, yes, what? What of it? Yeah, fascista, it's good. You know, the three colors, the flame, is a history. But you don't understand. Mussolini, he was very good. Misunderstood guy. Stephen Crowder's like, but are they saying they're fascist? And the Italians are like, yeah, no, they are. And then Stephen Crowder's like, but like they don't mean it. Like fasci, like the fasci, like the you know, the fucking weapon. You guys you don't understand. It's just they have a fascination with old tools. That's what it is.
Meloni is young, she's well-spoken, she's charismatic, and politically she's very far to the right. She's widely...
Wait, I want to watch this Vice video, actually. Where is the Vice video? This is their TikTok.
We're here in the town of Perugia in central Italy, where right now Giorgia Meloni is giving a speech ahead of this country's elections.
Okay, this TikTok is terrible. You don't understand it. Oh, Marone, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Molti non ha bisogno di presentazioni. Siete qui per lei. Vi prego di accogliere con un applauso che merita la Presidente di Fratelli d'Italia, Giorgia Meloni.
We're here in the town of Perugia in central Italy, where right now Giorgia Meloni is holding a rally before this country's election. Meloni is young, she's well-spoken, she's charismatic, and politically she's very far to the right. She's widely expected to be the next prime minister of this country.
Perché non verrò a raccontarvi balle, vi dirò la realtà, la verità di come vedo l'attuale condizione italiana. Il declino non è un destino.
If Meloni wins this weekend's election, it'll be a welcome change to people like 23-year-old Giuseppe Carbonaro, who drove an hour to see her.
Shut the fuck up. This man's last name is Carbonaro, dude. No, not a real country. I take it back. Stop it. I mean, dude, this is like, no, you can't do this to me personally, okay? You are like, Hasan, stop making fun of Italians. And then there are whole ass people with the last name Giuseppe Carbonara. Hey, I'm Giuseppe Carbonara over here. What do you want me to do? I'm human, dude. This is insanity. It's like naming a German guy Pretzel Schnitzel, dude. What the fuck? Hey, I'm John Spaghetti over here. Fuck. Gabish. Hey. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Speak. Why are you supporting Giorgia Meloni in this election?
Credo molto
nei principi di Fratelli d'Italia, Dio, patria, famiglia, la salvaguardia dei confini. Sono importanti l'aiuto alle imprese, quindi adoro questa leader e spero che diventi presto la nostra premier del Consiglio.
Meloni's party, the Brothers of Italy, won only 4% of the vote in the 2018 election. But when other right-wing parties joined the governing coalition, she stayed in the opposition and has since become a conservative superstar.
I see the woke ideology. Will we surrender in front of this?
This is my favorite thing that like fascists do. They come to America and then they like shit on globalism, which is like, yo, you're in America. Like, what the fuck? First of all, it is the major supporter of globalism, historically speaking. Okay. Not only that, but you're talking to Americans in America about how fucking globalism sucks. What do you mean? You're doing that. You're doing the globalism. Like Viktor Orban did this shit too.
No. Sì alla famiglia natural. No allo lobby LGBT.
LGBT.
Nella quale le persone che hanno dovuto abbassare la testa per tanti anni, facendo magari finta che la pensavano in maniera diversa, se no sarebbero stati tutti cacciati, possano dire come la pensano.
Those ideas, along with her party's controversial origins, have many worried about the kind of government she would.
Wait, was the homie just throwing up the fucking...
Along with her party's controversial...
What's this guy doing?
Orgies.
Well, wonder what's happening there, dude. He's just straight up doing it. Hey, it's a history. It's a Roman salute. If anything, Nazis took that from us, huh? Hey, you bullshit. We made that.
Have many worried about the kind of government she would lead.
Miss Meloni, are you trying to bring fascism back to Italy? Just one question.
By the way, I love that. Steven Crowder showed a piece of this video, like just a bitty piece of it, and then immediately was like, they're not fascist.
I fascisti sono morti tutti. Dove sono I fascisti?
Meloni's political career began in the Italian social movement, a party that was founded by fascist allies of Benito Mussolini after the dictator was killed at the end of World War II. Today, Meloni's Brothers of Italy is a direct descendant of that party, even sharing the same tricolor flame logo and headquarters. Her supporters are also latching on to the past, out of frustration with the present. Youth unemployment is among the highest in Europe, and small towns like the one Carbonaro lives in are emptying out.
So Giuseppe, you grew up here.
Niente, sono cresciuto in queste mura e quindi vorrei che San Sepolcro tornasse ad essere una città importante. Si legge nei libri di storia che l'Italia è stato uno dei paesi più importanti, il centro.
Yeah, that overarching like feeling of shame. God, it's such a good way to fucking instill psychotic nationalist sentiment. Like, you have been wronged by, especially the Germans, you know what I mean? You've been wronged by the Germans during World War II for your allegiances. That was kind of fucked up, right? And then also you've been wronged again by Germans and their, neoliberal machine in the form of EU. You're no longer as, like, important in the global economy. It used to mean something. It used to mean something to be Italian, you know?
Del commercio sia nel mondo che in Europa.
And you think that Giorgia Meloni and the Brothers of Italy are the ones to fix that?
Credo che Giorgia Meloni possa dare un futuro a noi giovani.
Meloni says she wants to revive Italy's economy through policies like cutting taxes, encouraging citizens to have more kids, and making it harder for foreigners to open businesses. Meloni has also teamed up with the far-right League Party.
I love that last part. It's like, how do we save this country's economy? By cutting taxes and also not making not allowing immigrants to open businesses. Like, okay, it seems weird, but kind of seems like contradicting, but who knows, dude? Doesn't she want to cut UBI and shit too?
And its leader, Matteo Salvini, who spent years...
Or like she wants to cut welfare too, I thought.
Immigrants. Their Italy First agenda is appealing to Carbonaro and his friends.
I think many people might be surprised to hear that you're supporting parties that are not just right-wing, they're far right-wing.
Non per forza se una persona vota a destra è un fascista o ancor peggio un razzista. Il mio interesse è che venga guidata una nazione da persone cui hanno a cuore veramente.
It's just so funny because all three of these dudes would get hate crimed in Germany for being Turkish. You know what I mean? Like, not saying that they do that in Germany, okay? But like, you know, if they walked into the wrong AFD bar, they would literally be like, you Turkish motherfuckers, get the fuck out of here. But it's like, yeah, we want the white Italianos, you know what I mean? We need to save Italy. They need to be white. It's like, bro, do you see yourself? Like,
Veramente la nazione.
Non sono assolutamente fascista, anzi, ho compagni di calcio neri, di colore.
he said he is. He's like, how can I be fascist? I have black soccer teammates.
Come famiglia abbiamo due fratellini adottati di colore, quindi per noi non ci sono razze di distinzione. Il fascismo, secondo me, è finito nel 45.
Io non sono d'accordo. Secondo me il pericolo c'è, ce l'abbiamo sotto l'occhio, nella Russia. Il pericolo che possa risuccedere in Gran Casino c'è e mai,
Vabbè, però ha ragione.
e mai come oggi, secondo me. Ma non questo toglie...
Bro, okay, if you're confused, by the way, if you're confused by this, once again, understand that we are all products of our social development and our upbringing. And this is what happens when you're a fucking NATO-pilled fascist, okay? Like, and for the Italian development, for the post-World II development of the Italian right, NATO plays a fundamental role, which is where this comes from. That's why they're like NATO-pilled to the fucking gills. And they're like, yeah, well, the real fascism could happen in Russia. By the way, make no mistake, I'm not even saying that that's not the case. I think that like Russia's hyper-nationalist takes, specifically by Vladimir Putin and his cronies and its fucking unjustifiable war in Ukraine, is certainly fucked up. You guys already know this. I've talked about this many times over. But it is interesting because they depart from other pro-Russia fascist movements that you see around the planet. And and the reason for that is because of their own unique history.
Che debba vincere la destra o no?
But are you worried that her very...
Also, someone saying like Italians are not racist, look, we have black soccer players, is pretty funny. You know, because Italian hooligans, not really big fans of the black soccer players. Like, I'm just saying, like, it's just kind of weird that he just dropped that in there when you can find like a million examples of like Italian hooligans like throwing bananas at Balotelli or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not great. Not great.
Anti-immigrant rhetoric is inflaming tensions in Italy and making the situation more dangerous for migrants, refugees, people of color in Italy today.
Se, dato che comunque sia Meloni, Salvini è quasi 10 anni che fanno...
It's called football. Stop pandering to your American side and embrace their Turkish side. Football. Bro, the C word is bubbling up.
Questi discorsi, se ci fossero dei condizionamenti in negativo sugli italiani e su possibili atteggiamenti razzisti da parte di italiani, questi si sarebbero già visti.
Yeah. But yeah, if they had racism, they would have seen it already. But they don't. Owned.
Those attitudes are already having an effect. In July, a Nigerian man named Aliko Oguchukwu was beaten to death by a white Italian man, while onlookers recorded the incident on their phones. The video then circulated widely on social media. The attack hit close to home for Omar Fadera, who immigrated to Italy from Gambia 8 years ago.
We are friends. I know him. They just watch, take their phone, making video. He is killing him, beating him to death. Nobody says stop.
What did you think when you were watching the video?
It's the same thing happened to me. Just luckily me, I don't die on that day.
4 years before his friend's killing, Fadera was one of 6 African migrants shot by a white supremacist. The shooter cited anti-immigrant motives for the attack and had previously run for office as a candidate of the League Party. After the attack, he was arrested standing in front of a Mussolini-era war memorial while draped in an Italian flag and making the fascist salute.
So how does it feel like for you as a black man in Italy today?
You are not safe. You are not safe and you are not valid. You're just like a dog.
Do you think the racism that you've experienced in this country, do you think it's getting worse?
Yeah, it's getting worse because before it's not like this. But after, when they start to say these kind of things start to change. Every politician you see in this world, he have his way to play to make his politics so that he convince people to vote for him. Immigrant. Okay, Italia is for us. It's a game.
But for you, it's a lot more than a game.
More than game. It's people life, you understand. Not only me, but people are here in Italy.
In recent months, the Brothers of Italy has toned down its rhetoric, trying to project a more polished image of itself, especially on the international stage.
Bene. Quindi bisogna stare attenti a quello che si dice. Dice ci abbiamo tipo americano, attenti a quello che diciamo perché dovete spiegare a tutti, occhio a quello che dichiariamo perché dillo a tutti.
That new image was on full display at this fundraiser for party candidate Guido Castelli.
Quindi l'importante è usare quello che possiamo fare per completare il lavoro di Giorgia Meloni, non facendo errori, ci abbiamo il mondo addosso.
You keep mentioning Giorgia Meloni. What do you think is her appeal exactly?
Se devo rispondere in una parola, la coerenza. La coerenza è una virtù apprezzata. Noi abbiamo due problemi. La democrazia che si è inceppata.
They did it. I'm from Vicenza, a city north in Italy, and the average man was a local town farmer, Macegliao, and these people were discriminatory even against Southern Italians, which they referred to as North Africans. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought like Sicilians were always discriminated against for having darker skin, and that even internally inside of Italy, they consider Southern Italians to be like, they literally call them black. That's that's partially the history of like Italians are not white meme comes from, for the record. Yeah. So there is also like internal racism as well.
Che si è bloccata da troppi anni e in secondo luogo il fatto che la gente ha perso la voglia di credere, è spesso demoralizzata.
But many people are also saying that Brothers of Italy is fascist, even neo-fascist.
Not black? You're making that up? No, not like... No, but the same kind of racism towards black people. Like they're darker skin. There's an old saying, Africa begins at Rome. There's a racist phrase that is said by these nationalists that call Southern Italians the N-word, basically. Not only Sicilians, everything below Rome is Terroni, which is a derogatory term for South Italians. It's the Moors, by the way. Not black. Terroni's a bad word. Sud people. Swarthy, right? Yeah, swarthy.
Is it? Is it a fascist party?
No, assolutamente no.
But there is a direct line from the Italian social movement, which was founded by supporters of Mussolini's fascism. Both you and Miss Meloni were members of the Italian social movement. How do you explain that?
Io sono stato parte dell'MSI come Giorgia Meloni. Secondo me agli italiani non interessa questo aspetto, è più un aspetto che riguarda una certa sinistra che cerca di recuperare consenso dopo averlo perso in maniera evidente. No, questo problema non c'è.
If Giorgia Meloni and the Brothers of Italy are going to face a serious challenge in this election, it's going to come from the Democratic Party, the country's main leftist party. But its leader, Enrico Letta, has said that he wants to continue the previous government's program. While many Italians are unhappy with the status quo,
Noi abbiamo un appuntamento con la storia di questo paese. L'appuntamento con la storia di questo paese è quello di rovesciare i pronostici, di cambiare il senso dei sondaggi. L'Italia democratica di progresso, progressista, europeista ed ecologista che vuole cambiare la storia di questo paese.
Italy's next.
There's something really funny about people who are like, we hate the status quo, so we're just going to do the most like status quo defending right-wing thing that you can do. In a country that is like going further and further right, we're just going to accelerate that as though that is somehow against the status quo. You're just reinforcing the same like hierarchy, but with a stronger fucking grip of power. So dumb. So incredibly fucking stupid and annoying.
This government will face serious challenges in the form of rising debt and soaring energy prices. Letta is hoping that voters will still have faith in the more established politicians to navigate them through these crises.
Many Italians we've spoken to say they want change. What are you offering them that's different?
We want to continue what we did. It is the point of departure, but then we have to develop it and we have to continue on other issues, social issues, fight against climate change, individual rights.
What does it say about the left in Italy today that it's expected to lose an election to a party with roots in this country's fascist history?
We have to talk with young people. We have to talk with them. We have to convince them to avoid this destiny. Of course, the past also plays a role, but I'm mostly worried about what they want to do today, because if they want to change the role of Italy, the destiny of Italy, putting Italy aside with Orban, with Putin, Bolsonaro, Trump, it is not my Italy.
The word fascism gets thrown around a lot in Italian politics. Is it fair to call Meloni a fascist or a supporter of fascism?
Di origine fascista? Certamente sì, non lo negano neanche loro. 25 anni fa, non 100 anni fa, ma 25 anni fa, una giovanissima Giorgia Meloni diceva che Mussolini era un buon politico. Quindi diciamo più che la questione del passato, in cui sono certa che Giorgia Meloni troverà le parole per convincerci di aver fatto passare il passato. Il problema che si porrà è per il futuro.
So is there any risk of fascism or something resembling fascism returning to Italy?
Non c'è alcun rischio che torni il regime di Benito Mussolini.
Why not take a deal with no ads? Oh, fuck, man. They were totally offering that. Why didn't I think of that? That's it. I'm firing my management. Davidos 11221 is my new manager now. Thank you. Dude, why didn't I think of that, guys? Fuck. Thank you, though. Thank you for the suggestion.
Sarebbe ridicolo pensarlo, ma l'autoritarismo può avere dei volti diversi. Quindi il tema è la spinta autoritaria che si può creare in questo paese. Faccio un esempio concreto. Secondo, se Giorgia Meloni vincerà molto bene, potrebbe avere i voti per fare da sola e senza il concorso delle opposizioni alcune riforme costituzionali importanti, come il presidenzialismo. Il presidenzialismo non è una bestemmia, è una forma di Stato che c'è in vari paesi. Il tema è farlo in un paese che ha un passato autoritario importante e farlo senza il concorso delle opposizioni. È un fenomeno tipico di quando si vive una crisi economica e quando le persone si sentono insicure vanno a cercare un uomo forte. In questo caso è una donna forte.
I'm Michael Lermont.
Here in northern Italy, there are some very rich families that got their fortune by snitching partisan positions to Nazis and fascists during World War II. Many of their kids and nephews still defend their ancestors' actions, and many of them are openly fascist. Not very surprising. Do people still not know Twitch forces ads on basically every streamer? Yeah. Do we have more? I kind of want to talk more about Italy. Is there like a Vox one too? Maybe like a Vox explainer? Let's see. I mean, there was like a Rise of Italian Right video from last year.
We are seeing in Italy a descent towards fascism.
If there's one thing the far right seems to be good at, it's elevating middle-aged men who see themselves as tough guys and love the sound of their own voices.
We're building the wall, believe me.
You all laughed at me. You're not laughing now, are you?
In Italy, the birthplace of modern fascism, this has led to one of the country's most influential politicians being accused of inciting serious violence.
Essentially hunting out African migrants.
And facing actual kidnapping charges.
What do you say to people who call you a racist?
No. No, we just want to live in peace.
My name's Tim Hume, and I cover the far right in Europe. I've reported from Italy, where a populist politician's scaremongering over immigration unleashed a wave of anti-black racism. In February 2018, Luca Traini, a 28-year-old Italian neo-Nazi, went on a 2-hour shooting rampage through the city of Macerata. He deliberately targeted people of African descent, seriously wounding 6 people. Traini made a fascist salute before he was arrested. When police searched his home, they found a copy of Hitler's Mein Kampf and other extreme right material. Traini reportedly told investigators that he had decided to kill them all, referring to African migrants.
The act that was thought to be in retaliation for the arrest of a Nigerian man last week in connection with the murder of an Italian woman.
Traini was clearly a hate-filled extremist, but his crimes didn't happen in a vacuum. Many saw a clear link between the shootings and the intensely anti-migrant climate that had been whipped up by right-wing parties during the ongoing election campaign. In particular, they pointed to the loudest of these voices, Matteo Salvini, a brash former talk radio host and the leader of the right-wing populist Lega party. The same party, as it happens, that the Macerata gunman had previously stood for as a local candidate. Seeking to capitalize on growing concern in Italy over illegal immigration from across the Mediterranean, Salvini campaigned on a hardline Italians First platform.
Prima gli italiani. Prima gli italiani. Prima gli italiani.
He vowed to close Italy's borders to illegal immigration and repeatedly highlighted crimes by migrants, including the murder that had motivated the gunman in Macerata to carry out his rampage.
He had been on the campaign trail from 2016 to the elections in 2018, and the climate changed. There was a climate of hostility towards migrants, which in 2017 became explicit. Daylight physical aggression, some of them armed, against migrants and people from migrant background.
The relationship between Italy and migrants of African origin, so visible minorities, is a very complex one. First of all, because historically already, historical fascism was instrumentalizing a lot this fear about the black man.
Salvini relentlessly demonized illegal immigrants, labeling them as thieves, rapists, and drug dealers.
It's very funny to hear in the country that invented mafia, to hear that the migrants commit crime.
He said immigrants had turned the country into a huge refugee camp and vowed to deport those there illegally in their hundreds of thousands.
Of course, all those people who maybe before had to hide their racist prejudice or their thinking that they don't want foreigners, now they can claim it. And, I mean, if Mr. Salvini says it in television, why can't I say it in the street?
But despite warnings that Salvini was unleashing dangerous forces in society, his campaign worked. In 2018, Salvini won the influential role of Interior Minister.
Italy's new interior minister used hardline rhetoric to fire up the voters. Now some fear that in power it could lead to a return to some of the darkest days of Italian history.
He was even bold enough to brazenly flirt with the legacy of Italy's fascist past, specifically its most notorious strongman, Benito Mussolini. In 2018, on the anniversary of Mussolini's birth, he tweeted a message to his critics that echoed one of the dictator's famous quotes, writing, "So many enemies, so much honor."
No one really fears that fascism can take over, in the sense fascism in the historical forms that we knew. But there is a shared fear about the hollowing out of the principles of liberal democracy.
Quando mi danno del sovranista e del populista mi fanno solo dei complimenti.
Rabid anti-fascism that we're seeing today, he said, against a fascism that no longer exists, is nothing more than a deliberate distraction on the part of the establishment.
Once in power, Salvini didn't let up, issuing taunting threats to migrants at huge rallies and introducing tough new rules on migration. During the European migration crisis, charities started sending out rescue ships to save migrants on unseaworthy boats from drowning in the Mediterranean. Salvini waged a relentless campaign to stop these boats bringing rescued migrants to Italy.
Interior Minister Matteo Salvini says it's a matter of national security.
Le ONG sono un problema e aiutano I trafficanti di esseri umani.
In August 2019,
so different than what you normally get from, Americans. By the way, there's a person that literally streams on this platform time to time that unironically participated with a far-right fascist movement in trying to stop these migrants from coming into Italy. Her name is Lauren Southern.
a boat saved more than 100 migrants and asked to dock in Italy in accordance with maritime law. But Salvini refused. Migrants, including unaccompanied children, were trapped on board for nearly 3 weeks in deteriorating conditions. Salvini is now facing kidnapping charges for his orders that trapped the rescued migrants on the ship against their will. But he's remained completely unrepentant. He insists that he's not a criminal or a racist, but simply a true patriot, defending his country against illegal immigration.
He has flaunted his everyman image on social media while all but shutting Italy's doors to migrants.
But black people throughout Italy say his inflammatory rhetoric unleashed an unprecedented wave of racism and hostility towards them, regardless of their immigration status.
There's a climate of legitimate.
I love how easy it is for like a racist, fascist, wannabe piece of shit to just like avoid the racism allegations by just being like, no, I'm a patriot. And everyone was like, all right, I guess he's a patriot. He said it.
Open, uncontrolled, stigmatizing, name calling of migrants and so on. There was a climate of a kind of legitimized public expression of hate.
I went to Milan in 2018 to speak to black Italians about the radically changed racial climate in their country. Time and again, they told me that Salvini's anti-migrant campaigning was to blame for mainstreaming racist hate against people of African descent. They say it emboldened people to publicly express bigoted views, insults, and even attack them in a way they'd rarely experienced before.
Migrants are not dangerous. Migrants are in danger. And we have everyday cases of people walking in the street and seeing a migrant and attacking him.
In some of the attacks on black people, the attackers even invoked Salvini by name, reportedly telling the victims, "This is Salvini's country." Salvini also drew support from far-right fringe groups like Casa Pound, a fascist movement whose members have attacked minorities.
Dobbiamo far sostituire dalla massa di immigrati che sta arrivando dall'Africa.
Casa Pound and other fascist groups like Forza Nuova were massively emboldened by Salvini's rise to power as he took their brand of xenophobic politics to an entirely new level. And experts say that Salvini's hardline anti-migrant rhetoric has shifted Italian politics to the right on matters like immigration.
Or these neo-Nazis group, neo-fascist group, started using migrants.
I have another Hillary Clinton take here. Hillary Clinton, Europe must curb immigration to stop right-wing populists. Hillary Clinton also, of course, famously said that this is a girl boss. The new prime minister of Italy is a girl boss. So yeah. Think about that.
As I would say, electoral fuel.
The major impact of the far right in Italy has been to radicalize the position of more mainstream parties on issues like immigration and security.
Salvini's popularity has built steadily over the 14 months.
Salvini tried to exploit his party's soaring strength in the polls to trigger a snap election and become prime minister. The gambit failed. But while Salvini is no longer a powerful government minister, his party continues to top the polls, and he clearly covets the country's top job as much as ever. For Black Italians, the fear is that as soon as he returns to campaign mode, it will send another wave of racism surging their way.
The impact that it had on public opinion and public debates will not be washed out. And this is what happens very often with far-right campaigns. They lose in practical terms, and in this case, in front of the justice, but they leave a strong cultural legacy.
There you go. Throw back the fascists on Sears, Seaman,
How many
Italy.
people online?
I think, how many chat? I don't fucking know. I think 7K maybe. 6K.
Oh, sei K.
7.
Io cane?
7K, I think.
Tempo.
Yeah.
Mica 6.000. Viva
What's
il
up?
Duce.
How you doing?
Viva il Duce.
Chilling.
Yeah.
Is here?
Can sit down. Remember, viva il Duce.
True.
Viva il Duce.
Viva la Bam.
Viva il Duce. No, la Bam. Viva il Duce.
Andy Milonakis doesn't understand what this fucking kid is saying. Is it true? Viva la Bam. He goes, no. Il Duce. That's like saying long live Hitler, by the way. You go to Germany and having someone be saying that. Il Duce is Mussolini, for those of you who don't know. Saying long live Il Duce, Mussolini. He's basically Sig Heil.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. Oh, we need some more room.
We can ask for more charge. Sit down, sit down.
Okay.
Sit down.
Andy, after you.
All right.
That's all the computer. So that way you can stream on the internet.
Oh, when we come to LA or to Crete.
Or New York.
Or oh no, sorry, you're not from LA.
I lived in LA for a very long time.
I got confused.
Yeah, it's all good. I lived in LA for a very long time.
Yeah? What part of LA?
Everywhere. I went Hollywood Hills.
Yeah. Oh, also. This is Mussolini's granddaughter, Alessandra Mussolini. Runs in the family, I guess. So she's an 80s weeb. Just like Meloni is a, newer age weeb. So that's where we're at. Matthew Hasan did a decent segment on this a few weeks ago.
Talking about a politician
Okay,
on the
this is
right
the last thing we're going to
should all
watch
be worried about.
before we move on to American news.
A brushed off accusations of fascism while dabbling in the Great Replacement theory. A politician who wants, quote, secure borders because of dangerous Muslim immigrants, who has minimized the threat from COVID and cast doubt on COVID vaccines, and who wants a return to the traditional family free from the influence of so-called LGBTQ lobbies and the evil influence of Disney. No, I'm not talking about Donald Trump or Marjorie Taylor Greene or even Ron DeSantis. I'm talking about Giorgia Meloni. Giorgia who? Giorgia Meloni, leader of the far-right Brothers of Italy party. She's in the final weeks of campaigning ahead of Italy's elections later this month, and she is poised to become Italy's first woman prime minister and its first far-right leader since Benito Mussolini himself. It would be unprecedented in modern times for a Western European country and close ally of the United States to have a leader that right-wing from a party with fascist roots, no less. But Meloni says there's nothing to worry about. Take a listen.
I am Giorgia Meloni, I am 45 years old, and I am the president of Fratelli d'Italia, the political party of Italian conservatives. 4 days I have been reading articles in the international press about the upcoming elections that will give Italy a new government, in which I am described as a danger to democracy, to Italian, European, and international stability.
Meloni claims she's not a fascist, but the connection is too close for comfort. First of all, fascism was born in Italy when Mussolini coined the term a century ago, and Meloni's party is a direct descendant of the Italian social movement, a group formed after the Second World War by Mussolini's allies. The flame logo used by Meloni's party today even used to be the symbol of the Italian social movement. As a 19-year-old activist, she even said, quote, Mussolini was a good politician in that everything he did for Italy. Maybe it's not fair to take her to task for something she said 20 years ago. But Benito Mussolini's own granddaughter is currently a member of Meloni's Brothers of Italy party. Meloni herself has praised a member of Mussolini's government. And if these fascist roots aren't enough to scare you, just take a look at her policies. She's extremely anti-immigration, proposing a border wall-esque naval blockade to stop North Africans from entering the country. And she's got a great Tucker Carlson impression, echoing his oft-espoused Great Replacement theory by labeling illegal immigration as, quote, ethnic substitution. Meloni also opposes adoption by same-sex couples and has slammed Disney for having gay characters in Frozen 2. And her party also has a...
the big stuff, dude. Hitting all the important highlights, the important high notes. It's like a racism jubilee, dude. It's like a fucking fail-son right-wing jubilee of all the worst ideas you could put together.
History of limiting access to abortion. Oh, and here she is on stage with her admirer, Steve Bannon. Yes, that's Steve Bannon. So you might be thinking, America...
This is why being a leftist grifter is an idiotic concept, okay? Because every single one of those grifters who were supposedly on the left are now running with the fucking communism MAGA shit, okay? MAGA communism shit. Because it's infinitely easier to just lean on the right-wing slant that contemporary hegemonic power has. Why the fuck would you go against that? Why would you ever go against the hierarchy that already exists? That's precisely why a lot of these guys start off as like left-wing populists who straight up are just, doing the exact same thing that Hitler and Mussolini both did historically.
America's going fascist, I'm going to move to Europe.
Wait, I didn't think MAGA communism had legs. It doesn't. It's just it's a meme at this point. But I'm just saying that, like, that's what motherfuckers do.
Europe to get away from it all. Well, Italy, where fascism began, they're trending fascist too. But it's not just Italy. There's France, where, remember, Marine Le Pen made it to the final 2 presidential runoff in April and seems to inch closer to power every few years. Okay, so no France, no Italy.
Here's the thing. During World War II, given the means of production and the way that commodities were produced were done mainly inside of factories as a consequence of the Industrial Revolution, there was ripe ground for revolutionary rhetoric, revolutionary standpoint, and there were trade unionists and communists and socialists all around the fucking world. You had the USSR on the one side, and even in the United States of America, you had a viable communist and socialist movement. Okay? Yes, America was still fighting actively against it, but ultimately there was way more. There was way more leftist activity. You got Eugene Debs, you have democratic socialism, you have trade unionists, you have communists that are genuinely influencing, right? Genuinely influencing the American government. The New Deal is a product of these influences. And it's not even an influence, it's like militant labor unions, okay? Labor militancy. So you have all of this, but now in the aftermath of the Cold War's end and the dissolution of the USSR, none of these influences exist. Our commodity production is no longer, it's completely been outsourced to the third world. Most Americans and most Westerners are a part of the labor aristocracy. They themselves are in like, service industry jobs. If they're working class, for the most part, they're not doing they're doing, white collar office work for the most part as well, crunching numbers and shit. So you don't even have the counter pressures that allowed the Allies to win World War II. You don't have that. The only thing you have is like maybe some semblance of a it's hard to even consider them to be like legitimately socialist or communist, but you have like the CCP, and that's pretty much it. And they're aligned with, again, a hyper-capitalist kleptocracy like Russia. So you don't even have any of those similar, like battle lines to draw from, because capitalism is the global economic organization of society. That's pretty much it. You're done. You got nothing else. Okay? None of the big world powers are even remotely on the side of communism, because they are internally fighting battles against communism and socialism and trade unionists. So this time around, when a fascist wave runs through, you, one, do not have the same material realities, okay, that are ripe for revolutionary activity, okay, because you don't have people recognizing their class position. Okay, the class solidarity is only seen by billionaires and millionaires and those who own capital, the bourgeois, and even the petite bourgeoisie, aligned with the lumpenproles. You rarely ever see that kind of class acknowledgement from the working class. They do not recognize the exploitation that they're existing under. They only see the externalities. They only recognize some of the contradictions, but they have no way of actually adequately calling it out as it is. Okay. And on top of that, you have no mechanism to push back against that in Western nations, because all matter of leftist movements and all matter of leftist institutions have been eroded, neutered, are powerless, ineffective. Neoliberal capitalism has created conditions for an actually successful international fascist movement to thrive now. Okay? That's it. So unlike the World War II era and the lead up to the World War II era, the post-industrial revolution existence, we don't even have any kind of willingness to fight. We don't even have any kind of willingness to even recognize what is happening. That's why we're in this fucking stranglehold of like neoliberal capitalists slowly but surely going further and further to the right, making concessions to the right out of They're pre-existing fears that the left might take root, and that would be terrifying for the capital owners. So they can't do that. They will never back the left, and therefore are making concessions to the right. And that's why we are seeing this slow creeping drive towards fascism, but instead, not even like a slow creeping drive at this point. If you look at places like Italy, straight up, bouldering towards fascism.
But what about lovely, quiet, progressive Scandinavia? Well, more bad news, I'm afraid, for those of us concerned about the global rise of neo-fascism. Check out.
What is this?
Not the bidet menace. Yeah, I was kind of disappointed in Hasan's house. I'd heard so much about this being like the $1 billion house or whatever it was, the drama he got into, and I was like, that's sick, but like, where's the bidet? There was no bidet.
That's a lie. He literally came into my house and he was like, this is crazy. Like, this house is insane. And I think part of that is because, like, he's not used to big houses because, he's in Japan. And also every bathroom in my house has a bidet except for, like, two. One bathroom in my house doesn't have a bidet.
So that was kind of not the bidet menace.
Out Sweden, where a party with neo-Nazi origins, the confusingly named Sweden Democrats, surprised everyone in Sunday's election. It's still too close to call, but they've won more than 20% of the vote and could become Sweden's biggest party. Have a listen.
Wait, what? Matt Gaetz only draws 6 viewers to his inaugural Twitch stream. Wait, he went live? The congressman's chat was filled with vulgar ASCII images left by detractors. Oh my fucking Lord, dude. You got to give me that. Wow, that's fucking awesome. This dummy thought that he could like promote it by quote tweeting me. Anyway, let's finish this.
Listen to the party's leader celebrate its success.
Det är 12 år sedan. Då kom vi in i riksdagen. Jag tror vi fick 5,7% till slut. Just nu har vi 20,7%.
Okay, sure. Jimmy Åkesson, leader of the party, might not look that threatening, but the party he leads, the Sweden Democrats, have a dark history similar to that of Giorgia Meloni and the Brothers of Italy. Although the party has denounced neo-Nazism in 2009, Åkesson wrote that Muslim immigration to Sweden was our biggest foreign threat since the Second World War. Just last month, the party's legal spokesman tweeted, "Welcome aboard with a one-way ticket, next stop Kabul," along with a photo of the Sweden Democrats' Repatriation Express. Charming. After welcoming millions of immigrants and 500,000 asylum seekers, Sweden became one of the most multicultural European countries in recent decades. And so perhaps predictably, xenophobia, combined with a rise in shootings and violent crime, have allowed the anti-immigrant, nativist, far-right agenda of the Sweden Democrats to take hold. And some local Swedes are worried too.
I don't like their tone, how they talk about integration and immigration and stuff, and I don't like their approach to it, basically. And I'm scared that they are like shifting the whole parties and every party to the right.
I think it's disgraceful. It's nothing that I think Sweden want to be like. If I make a parallel to what happened in the US, when Trump got into power, everyone thought that it was something really incredible, couldn't ever happen here, but now it is, and it feels very strange.
Anti-immigrant sentiment, rising crime, rising food costs, and surging energy prices from the war in Ukraine. Is it possible to pinpoint what exactly is driving this worryingly far-right movement across America? But the truth is, we in America are not alone.
America's greatest brain rot export is brain rot. True. Except you have to understand, a lot of these countries have either successful, like Italy, or unsuccessful movements with fascism in the past. So, like, I know I love shitting on, I love personally shitting on, like, America and how much America has to do with like rising tides of fascism all around the world. But like when we're talking about fucking Italy, they kind of invented it. You know what I mean? Like this is one of the very few instances where like they kind of fucking invented that shit. You know what I mean? Like I hate to be, you know, yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, like pro-America here for a second, and America personally did, in the aftermath of World War II as a consequence of the Cold War, play a role in maintaining fascist control, or at least like maintaining fascism as a counterweight towards the growing momentum of communist and trade unionist movements. However, like they certainly know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean?
Fascism, whether semi or not, is a global problem.
Okay. Matt Gaetz only draws 6 viewers to his inaugural Twitch stream. The Vice article the other day was much more hilarious, but NSFW, they had screenshots of the ASCII dick pics. My favorite, a commenter posting, thanks, Matt, for improving highway safety for children. Everybody Google Matt Gaetz minor traffic for details. That's funny. I mean, it kind of sucks, though, that there was a prosecutor who decided to drop that case, but... Mussolini being remembered as the guy who kept trains running on time, years divorced from World War II, and people remembering Bush as a wholesome old guy who hangs with Obama and paints pictures that has the same energy. People really don't learn through history repeats. Yeah. Feels bad, man. Matt Gaetz joined Twitch. It did not go well. Gaetz' stream setup looked like a boomer auctioneer turned sportscaster with clunky headphones and a true amateur gamer style. Betty joined with a headset and lagging internet connection. The live part of the stream barely attracted notice, peaking at a mere 6 viewers. And then Gaetz went offline. That's when the digital dick pics started. It's common for streamers who leave their chat rooms open to let their community flourish while they're offline. Moderation is usually light and typically done through blacklisting certain words and slurs. But this was clearly a bad idea for Gaetz. The messages started flooding in with users who go by literally just vibing here, saying, hey, fucking bitch, Matt, what's up, dumb fuck, you dumbass imbecile? Wait, let's see, literally just vibing here. This Matt Gaetz is a Hasanabi chatter. Let's see if literally just vibing here is as well. No, he's not. Interesting. Then more creative trolls rolled in to Gaetz' chat and began to type in ASCII art. At one point, ASCII Among Us character with a penis scrolled on screen. And then some Pepe the Frog with cock written underneath it by ASCII Shrek. Let's take a look at Zero. Oh no. What? That's unacceptable that our chatters would make an appearance here. Good question. The chat also targeted subjects directly tied to Gaetz, who has been under investigation for child sex trafficking and having sex with a minor. ASCII posts like Gaetz is a pedo trickled through the chat. As well as some that said, Matt, PogChamp, Gaetz, PogChamp, Traffics, PogChamp, Miners, PogChamp. PogChamp is arguably Twitch's most popular emote, and a comment saying, in internet and gaming culture, usually denotes a moment that's exciting, thrilling, or clutch. But it can also be used sarcastically when people want to troll or make fun of a streamer for doing something bad. There's a massive cock there. There's another Among Us cock there. I'm not going to show you the ASCII penises. A new ASCII penis or similar type of art sprang into chat every few seconds on Thursday afternoon. ASCII dick pics and the bashing of Congressman continued for hours after the stream went offline and continued relentlessly into the morning with everything more sarcastic. PogChamps, the resident sleepers, used when a chat deems a streamer is boring and putting the audience to sleep. Many of the users and streamers in Gaetz' chat were seemingly subs or hyper-dedicated fans who pay money to a streamer monthly of the leftist bastion streamer Hasan Piker. Whoa! Hold on now! How dare you Stay Frosty 1-1. These are, some of them have alts. I'm going to get banned off this platform now. See, this guy's not in my chat. Fuck! They are big fans of Matt Gaetz and myself because they want to see both sides of the political spectrum. They want to see all sides of the political spectrum. I am a centrist political commentator, as you all know. Famously, I like to take the center road on issues, and I always say, hold up. I am not brigading a smaller streamer. I'm not sending hate raids to a smaller streamer. I am certainly not doing that. I'm just a centrist. And these guys are in the center. Who's to say that he hasn't been 23 months? Who's to say that this 23-month subscriber hasn't actually been hate subscribing? Huh? Maybe they're subscribing because they hate me. And you know, and because they want to hate more effectively at the top of the hour. You know what I mean? When there's a 60-second ad break. And this guy for 23 months has been subscribing because he's like, oh, man, I love watching the Hasanabi broadcast uninterrupted, okay? For an ad-free experience, I subscribe because I want to make sure that, like, I can hate as hard as I can even at the top of the hour, right? Very disappointed in some of the subscribers in this community. But also, you can subscribe if you no longer want to see the top of the hour ad breaks, by the way, which come at the top of the hour every hour. Yeah, he got fucking 4 views, dude. 4 viewer average. Hours watched 4. Peak viewers 6. Average viewers 4. Airtime 55 minutes. Really successful operation for Matt. Sharp him, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads as well. Maybe he was a gifted sub recipient. You know, here's the 1 minute ad break now, by the way. This is clearly what we needed on the platform, Piker sarcastically tweeted in response to Gates' announcement. I agree, Gates tweeted in response. Thanks for tuning in, Hasan the Hun. Don't forget to subscribe. Piker, one of the most popular streamers on the platform, regularly streams political commentary, changed his name to Gates Pedo FBI Investigation on Twitter. At the time of this writing, was still visible on the congressman's official account. To keep the drama going, the congressman seemingly slithered into Piker's chat during a live stream Thursday to simply type, America first is inevitable. U.S. and MAGA in a rebuttal to the streamer's tweet. One of his staffers is going buck wild, Piker said on Thursday during the beef. I love our wonderful little platform, man. Hindsight is 2020, but it was probably a bad idea for Gates to announce his Twitch channel only one day after an investigation by Bloomberg exposed how child predators can use the platform to track down kids who are streaming. Nobody wants their sex trafficking bitch ass on Twitch. The past week has been a tumultuous one for the platform, starting with a controversy over gambling streamers, which Twitch has in turn banned, and ending with sexual assault allegations between streamers, according to the internet culture site Kotaku. There you go. Abi ama yine Kemal'in yayına geldi ya. Salmıyor Kemal'i bir şey de. Ne diyeceğim abi? Devam. Helal. Helal olsun. Beline kuvvet. Beline kuvvet. Türkler. Gördüm o klipleri internette. It's funny as fuck because I saw those clips. Yes.
I don't know about that. I think you can.
Ama bir şey diyeceğim. Bunu kesin oynayamayız NA'de çünkü. Net oynayamayız.
Oynayabiliyor ama ping oluyor.
Evet işte yani çok pingli.
Valorant gibi değil.
Abi adam FIFA oynuyor. He's playing FIFA, bro. What do you mean? That retweet is still there. The social manager is asleep. Yeah. Hasan abim, Akıncı Kuvvetler yine başladı. Ama da 20K izleniyor diye Kemal'in yayından çıkmıyor. No. Amaranth. Oh my God, I'm saying it in the Turkish way. Amaranth knows that she has a lot of fans in Turkey. Okay, so she's gonna keep, she loves her fans. Abi Kemal'le drama çıkar mı? Ne draması çıkacak abi? Helal olsun. The Turks are so funny because they're now saying like, damn, Amaranth is up our boys' ass, okay, they chill, okay? Hemen götünüze girdi ha. Hemen götünüz kalktı lan. Türkler. Ne oldu? Tövbe tövbe. Heriflere bak abi. Kız 2 kere arıyor. Hemen şey oldunuz yani. Abi bizim DC'den çıkmıyor bu kız. Takılın abi, takılın. Okay. No, they're joking because they're saying like she's always in our Discord, man. I don't know what's going on. İyi çalıyorla kurtar amına koyun bizi. Müptelası olur TR erkeğinin. Az siktir lan. Oh Jesus Christ. Oğlum. Amurant Türk streamine gittiği zaman Amurant nasıl biliyor musun? Şey gibi Texas'ta böyle yere vuruyorlar. Şey çıkıyor ya, petrol çıkıyor ya yerden. Aynen onun gibi amına koyayım. Buldu işte. Damarı buldu, giriyor amına koyayım. Farkında bile değilsiniz. Ameleler. Anyway, I'm saying she hit the vein. She found the vein like a Texan oil prospector in the Turkish community. So now the Turks are just like, oh man, yeah, get her out of here. Get her out of here, man. Bizde Türk lirası var. Ha evet. Bende de var. Al bak, al Türk lirası. Yapma ya. Ne yapacaksın abi? Bir dolarlık subscription mı yapacaksın abi? Yapma ya. Komik değil. Biraz üstü. More Valo content with you and Amaranth from the other day.
Şunu söyleyeyim kardeşim, gerçekten tüm global olarak Twitch'te
Okay, I'm going to take a quick break here because every Turkish... Okay, this is 32 minutes long. I'm not watching that. That's crazy. Hold on.
Şunu söyleyeyim kardeşim, gerçekten tüm global olarak Twitch'te amolog olarak tanındın artık.
Send it to my DM.
I send you.
Büyük bir amolog oldu.
Farkında mısınız bilmiyorum
I
ama.
don't know if you're aware, but I'm only added her as a friend. Literally, they're never gonna stop. Every Turk that's watching right now is like, oh, bacımız. I will carry. Amurant carry. I carry. Türkler öğrenin bak, bu lafı öğrenin. Amurant, I will carry.
Did you see my name?
Which name is it am I looking for?
Sercan, şunu söyleyeyim kardeşim, gerçekten tüm global olarak Twitch'te amolog olarak tanındın artık.
Bizden izleyici alsa ne olacak amına koyayım, sub 50 cent gelecek. Dibine kadar düştüm, sen de vurma aga, vururum. What is this? Some cool artwork from the Played Up stream? There's a lot of meat on them bones. Whoa, what the fuck? This is sick. This was fire. Version without the chefs. More clips from that ammo stream. That's a retweet. Abone oldum, prim aboneliymiş. Amına koyayım. Bro, her entire chat is going crazy. I'm assuming she doesn't speak Turkish but does understand it. No, man. No, it's a meme. Amaranth has a outsized Turkish community because it's banned in Turkey. So it's always been a meme that I've also played a role in, advancing, saying that, like, she's the #1 Turkish streamer. She's the #1 Turkish streamer. Ya rüyalarım daha mantıklı, ortama bak amına koyayım. Sandım abone oldum. Rüyalarım prim aboneliğimmiş. If Amaranth's so popular in Turkey because porn is banned there, why aren't you just as popular there? Because I speak English. And Amaranth, you don't really need to speak English. You don't need to really speak English to understand Amaranth's content. She's international adjacent that way. Do you know what I mean? But for me, you need to have an understanding of politics. Like, for my content, you need to at least have some understanding of politics. You need to also understand English a little bit. You know what I mean? She speaks the language of love. Exactly. Your Turkish laugh hits it different and it's kind of swarthy.
Texas'ta böyle yere vuruyorlar. Şey çıkıyor ya, petrol çıkıyor ya yerden. Aynen onun gibi amına koyayım. Buldu işte. Damarı buldu, giriyor amına koyayım. Farkında bile değilsiniz. Ameleler.
All right, bro? You good, bro? You good? We're going to watch Kanye West in a second. But before that, let's get back to Steven Crowder, or should we just move on from the Italian shit? I think. All right, let's watch.
We want to get right to Hurricane Ian. The storm is gaining strength. It's on track to become a major Category 3 hurricane by tonight. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis called up the National Guard, declared a state of emergency for the entire state.
Yeah, a lot of folks bracing for dangerous storm surges. The National Hurricane Center is forecasting storm surge of 8 feet in Tampa. Of course, that would create major flooding in that city.
We have team coverage starting with Ginger, who is tracking the very latest on where the storm is right now and when it could make landfall. Good morning, Ginger.
Good morning. Amy, this storm is a Cat 1 just southwest of Grand Cayman, but this is going to make for an extremely long week for the state of Florida. I'll explain here. So this storm, again, going to rapidly intensify through tonight, should become a Cat 3, eventually a Cat 4. It is entering those 85 to 90 plus degree waters, plenty of fuel. The hurricane watch extends all the way to Tampa Bay, St. Pete, Sarasota.
We are gonna do Bolsonaro in a second. The John Oliver Bolsonaro in a little bit.
Naples and Fort Myers in a tropical storm watch. Look at the cone. It's wide still, because we're talking about 5 days from now, the potential for impacts from the Panhandle through the Big Bend all the way down to Fort Myers. Cedar Key is where the track takes it right now. This is a really bad situation for Tampa Bay, and here's why. The water is going to be pushed for days toward the coast. That ends up filling the bay, filling the other waterways, and adding up to big-time storm surge. Storm surge watches are already in from Key West up through Tampa, including there St. Pete, Sarasota, TJ. 5 to 8 feet could be terminal for some places. We will be updating it as we go through the week, because this is Wednesday through Friday, major impacts.
Ginger, we thank you so much, and so much emphasis there on Tampa, and that is where our Rob Marciano is on the ground there. And Rob, people are being told they need to be getting out of there.
For sure, and I can tell you this, TJ, this morning you can sense the gears changing. You can sense preparations ramping up with Hurricane Ian, excuse me, less than 700 miles away, and that track shifting a little bit this way. They have now closed some of the schools to be opened as public shelters beginning tonight. But people have been preparing all weekend long. They've been buying supplies, water, plywood, food, of course, and filling sandbags. For the most part, it's been pretty orderly, but I sense there'll be a little bit more in the way of urgency today. You can see downtown behind me. Ginger kind of alluded to this. We've got the river and the bay colliding here, very susceptible to storm surges. This is a major U.S. city, and anything over 8, 9 feet will flood the city, and that includes the main hospital and trauma center here. I talked to the mayor yesterday, and she said they are prepared for whatever Ian brings, but she reminded me it's been over 100 years since this city has seen a direct hit. So regardless of the track, Tampa Bay will be put to the test this week. George?
Okay, Rob, thanks. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live.
Meantime, there are now fewer than 45 days until the midterm elections in November, and that will decide which party controls Congress. According to the latest CBS News YouGov Battleground Tracker, the estimates still hold that Republicans are going to win a majority, but their margin continues to shrink. The newest estimate shows them taking 223 seats. That is down from August's projection, but it still puts them over the 218 needed to win control. CBS News Elections and Surveys Director Anthony Salvanto is here. Anthony, good morning to you.
Good morning.
This is a big shift if you go back even to July. Why is the margin for Republicans shrinking?
It is shrinking largely because of the abortion issue. And that speaks to what is this a campaign about. Let me set this up. Among women, to get your vote, a candidate has to agree with you on abortion is the top thing. It's even higher than the economy. That's number one. And then you look at, well, who's winning the votes of people that think abortion is important? And they're breaking Democratic, and increasingly so, Tony, over the last month. Now, set that up against the people who say the economy is important. They're still breaking towards the Republicans. And that's really big. And that's why the Republicans still have the lead. But the abortion issue is why it's gotten tighter.
Abortion is a rights issue for Democrats, but there are rights issues on the Republican side as well, are there not?
There are indeed.
Like
and in
what?
fact, let me show you this. When we ask people, what do you think is at stake here? It's your rights and freedoms that goes to the top, even more so than your financial well-being.
Like what?
So for both sides, you see this like escalation of what the stakes are in this campaign.
Rights and freedoms for Americans. There's also this question of who gets to be an American. We've got all these encounters
Just
on the
rights
southern
and
border,
freedoms.
and Republicans want to make an issue out of immigration. Is that having an effect on the race?
Yeah, it is. Start with this.
Just
Among
broad
Republicans.
Just broad rights, freedoms, that sort of thing. You know what I mean? Just broad, a broader context. The right to post on Twitter, yep, that too.
And in their base, this is important because this is a turnout election, right? You want to motivate your base. Well, Republicans really like the idea of Republican governors sending immigrants to Democratic areas. That's just 87%. And then they think it's good because it puts the issue on the radar, highlights the problem, right? Well, that's doing that in some respects because you look at the people who think immigration is important in their vote, and that's gone up. It's gone up to 86% among Republicans. It's gone up to 57%, up from 50 among independents. So putting it on the radar a little bit.
All right, Anthony Salvanto, really great information. Appreciate it.
This is a rejection across.
Okay, we're skipping the Steven Crowder thing and moving
Heated
on
protest.
to Russians. Russians are fleeing their country or trying to flee their country in order to avoid conscription.
Have erupted in some of Russia's ethnic minority regions over the government's mobilization order and the war in Ukraine. Now, the video from the capital, a predominantly Muslim region of Dagestan, about 1,000 miles from Moscow, shows women arguing with police and questioning why their children are being drafted. In other confrontations, police responded with force. Arrests have been reported, and this video, the one you see there, shows officers, you can clearly see it, aggressively pushing back anti-draft demonstrators. We also saw big demonstrations at this anti-conscription rally in the far eastern Sakha Republic. That's more than 3,000 miles from Moscow. Authorities there have acknowledged some residents have been enlisted by mistake. Now, meantime, many Russians are trying to evade conscription by just fleeing the country. At the border with Georgia, hundreds of cars, I mean, look at that, have waited in line to get out of Russia. One man spoke about the challenges he faced getting through the last major Russian city before hitting that border.
Дикая коррупция в районе Владикавказа. Невероятная.
There's wild corruption in Vladikavkaz, just incredible. You need to pay police to enter Vladikavkaz. This happens through mediators, so-called fixers, who solve the issues. You pay money and get to Vladikavkaz through a checkpoint, which is said to be set up to decongest the border. So, you pay the money to get to Vladikavkaz, and then you need to pay more to get out.
We get more now from our Claire Sebastian, who is standing by for us, who's been following all this. Now, Claire, there is a clear strategy from the Kremlin, right, at work here. Recruit from the regions, from minority populations. And yet this has also proven to be a risky bet, right? It seems to be backfiring at the moment.
Yeah, Paula, I think it's fair to assume there is some strategy here. Don't forget that when President Putin returned to the presidency in 2012, he was sort of accompanied by some of the biggest protests in Russia since the fall of the Soviet Union, mostly concentrated.
Yes, I have covered the Iranian protests and the death of Amani. There haven't been any new updates since the last time I covered it, so I haven't covered it today.
In the big cities, clearly evidenced by the way he governed. Since then, he was rattled by this. So clearly they want to avoid this. They're also been cracking down on things like desertion and evading the draft. Putin signed into law amendments to the criminal code, adding penalties to those over the weekend. So they are obviously anticipating some backlash, but these ethnic minorities already dissatisfied by the fact that they feel some of their rights are being eroded by the Kremlin are now not only victim disproportionately of the mobilization, the evidence shows, but also of the chaos around the mobilization. In the Sakha Republic, which you referenced, they have, the head of the region said that many of their men have been erroneously drafted in. They don't have military experience, and he wants them returned. So that is not going to improve morale or patriotism around this. I think as to whether it will backfire, the jury's still out on that one. It's still early days. I think it seems at this point that Russia will be able to bring men to the front by force, by threat of imprisonment, by some still lingering patriotism. Don't forget, it's hard to know from these pictures just how big these protests are, but it's significant enough, for example, for the likes of Ramzan Kadyrov, the firebrand Chechen leader, Chechnya, another Russian republic formed around an ethnic minority, of course, that he took to Telegram on Sunday, sort of trying to shame men for leaving the country, saying, how can you abandon your motherland? Why don't you want to defend your state and your president? So I think there is concern, and I think this is part of the big gamble that this mobilization was for President Putin.
Yeah, and still having to capitulate even on trying to draft white-collar workers. There seems to have been some success in making sure that for now they can stay behind. Claire Sebastian, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, moving on. Fox News says things are going to... Fox News thinks they are going to send Snowden to the front lines. Yeah, Russia did the classic... Russia did the classic, like, let's do some good PR thing while in the sea of, like, awful PR that they're getting. And decided to grant Edward Snowden citizenship. And then Fox News is like comically trying to turn that into Edward Snowden's going to get drafted to fucking fight in the Ukrainian front lines. I don't think so. Yeah, it's not dissimilar. I'll tell you this much. But Dan Dangler, thank you for the 20 get the subs. It's not dissimilar to like Twitch banning gambling a day before they announced like a DraftKings partnership and also new revenue splits for its content creators. It's basically like that. A little bit of good, a little bit of bad. You know what I mean? Kemallere bak seni konuşuyorlar. Wait, what? I hear that Amaranth and Kemal are talking about me? What is this?
He has girls on his stream all the time. He's always simping for girls. And that's okay.
Why does it sound like it? Tenekeden mi konuşuyorlar amına koyayım? Nereden geliyor bu ya?
Why is he allowed to be horny but no one else? I'm sure it's fine.
Yayınlarında bile horny oluyordur. I can't even hear them from this one. Jesus Christ, it's hard to fucking understand.
Anasını sikeyim şu globaldeki dromanın göbeğinde nasıl kaldım ben ya? Gülme kız sen de artık.
By the way, this is Turkish Charlie.
Kendine says it like
This is literally Turkish Moist Critical for the record.
All Turkish dramas and now I am at the center of the global drama.
Bu ne çevirdin ya?
Is that good or bad?
Sana azgın dedi Amurant. Doğru.
Hasan
I,
abi
I need to buy one of those translators so I can understand everybody just to put in my ear.
Bak bir de diyor Hasan abi sana abaza diyor. Adama laf ettirdin. Senin Allah belanı vermesin ya.
Çok seni şikayet ettim. Oğlum Hasan abi nasıl?
Tam Türk amına koyayım sigara içiyor. Twistrim'de.
ya? Ne diyorsun ya?
Efes. Adam izliyor şu an Efes. Adam izliyor. Hasan abi I love you so much in Turkey. I'm upset. Seni ben belanı.
Mami niye İngilizce tercüme ediyorsun? Ben anlıyorum Türkçe amına koyayım. Why is he translating in English for me? I know how to speak Turkish. I know everything he said.
Yeter. Yeter.
Oğlum adam Türk. Adama
Evet,
niye
İngilizceyi
Türk? Adama
çevirme.
neden Türk şey İngilizce? Ortalık karıştı kızım. Sen de çık şu Discord'dan artık be. Bitmedin ya. Bitmedi. Bir çık artık Discord'umuzdan ya.
Bitti abla bitti bizi gelmez. Bizim TL 18. 1 dolar eşittir 18 bizde. Olmaz o.
They're saying the dollar is super overvalued against the lira after this conversation. Classic, typical Turkish memes.
Oh, it just went really quiet. Okay.
Can you do Charlie's moist meter intro except in Turkish?
Don't cry.
Discord'dakinin birinin manitası küsmüş. Yapma ya. Yok artık.
Don't cry. It's okay. It'll be okay.
Ağlama diyor. Sıkıntı yok diyor Kemal.
Bir krallığın çöküşü ama bu artık Amorant ama.
What?
Yok. Çevirme bunu çevirme.
This is Kingdom Come diyor.
Yok.
Yok.
Hmm.
TR kıskanç kız iste. Kız telefonu yüzüne kapattı çocuğun.
Erin, senin yayına çok iyi bir yayıncı gönderiyorum.
Oh, you can fix it with your girlfriend though. I feel bad. I don't want her to be jealous. There's nothing to be jealous of.
What is this?
Efendim aşkım. Yayındasın şu an hoparlörde.
Niye telefonuna bakmıyorsun?
Amo'yla konuşuyorduk ya.
Oh. This is his girlfriend. This is one of the streamers, his girlfriend. And they're literally having a live conversation. And she goes, "Why aren't you picking up your phone?" And he's like, "Oh, it's because I'm talking to Ammo."
Nasıl yani iyi sohbetler? Hayır ben çevir...
Tamam iyi bu sohbetler siz o zaman.
Nasıl yani
She says, "Okay, have a good conversation then."
iyi sohbetler? Hayır ben çevirmenlik olarak yapıyorum şeyde Discord.
And he's like, I'm not even having a conversation actually. I'm just being the translator.
Vallahi çevirmenim ya. Aşkım yemin ediyorum çevirmenlik yapıyorum. Hiçbir
My
suç-
love, I promise, I swear, I'm just only being the translator.
Suçum yok.
Aynen sen WhatsApp'a bir bak.
WhatsApp'a bakıyorum şimdi ya. Hadi
she hung up
sevgili
on
seni
him.
çok seviyorum. İyi geceler. Kapatsan kapat be.
Kemal atayım o zaman bunu.
Selamun aleyküm.
Aha ben şikayet ediyorum.
Kanka ben bu kadını banlıyorum Discord'dan.
Ben bu kadını banlıyorum.
Ya olayın...
Benim yüzümden yani problem yaşamanıza gerek yok. Ben zararsızım. Böyle olduğu için de üzüldüm falan filan dedi. Jirox da dedi ki hani benim gerçekten yuvam yıkıldı şu an dedi ve senin yüzünden dedi.
Bunların
Ben
aşklarından şey arıyor.
coin kasacağım bu arada.
He said my home has been broken now because of this. He said my home is broken. Yuvam yıkıldı. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Sercan.
Drama var hocam. Gerçek değil
Abi
oğlum.
bana bir
Salak
daralma
mısınız ya?
geldi
Ne
ya.
olursun Kemal abilerin DC'ye
benim
girip Amo'yu
muhatabı
oradan
sokmayın,
uzaklaştırırsa o
ne yapıyorsun?
petrol mevzusuyla yanına gelip
Kaçırdı ya. Allah Allah yeter.
Bütün sıkıntını çözüyorum. Hazır mısın?
Çöz Sercan'ım.
Emma, are you there?
Yes. Hello.
Rox is kicked out of the house. So he is looking at house in America.
No, he's lying. He's lying, Amo. He's lying.
Don't be jealous, Rox, please.
He's lying.
I'm here for you, please.
Evinden at.
I'm here for you.
I have a shed in the back you can live in. You can live in my shed.
No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you.
Ben de kalabilir miyim?
Oğlum bak siktirin gidin aşağıda muhabbetinizi edin lan.
Çeviriyorum.
Abicim.
Dedi ki I'm
He
translating
needs
in
a home,
Turkish.
guys. What? This is not a
Dedi
joke.
ki Jirox dedi evden atıldı. Şu anda da dedi, Amerika civarında kalacak bir yer arıyor dedi. Hani bilginiz olsun dedi. Amorant da dedi ki benim evde dedi kalabileceği ufak bir oda var.
Vikrens aşağıda bak Amorant odası kurduk. Biz şimdi FIFA'ya devam ediyoruz ya. Amorant, Sercan, Efes oraya bir şey yapar. Hani buradaki yayınları için özel bir oda, anladın mı? Hani
Ben onu
orası.
şöyle yapayım yani şu an burada çok
Yayınlar da
kalabalığız.
karışmaz,
Biraz daha
aynen.
sakinleşelim.
Şimdi FIFA içeriğine geçeceğiz falan de.
Şeyde benim İngilizcem çok iyi ben.
Damn, dude. The one love of a Turkish man that is more important than Amaranth, dude. Respect. He's literally saying he's gonna move her to a different DC group because I need to play FIFA. That's crazy. The only thing that can stop a Turkish man from having a conversation with Amaranth is playing FIFA, bro. What the fuck?
Ananı sikeceğim senin de. Asıl orospu çocuğu sensin zaten burada. Amına kodumun oğlu.
Pussy Logic Sercan Zurna.
Senin yüzünden oldu zaten bunlar başımıza geldi.
Aramızın gerçekten bozulacağını biliyordum ama o yüzden olacağını bilmiyordum.
Yok, çevirmiyorum. O kadar.
Amoloji. Aşağı sen hadi dediğimi yap. Dediğimi yap hadi.
Ne diyeyim abi?
Yeah, he's too busy playing FIFA. He's like, I can't. Lütfen Discord'a gir. Abi sen de her şeyi çevirme ve ne olur. Deme o zaman amına koyayım. Demesinler. The funniest thing is the Turks being embarrassed about what they're saying and then being like, dude, don't translate. Don't translate everything. Adam FIFA için amayı yolladı, kafayı yiyeceğim. Vallahi inanamıyorum yani. Artık helal olsun. Adam direkt FIFA oynamak istiyor. Yapacak bir şey yok. More Twitch bullshit? What is this?
PSA for all my streamers out there. If you guys don't think we got shafted enough last week by our new rev share news from our president of Twitch, Dan, guess what? We did. There's a new program called Super Cheering that came out. I guess I was opted into. I found out yesterday on my stream that I didn't know about. Basically, Super Cheering allows viewers to now donate to you directly through Twitch, similar to how we do on Stream Elements and Streamlabs now, or through PayPal. There's a fee associated as normal, but then Twitch takes a 20% cut off the top after the fee. So I'm thinking like, wow, all these great ways for us to grow together as a platform, and here we are taking a little bit more money from the
Bro, they take 20% plus fee? What the fuck?
people who want to support you. This was all done very, I guess, it seemed very weird because it happened on my channel. I was opted into an experiment that I didn't opt in for. I didn't get an email about it. And
YouTube takes a 35% cut from super chats? Yeah, except you have to understand that, like, at least on Twitch, they literally were like, oh yeah, we're gonna do bits instead because you guys are doing direct donos and I don't like it. So how much longer until they like decide you can't even have your PayPal on there? I'm being inundated right now, bombarded from 8 different avenues. You got the Turks being like, bro, please go into the DC, bro. Please, bro, talk to Amarant, bro. And then you got people who are like, dude, talk more about Iran. You haven't talked more about Iran. Please talk about Iran. And then you got the John Oliver lovers who are waiting for me to talk about John Oliver covering Bolsonaro. Meanwhile, I'm over here talking about Twitch as a global platform.
anyways, I just want to let you guys know this. Check your notifications, check your emails, see if you were opted into this super cheering program. You can still opt out if you want to. It just seems very, very, very weird that they did this like so soon after this rev share split news and trying to just take more and more away from the creator and diminish the support that your viewers give you. So very weird. Anyways, check it out, guys. I don't know why no one's talking about this, but little PSA from an old frog on Twitch.
Twitch Bits versus Super Cheers, aka new cheer coin test. Twitch says Super Cheers cheer coins offers 80% cut to creators, but that's after fees. I've done my best with available public data to show you the real split that creators get versus bits. Super Cheers pay with Exala. Tip amount $1. Fee is 5%. Payout 95 cents. Twitch takes a 19-cent cut, and then the creator cut, so it's 76% is going to the creator. If you do it through PayPal, you get 38% on $1. Bits, you get 71%. Man, I do love like innovation. I do love fostering innovation on the platform. And it's just new innovative ways of like taking more money that the fan is trying to give to the creator. They literally are just like, hey, you know what's innovative? New and different methods of being able to try to take more money away that the fans are trying to give to the creators. That's cool. O adam 2 dakika ciddi konuşmaya başladı. Bizimkiler hemen dağılmış. Tabii. Your platform is big enough. Why not just make your own site? Dude, that is insane. Okay? That is insanity. What do you mean? Why not make your own site? That is impossible for someone like myself. Motherfuckers think I'm a billionaire. When billionaire, multi-billion-dollar corporation Microsoft failed to launch a competitive live streaming service, you think I am going to be able to do that? And even then, how am I going to compete with Amazon when Amazon still is hosting the services through AWS? I don't get it. I agree. You didn't even get no ads on your contract? Yeah, I should have. I just didn't think about that. I didn't realize that there was a no ad contract out there and I just didn't use it. I've written this kind of software at the scale. I think you are uniquely positioned to do this more than anyone else. Dude, you are out of your fucking mind. This is the same kind of fucking attitude that people have when they say dumb shit like, bro, why don't you just quit what you're doing, the thing that you are demonstrably good at, and like start a cooperative corporation for something else? And it's like, why? But this is what I'm good at. Why would I do something else? I don't know the first thing about web services and hosting and shit. Yo, Hasan, you got a bunch of cash? Let's make YouTube RTube. How many times have we dunked on Truth Social and all these other fucking platforms that have been demonstrable failures because they are not competitive in comparison to the behemoth that is YouTube, the behemoth that is the behemoth that is Facebook. Even Facebook is not competitive against Twitch in the live streaming space, but one senior software developer makes $500K a year. How is Hasan going to fund a team, Lamau? Yeah. Meanwhile, my revenue stream is dried up now because I'm no longer streaming because I'm hyper focused on making a new platform too. So I can't even fucking keep up the revenue flow so I can pay the fucking major developers that are supposedly going to put this platform together. Literally, just do it. No, Ludwig and I can't team up to make this happen. You guys are fucking delusional if you think that that's real. I don't know why you guys think that Ludwig and I are like mega fucking rich or some shit, when we are not. Chatters figure how many streamers have tried to just make games and almost stop streaming entirely. Dev work is so long. Exactly. Plus, I don't have any fucking experience in that field, and I'm not even good at management. I'm terrible at management. So I don't want to do it. It's not within my fucking forte. And people consider that to be like selfish or whatever, but it's just I just know what I'm good at and know what I'm not good at. Scaffolding something like that wouldn't take an incredible amount of time or work. The fun part the chat misses, though, it would still have to be relying on something like AWS anyways. That's what I said. Like, that's another thing that I mentioned as well, which is like, you can't escape Amazon, the behemoth of Amazon. Like, the greatest, most effective counter to this is Mixer. Okay? Like, that's it. Like, Microsoft, let's see what Microsoft's gross revenue is. Okay. Microsoft is a $115 billion company. Okay? Microsoft is a $115 billion company. When they launched Mixer, or when they decided to create a live streaming platform that is competitive against Amazon's Twitch, 115 billion with a B for the record, they were like an $82 billion company, or let's say a $72 billion company. Okay? $72 billion. And they still fucking failed horrendously. Okay? You get it? I make less than like Microsoft executives. You understand? Like, make a lot of money, certainly. All because of you, and all because, you know, you decide I don't want to see the ads at the top of the hour, and you subscribe, okay? Or you say, you know what? I like this guy's content. I'm going to subscribe to him. I'm going to give him a $5 a month subscription. I'm going to give him a fucking Twitch Prime that is like an Amazon subsidy, basically. Okay? And you subscribe to me at the top of the hour every hour when there's a 6-second ad break that's coming right now. Okay? Or you get gifted a sub. Some people give subs. All this shit happens. Like Light Cena, thank you for the 5, get the subs. And Per Snicket, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. You do that, and I still make less than a fucking Microsoft boardroom executive, okay? Like a corporate executive. Even the fucking platform itself was not able to fight back against Twitch. If I had influence, I would get Twitch to stop doing this dumb shit, okay? Instead of trying to even comprehend what it would be. How much do you make then? Might as well be transparent. Brother, I am already transparent. You could just put ! subscription or subs in the chat and then do the math on your own. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing more transparent than that. And this motherfucker still is like, sponsors? Yeah, me, flush with sponsorships. You know me. Look around. Do you see sponsorships? Do you see a fucking ticker somewhere on the screen? Do I have ongoing sponsorships? Do I have fucking any sponsorships? Bro, I'm not hating. I'm just intrigued. My uncle was in LA at Microsoft, somebody, but mainly a nobody, and on 2.8 million equivalent a year. Exactly. You weighing 124K a month, you are rich. Your yearly wage is something that many won't achieve in their lifetime? No, absolutely. Well, not lifetime, but yeah, certainly. Okay? But that's not enough to fucking start a platform, brother. That's what I'm saying. You just put that number down as though that's like unironically enough to bankroll a fucking competitor platform to Twitch, when a competitor platform to Twitch was bankrolled by a $72 billion a year company and failed. You get it? That's the point, boys. That's the fucking point. Anyway. The reaction, how Twitch is changing. The Verge wrote an article, how Twitch lost its battle for its soul. The news that Twitch will be reducing their streamers' top revenue share from 70 to 30 to 50-50 signals that the platform is no longer the creator-first entity that it made it so popular. The reaction to the news that Twitch intends to change how it splits its revenue with partner streamers has been, on the whole, completely and utterly negative. I wonder why. Maybe because people are like, well, what the fuck? That's insane. You're not even offering us anything for this. From big-time partners to the smallest affiliates, we're displeased to learn that the 70-30 revenue split sharing had been long asked for and is the standard, or better elsewhere, was not only being rejected, but being slowly phased out completely. Quote, Fallout 4 meme, everybody disliked that. Problems with Twitch started long before this decision came down. Last year, marginalized streamers were beset by violent hate raids, causing some to criticize what they called the platform's slow, reactive response in protecting its creators. Remember, that was another one of those instances where I had participated in a massive strike. Okay. Why are you saying Kemal again? What? Kemal coştu. Niye? Nasıl coştu? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Çiçekleri hep soldu.
Rakı yok, ayran içiyorum. This is a style of music called arabesque, for those of you who don't know. Arabesque. Okay, I'm gonna get back to what I'm doing, but Amurant Achabe oradan izle. Okay, listen. He's popping off, but I gotta finish this. I will never be this Turkish. I will never be that Turkish. Az önce Rock söyledi, onu izlet. What? Is this you? Yes, this is me. Okay. Why Twitch even permits such content to be easily accessible to minors, all while Twitch's biggest names are slowly abandoning the platform to stream on YouTube and elsewhere. I can say that my 10 years of working in this industry this past week has probably been crazier than any time before. Ryan Morrison said, CEO of Evolve Talent Agency, a management company that represents some of the top streamers on Twitch like XG Amaranth, said in an interview to The Verge. Not just this, but an endless array of drama going on surrounding Twitch right now. There are a number of ways to make money on Twitch. There's ad revenue running commercials during a stream. Viewers can send in donations. And then there's subscription revenue in which fans pay a monthly fee. That's split between Twitch and the streamer. The overwhelming majority of streamers get a 50-50 split on subscriptions. So with a roughly $5 subscription, Twitch and the creator both get $2.50. It's a popular community sentiment that the 50-50 sub split is not enough. After all, the majority of Twitch's value comes from the billions of hours of content its creators make and the millions of eyeballs those creators command. On Twitch's user voice feedback forum, the suggestion for Twitch's split change from 50-50 to 70-30 had over 20,000 votes. And what did they do? They were like, hey, that's a good idea. Fuck that. We're definitely not going to do it. I would like to see all streamers get a 70% revenue split from subscriptions with a higher revenue split for all partners, 80%, wrote Salty Wyvern, the author of the post. Currently, both Facebook and YouTube streamers get a 70% split from subscriptions. In addition to bringing Twitch parity with its competitors, there's also so much work that goes into live streaming and making it watchable and an entertaining product. A 70-30 split, streamers say, would make it easier to invest more time into content creation. Okay? This would be life-changing for me as a small creator on the platform, wrote Impritz of the proposed 70-30 split on user voice. Having a higher revenue split in favor of streamers is, in my opinion, would greatly benefit Twitch. This would greatly improve the motivation for people to start streaming long-term and grow their platforms more, thus raking in more money for themselves and the platform. Except it doesn't matter because Twitch does not have any serious competition with respect to monetization strategies elsewhere. which is precisely why they don't want to do it. They will not do it out of the kindness of their fucking hearts. That's not how a capitalist corporation operates. They will do it. They will do whatever they can get away with. Twitch does indeed offer some creator 70-30 sub revenue split, but according to the blog explaining the news from Twitch, it's wildly inconsistent how and to whom that 70-30 split was offered. Twitch said it would honor the 70-30 split for those creators for up to the first 100,000. Then any money made beyond that would see a reduced 50-50 split. It signals to streamers who don't have that kind of deal that for the foreseeable future, they have no hope of earning more money via subscriptions. We are the ones earning you money, wrote Carter Strophic on User Voice after the news was announced. We are the ones that make us content, pay us fairly, make the content, pay us fairly. This is a massive slap in the face for everyone who uses Twitch to stream, wrote Gay Brownies. We creators are keeping the platform alive with the way it's going. It's just be Mixer 2.0, and we all know how that ended. A lot of content hinges upon collaboration. Justin Miklat, CEO of the Kinetic Group, a talent management firm, said, so by creating a more difficult barrier to entry for sustainable careers for others makes everyone's lives harder. Dan Clancy offered insight into the company's reasoning for the change, but everything from that explanation to the way the announcement was handled served only to rankle the community further. For starters, Twitch posted the announcement at 5:57 a.m. Eastern, well before the time many creators, especially those based on the West Coast, would be awake. I did wake up to a really healthy inbox and text of missed calls from creators, Miklat said. A 3 a.m. PR statement already signals to its creators, hey, this is something that they're trying to sneak something by us, clearly, right? Poor timing aside, the rationale behind this move similarly didn't inspire understanding. Clancy spoke about the costs associated with keeping Twitch running, stating that it costs around $1,000 a month to host high-volume streamers. Creators took issue with how Clancy came up with that $1,000 a month figure, since he suggested that Twitch, a subsidiary of Amazon, pays Amazon's AWS hosting service the same price everyone else has to pay, which is ironic because it's basically like Amazon saying, hey, you want to stream on our platform? You have to pay us more money. Like Amazon is telling streamers, hey, do you want to keep making money for me, Amazon? Well, then you have to pay me more money out of the pockets of your chat. Out of the pockets of your community. Hey, so not sure if this is news to you, but you do realize you're an Amazon company, right? Wrote Oceanity on User Voice. You do realize that Amazon companies aren't paying what an average consumer pays for AWS stuff, yeah? Others were actually understanding of the costs associated with running Twitch and the need for balance between creator support and generating revenue. I'm not here to say running service is cheap, wrote Hintet Samaro on User Voice. I don't think a single person literally thought that this was a good decision. I can't think of another decision that was this broadly not supported. Like across the board, this was heavily scrutinized. Perhaps one of the more upsetting statements Clancy made at the beginning of his explanation, when we first established a 50-50 rev share split, it was to signal that we're in this together. We're not in this together anymore, wrote Clancy. You do all the amazing work and you do to create great content, engage with your audience, and grow communities. I love that. Observers found this kind of we're a family sentiment a little absurd. Well, not really absurd because, you know, such is how every corporation works. It's streamers who invest so much time and effort into making content can't even break minimum wage and earnings. With a line like this, you'd think we're besties or that we'd be getting more of a split, but nope, it's just simply still 50% of what I earn on Twitch. Tweeted Unitex, an Irish streamer. Twitch makes a lot of money in different ways, so I don't really buy that it's something to help all around, said Brandon Stennis, a Twitch partner, in an email to The Verge. As someone who has worked for streaming companies, worked with streaming service hosting, I don't really believe Twitch is hurting so bad that this is a way to help everyone. But despite the lack of support, Miklat and others agreed that the way forward isn't to abandon Twitch, not yet anyway. And this is precisely the reason. In the absence of any sort of fucking, union or any sort of collective bargaining power that streamers may or may not have, which we currently do not, and there is not really a lot of interest there, Twitch will never be able to, we will never be able to get Twitch to do the right thing, do the adequate thing, move their profit margins in a way to ensure that they're profitable by, squeezing profit from maybe the advertisers by raising the cost of fucking CPMs or something, which they're not going to do because that's difficult. A lot of negotiations, maybe even impossible, especially with all the negative PR that Twitch has been getting. They're not going to be able to go back to Amazon and say, hey, Amazon, what the fuck are you doing? Lower the, stop looking at us like a way to, generate more money off of the AWS, lower the cost of AWS hosting. Removing Prime would save a ton. Yeah, they should. They should remove Prime so that everyone leaves the platform. Once they remove Prime subscriptions, it's over for Twitch. Like, it's just straight up over. At that point, everyone goes to YouTube. Why the fuck would people stay there? Why would anyone ever fucking stream on Twitch ever again if they remove Prime? Part of what's feeding the seething discontent among streamers is that currently there's no other recourse. While Twitch isn't the only streaming game in town, the sentiment is that it's the best. YouTube, Facebook, and increasingly TikTok are gunning for a portion of Twitch's market share, but they're just not quite there yet. As long as eyeballs are focused on Twitch, its creators are handcuffed to a platform that can act with impunity. Those other platforms don't have very good discoverability, Morrison said, so for a younger up-and-coming streamers, it's much easier to get found on Twitter or Twitch than it is for these other platforms, infinitely easier even. Though Morrison isn't suggesting creators abandon Twitch en masse, the platform that was once the sure bet for its creators' success now comes with deep reservations. Would it ever make sense to move to a progressive system where you're going 50-50 over a certain amount? Big streamers might not go for it, but it'd be better than straight up 50-50. What do you mean? Like progressive taxation? The conversation I used to have with my creators about let's stick it out here, let's make this work with Twitch is now going to be very different going forward. This culture shift away from the heydays of being creator first platform seemingly begins at the top. I think that they're allowing the wrong motivators to affect their decision, Morrison told The Verge. I think that they have maybe the wrong people making some of these decisions outside of Twitch's ecosystem and coming from Amazon or elsewhere. I think that too. I think Amazon is like, no, you can't do this. You need to make it profitable. Last week, Bloomberg reported that Twitch's senior vice president of global talent resigned. The latest of several high-ranking departures this year. According to the report, the executives who left are Dan Clancy, primary among them, see Twitch as little more than a numbers on a spreadsheet. Clancy is this embodiment of creator sentiment is secondary to everything. There's no leader to push back against that, so it's now the direction of Twitch. Zachary Diaz, Twitch's former director of emerging content, told Bloomberg. What's up, Zach? Shouts out to Zach. So if YouTube isn't the move, what is? Some think it could be organization. Earlier this week, Twitch issued a statement that it would ban certain forms of gambling almost immediately after big-name streamers seemingly threatened a boycott. It could very well be that decision was already in the works. But even earlier than that, like last year when hundreds of streamers took a day off Twitch to protest hate raids, the platform saw a quantifiable dip in viewership. Yeah, I mean, let's see. On the day of the event, concurrent viewership at Twitch peaked at 3.4 million, around 400,000 less than the same day of the previous week. I think I was like one of the very few large content creators on the platform, and we already know that 1% of the content creators of the top 1% run 75% of the overall watch time, for the record. And if other large content creators also don't fucking join in on this kind of collective action, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to work. Middle management trying to pump numbers up and get those fat performance bonuses without longer term planning. This is short-sighted all the way through. Yeah. I think you could get a lot more large creators on board to strike for 20% more revenue split. Losing a shitload of money affects people personally, so they'd probably be more motivated. No, because I think a lot of large content creators, like the largest ones at the top, see this as like a zero-sum game, which in some respects it is. And also they will most likely get signature contract deals where they do keep their sub split or different versions of it. So it doesn't matter. For Twitch, this by no means is a crippling blow. On September 2nd, the platform was back to business as usual, but it demonstrated the sheer scale of Twitch's problem. That was from back then. It could very well be that decision was already in the works, but even earlier than that, like last year when hundreds of streamers took a day off Twitch, protest hate raids. As content creators figure out the next steps, a lot of them are disillusioned. The soul of the community that was Twitch was mostly gone, Stennis said. A lot of us are pretty much on our own to figure out how to maneuver our careers in space. Twitch built itself as a juggernaut by being creator first. It doesn't seem like that's the case anymore. Streamers fielded the platform that was once focused on its primary asset, creators and community, have now been replaced by something overwhelmingly concerned with ad buys and extracting capital. It's honestly just offensive at this point, Morrison, a 10-year-long veteran in the industry, said. I think it's showing that it's no longer Twitch. This is just an Amazon streaming service that doesn't care about the individuals on it. The creator-focused Twitch of old has been long gone, but with this news, it seemingly signals to his users that it's not coming back. True. Instagram copied TikTok and made Reels. Why don't you make a clip section on the app and work on a good algorithm for people not to only discover more creators, but also get hooked on your app? We had meetings with them about 3 years ago. We even designed it for the whole thing for them. The product team loved it. Executive shot it down. They don't want to do anything other than live. Yeah, I mean, that would be a crazy fucking change of pace. A platform where you can have Reels and also fucking the longest form of content consumption? I don't know. I feel like that's too expensive of a change for them. Would you be able to do React content as freely on YouTube? Most likely, yes. It would be a little different, but you know, not by a lot. What's the difference? YouTube has rigorous DMCA protocols. YouTube has like rigorous DMCA protocols. Like your live stream will be taken down on a moment's notice if you have like even a moment. Like remember when Ludwig got taken down over and over and over again when he first started streaming on YouTube? Even if like the other content creators had no issue, YouTube needs to internalize like a whitelisting process or something. They have an automatic detection. They have an automatic detection system that causes them to get immediately clapped up. As long as you watch your YouTube stream dashboard, it's not copywritten, you can react to it. Usually it doesn't stop other YouTube video reacts, but sometimes it does. If I recall, Mr. Beast is one of the only people that puts his videos into like the music TV DMCA system. Yeah. It gives you warnings before it issues any strike. According to Lug, he's figured out some way to skirt around that, allegedly. I mean, that would be a dramatic difference, but that's only one issue for people like myself. That's only one of the major issues for people like myself. There's more to it than that. Anyway, let's continue with Bolsonaro for now.
Moving on. Our main story tonight concerns Brazil, the only country...
$2.50 sub. How much will you be getting for each sub in a month? Good one. $2.50 sub. Funny.
whose flag let a little circle wear a fancy sash. Isn't that nice? The circle's all dressed up for its big day being on the flag. Brazil is one of the largest democracies in the world, with more than 156 million people eligible to vote. And next Sunday...
Brazil mentioned, don't come to Brazil, come to Brazil, come to Brazil. Meu come to Brazil.
Can be spectacular, like this one from a man currently running for state deputy.
I'm Samurai Taxi Driver. You can find me around Pernambuco. 10554.
Got my vote.
Excellent. Look, I don't know anything about nunchucks. I don't know if they are historically a part of samurai taxi driver culture, and I don't know if using your armpits so much is usually a part of it, but I will say this. I'm impressed that he spent so much time learning to use them, but seemingly zero time learning how to edit out the part of the video where he turns his phone off.
No, it's a part of it. That's a part of the realism, the gritty truth.
Next Sunday, from governors to senators, but the key one...
Also, he didn't figure out the samurai don't use nunchucks, but that's besides the point.
Is the office of president, where Jair Bolsonaro is running for re-election. Now, you may remember 4 years ago, we actually discussed his first presidential run, I assume. I don't watch this show. But if you missed it, a quick recap. Bolsonaro is a right-wing, ex-military populist who, when in Congress, told a female colleague, "I wouldn't rape you, you're not worth it," has said, "I would prefer my son to die in an accident than to have him be gay," and loves making finger guns all the fucking time.
Come on, bro. He's also the most medicalized man on the planet, dude. No one is in and out of the hospital as much as Bolsonaro. He literally is the current Guinness World Record holder for the most amount of COVID having.
Basically, Bolsonaro campaigned as a misogynistic homophobe who gestures like he runs a tech startup. But now, he's campaigning as an incumbent president. And he's been drawing on all the perks of the office, including recently turning the 200th anniversary of Brazilian independence into what was essentially a campaign rally for himself.
His rally in Brazil's capital city, Brasilia, drew tens of thousands of supporters and a military display of planes, parachutists, and tanks. Even the embalmed heart of monarch Dom Pedro I, who declared Brazil's independence from Portugal 200 years ago, was brought over from Europe to be on display.
Wow. First, if you were wondering what Dom Pedro I died of, it was probably his heart looking like that. But it's true, they put a 2-century-old heart on an Air Force plane and flew it to Brazil. It is actually the first unnaturally preserved human body part to fly on a military jet since all of Tom Cruise. Bolsonaro's main opponent in this election is former President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. He was incredibly popular while in office, but later got caught up in the international corruption investigation
Operation Car Wash,
even landing in prison during Brazil's last election, so he couldn't run. But his conviction has since been annulled, and polls now consistently show him leading the race by a wide margin, about 10%.
Wait, you gotta fucking give more to the annulment, right? Like, he's gotta talk more about it. That's like the last time Glenn Greenwald did something good.
But the concerns in Brazil are that if, as seems likely, Bolsonaro loses, he won't give up his office without a fight, and could even follow Trump's example in encouraging supporters to back a tropical version of the Capitol riot, which isn't great, although for the record, you really don't have to use the word tropical to describe an insurrection just because you're talking about Latin America. Especially because tropical riot sounds like a Mountain Dew flavor that was recalled from...
Okay, that looks like it would taste delicious.
...blinding several children. And Bolsonaro's version of January 6th could be a lot more destructive than Trump's, given that he has done a great deal to cultivate support within his military, all of which makes it more than a little concerning when he stands in front of his supporters and says things like this.
There are only 3 alternatives for me: to be arrested, to be killed or to be victorious. And I tell those scumbags, I will never go to jail.
Okay, that is never a good omen, is it? No one says that before doing something pleasant. No one says their options are victory, prison, or death before they say march into the Great British Bake Off.
How about both?
For Biscuit Week. Not even the German guy, and honestly, I was half expecting that from him. The first round of the election is next Sunday. And if no one wins more than 50% of the vote, it will go to a second round on October 30th. Although, worryingly, Bolsonaro has already said that if he doesn't win outright next Sunday, receiving at least 60% of the vote, something, quote, abnormal took place. So if one of the world's biggest democracies seems like it might be barreling towards a cliff, tonight, let's talk about Jair Bolsonaro, the man with his foot planted firmly on the gas. And let's start with the fact that, unfortunately, he's governed pretty much exactly how he said he was going to. He's followed through on a big campaign promise to make guns more freely available in Brazil, loosening gun laws to the point that since he took office, the number of guns in private hands has doubled to nearly 2 million, despite...
Now this is American, okay? That is following in the footsteps of American reactionaries. Straight up.
Polls showing the majority of Brazilians are against making the sale and possession of weapons easier. So he is giving people something they didn't ask for and don't want, which I believe is also the job description for the head of original programming at Netflix. But much more than that, Bolsonaro has been an absolute...
Okay, that was a good one. Straight up. Oh my God, Netflix is so ass. Except for Cyberpunk and JoJo. Jesus Christ.
Disaster for the Amazon, a rainforest that is critical for Brazil and, you know, the planet Earth. He has loosened regulations to expand logging and mining there and massively scaled back protections and enforcement. And almost immediately after he took office, conditions deteriorated.
Under Bolsonaro, deforestation is at its highest point in a decade, with an area 10 times the size of New York City destroyed through October this year. And in August, there was an average of 1,000 fires every day.
1,000 fires a day? That is so many fires. If you ask me what happens in the Amazon 1,000 times a day, my first guess would be capybaras fucking. Self-explanatory. My second would be frog birthday parties. Statistically, there's got to be at least 5,000 of them with a birthday every day, and we have to assume that some combine parties for convenience and others just don't want to have a big thing this year. But exactly 0 of my guesses would be fires. These fires are often part of illegal deforestation to clear areas for industrial uses. Deforestation, incidentally, which can encroach on land where indigenous people live. And they have been forced to confront these loggers, ranchers and miners on their own, which can be both very dangerous and deeply dispiriting.
There's nothing wrong with being a furry. Tell that to Saddam Hussein, okay? Yeah, I said it.
When we confront them, they say, "Don't you watch the news?" Bolsonaro said that when he won, we could take wood from indigenous land. This is what they say to us.
Right. And it has got to be tough to fight someone taking your stuff when they feel they've got permission from the most powerful person in the country. If I stole your wallets and then played a clip of Biden saying, "Hey, John, I don't give a shit if TV hosts rob their audience members. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to go and say 10 wrong or weird things in a row on 60 Minutes, there really wouldn't be much that you could do about it. The point is, the destruction of the Amazon under Bolsonaro has been devastating. In fact, while worldwide greenhouse gas emissions plummeted by almost 7% in 2020 due to the pandemic, Brazil's emissions actually grew by nearly 10%. And Bolsonaro has added insult to injury, claiming those fires in the Amazon were false flags, accusing outsiders of being part of a nefarious plot to seize Brazil's jungles, and directly accusing Leonardo DiCaprio of funding arson in the Amazon, which is just absurd. Where would Leo find the time to do that between his busy film schedule, his daily yacht fuck, and having a big laugh at every tweet about his May to December love life? Oh man, the internet got me again, Leo shouts to the richest people on the planet over a bottle of wine that costs more than your rent. But perhaps the defining catastrophe of Bolsonaro's presidency has been his handling of the COVID pandemic. Brazil has suffered massively.
By film schedule, it means like,
million cases,
you know, figuring out who the next 25-year-old is.
Deaths. And right from the start, He refused to take it seriously, initially dismissing COVID as a little flu, and then once the death toll started rising, shrugging off responsibility in the most dickish possible way.
Tudo agora é pandemia. Everything is about the pandemic nowadays. We have got to stop with this. I'm sorry for the dead. I'm sorry, but we're all going to die one day. Everybody here is going to die. We have to stop being a country of sissies.
Wow, that is just monumentally.
Bro, just suck something other than oxygen. You know what I mean? You fucking idiots. Look at me. I do it all the time. I've overcome being in the hospital 100 times.
Shitty. I've got to say, America's COVID response left a lot to be desired. But at least the CDC slogan was never, "What are you complaining about? Death comes for all of us. Man up and die in a hole." But Bolsonaro didn't just abdicate responsibility for fighting COVID. He actively made it worse, attacking governors and anyone else who promoted shutdowns or social distancing. In fact, to the extent that lockdown orders were issued at all in Brazilian cities, they sometimes came from very surprising places.
The situation has become so serious that the drug gangs that rule this slum and other slums in Rio de Janeiro have decreed a lockdown, and they have forbidden all clandestine parties from happening.
It's true. Drug gangs ended up being more responsible when it came to COVID than the Brazilian government. Although, let's not give them too much credit for banning parties. You know what is pretty appealing when you're stuck inside with nothing to do and nowhere to go? Drugs. And what is so frustrating here is that Brazil was better positioned than many other countries to handle COVID. It has a long history of successful inoculation drives, starring their beloved vaccine mascot, Zagatina, who at best looks like a super sperm, and at worst, a clan member all dressed up for jazzercise. And yet Bolsonaro not only sowed doubts about the vaccines, his administration delayed ordering doses for months. In fact, last year, Pfizer apparently reached out to the Brazilian government 81 times trying to set up a deal to provide doses of vaccines, but most of the time got no answer. And some of those emails from Pfizer were just sad. One read, "Hope all is well with you. I just wanted to confirm that you received yesterday a communication sent on behalf of the president of Pfizer with the updated proposal of a possible supply of COVID-19 vaccines. Will you let me know?" And come on, Pfizer, if you're getting ghosted like that, you've just got to be more blunt. Something like, "Attention, dickheads, your country has COVID, we have a vaccine."
What Pfizer should have done is go out and just be like, "Yo, they're fucking clout chasing me, dog. Yo, Bolsonaro's been fucking clout chasing me, homie, like big time, trying to get into the scene.
Let's do this thing."
I gotta pee.
Or even, "Earth to President bitch, stop subtweeting Leonardo DiCaprio and answer your fucking phone." And the thing is, it is not like Brazilians didn't want vaccines, proven by the fact that once they finally became available, virtually 100% of the adult populations in Rio and Sao Paulo got fully vaccinated, a number that no American city has managed to hit. And the COVID debacle would be comfortably enough for people to be done with Bolsonaro, but there is so much more, including the fact that despite running on an anti-corruption platform 4 years ago, Bolsonaro and his inner circle have since become engulfed in a growing number of criminal and legislative investigations. And while he has denied wrongdoing, one sign of just how touchy he is about these allegations is that when a journalist asked him about one of them, he replied, "I feel like punching you in your mouth." Okay? So it is just no wonder that he is trailing in the polls, which is not to say that Bolsonaro does not have his supporters, because he very much does, and they can be intense.
Thousands of supporters lined up in front of this gym next to Rio de Janeiro's iconic Maracanã football stadium. Inside, crowds wearing the colors of the Brazilian flag cheer for President Jair Bolsonaro, calling him the Messiah and the myth.
Most normal reactionary politician fans, dude. I don't understand this. This is just the universal trait for everyone who loves the far right, dude. Everywhere you go. I've never seen a more like, Trump wall suit wearing ass motherfucker in Brazil, dude.
Okay, I love that man. I love his outfit, I love his face paint, I love the way he kind of looks like the Hulk losing his shit at a Green Bay Packers game. But what I love most of all is what appears to be a security guard over his shoulder, scanning the crowd for threats while looking everywhere but at the bright green man right in front of him, screaming so hard he might explode. And Bolsonaro seems to be deliberately laying the groundwork with his supporters for an eventual Trump-style refusal to accept the election results, even pointing to our last election as a cautionary tale for Brazilians.
What happened in the American elections? Basically, the problem, the cause of this crisis, was the lack of trust in the vote. There were people who voted 3-4 times. Dead people voted. It was a mess.
Okay, great. So that is the January 6th op-ed absolutely no one needed, from the man no one wanted to hear it from, and from the camera angle that absolutely no one deserves. He's saying his stupid opinions out loud. You really don't have to go hunting for them right up his nostrils. Bolsonaro has been going out of his way to undermine faith in Brazil's election system, suggesting judges and officials are trying to sabotage his re-election and fear-mongering about the country's electronic voting machines. Machines, incidentally, which are even the subject of ASMR election PSAs like this one.
Urna eletrônica, ASMA. Você ainda tem dúvidas
What?
sobre as eleições? Estamos aqui para descomplicar. E a pergunta da vez é: por que votar?
That's awesome.
Horny. You know, every day
That's
there are millions
awesome.
of people experiencing their own personal sexual awakenings. And I'm guessing that today, at least one of them discovered that softly fondling Brazilian voting machines is apparently their thing. Welcome to the rest of your life. But Brazil's voting machines aren't just quietly erotic. They're also widely seen as secure. They are not connected to the internet, which makes them all but impossible to hack. And it's worth knowing that since their introduction in 1996, authorities have never found any evidence of widespread fraud. Yet Bolsonaro has repeatedly attacked the machines as crooked, claiming that his margin of victory in 2018 actually should have been even larger. He even subjected a room full of...
Who else? Who else said those exact same words? Oh, that's right. Donald Trump did in 2016. Because he's, again, a sore winner. He's a sore loser, too, but he's also a sore winner.
Diplomats to a 45-minute PowerPoint presentation accusing Brazil's elections of being rigged. And that is incredibly dangerous, partly because people will agree to anything if you threaten them with a 45-minute PowerPoint presentation. In our office, we have an email security seminar once a year, and this year I broke my laptop with a hammer just so I could claim that it did not apply to me. It was the right call, and I will do it again. And look,
he's a
I don't
Liverpool
want to waste
fan.
too much time knocking down every one of Bolsonaro's complaints, because it's pretty clear that in raising these objections in the run-up to the election, his intention isn't to maximise the security of the vote, but to maximise the amount of distrust that people have in it. And his supporters have been very much listening to his bullshit.
If the elections are fair, he wins in the first round, only in the first round.
He will only lose the election if there is fraud, and the people will take to the streets to stop that from happening.
You see, that's interesting, isn't it? Because if you look at that man, you'd think, oh, he loves Brazil. But if you listen to him, you'd learn he's willing to burn his country to the ground based on a flimsily laid conspiracy theory. But I guess that duality is just part of the boundless mystery and contradiction that makes human beings the absolute...
Dude, this... John Oliver could have cut this exact same video for America and for Donald Trump with like very minor tweaks. I mean, like all you need to do is instead of saying Bolsonaro, say Trump. And the video would be virtually unchanged. Like the exact same video, which is fucking insane. Jesus Christ. Now, we talked about Italy, and like I said, we talked about Italy and exporting American brain rot. This is an example of like direct copying the homework and not really even changing any of the letters or words. Okay? Like Italy cheats a little bit, right? They look at the American homework and they go, all right, we'll take some notes. Sure, maybe all of the fascist movements all around the world. Brazil was like, nah, man, nah, fam. I'm just copying exactly all the answers, even the wrong ones. I don't even give a fuck.
absolute fucking worst. And given Bolsonaro's rhetoric, it is no wonder that there have already been outbreaks of violence. One Lula supporter was killed when a Bolsonaro supporter invaded his Lula-themed birthday party and shot him while shouting that all PT partisans, that is, supporters of Lula's political party, will die. So things are very tense right now in Brazil, and that is before you consider just how close Bolsonaro is to the armed forces there. Not only is he ex-military, and not only has he expressed admiration...
I mean, he literally said Brazil will be run better as a military dictatorship again, so...
For the military dictatorship that ran the country until 1985, his government is also heavily stocked with military personnel, and some leaders of Brazil's armed forces have raised similar doubts to Bolsonaro's about the integrity of the elections.
All that matters in this situation is, like, will America push? Will America lean on will a liberal American State Department still end up leaning on Bolsonaro as an ally of capitalism? Is Lula that big of a threat to the international capitalist hegemonic power? Or will they, try to thwart any sort of potential coup attempt in the immediate aftermath of a Lula victory? But I don't think Lula is that big of a threat, if we're being real, which is precisely why I don't think America would want Bolsonaro to do a fucking coup. That's my take on the matter. I think, of course, Lula is far better than Bolsonaro. They're not even in the same fucking playing field, okay? And for that reason, I don't think that America would push for a Bolsonaro coup d'etat. Maybe an older America, maybe, an America terrified of the USSR would have done such a thing, but not this America. Not America in 2022. You do know that Lula was arrested for corruption, right? That's crazy. You do know that the fucking prosecutor, which Bolsonaro elevated for that corruption charge, literally himself was the corrupt one, and those charges were annulled, right? Which even John fucking liberalism is the best, is Poggers Oliver subtly mentioned at the beginning of the fucking conversation.
All of which has led some in Brazil to understandably worry about what lies ahead.
Well, this actually straight up, U.S. tells Lula it plans to quickly recognize Brazil election winner, sources say. Well, there you go. I have my answer. I was right. That's that. Yeah, there it is. They do not consider Lula to be as big as a threat, and therefore they will most likely not be in favor of like some kind of military coup d'etat. Now, if Trump was president, things would be a little different. How crazy is it, by the way, that like, given long-standing American president in South America, that like these kinds of articles are written, you know what I mean? Where it's like, no, the State Department won't back a coup, don't worry. Like giving assurances to South American democracies. I love that. Like, that's the world we live in, where it's like, hey, does America consent to our elections? Don't worry. We won't be backing a violent military coup.
This flirting of President Bolsonaro with the coup is not a recent thing. It's an old thing. The people that support him are willing to do anything, just like the supporters of President Donald Trump when the Capitol was invaded. I have no doubt, I have even written about it, that here in Brazil we will have a tragic, dramatic repetition of what happened there.
Yeah, except crucially, it could be much worse there. Because luckily for us, Trump's allies were generally limited to a shirtless man in a fur hat, a perpetually hoarse pillow baron, and some of his dumber children. But Bolsonaro has significant military support, and there is some question of what they might do in the event of an uprising, which raises the stakes significantly. Generally, when someone threatens democracy, it's a lot easier to say, you and what army, when you're absolutely certain that that person doesn't have an actual army behind them. The point is, for Brazil, there is a lot on the line here. And right now, it seems the most likely scenario is that no one will win outright next Sunday, meaning that both Bolsonaro and Lula head to a runoff on October 30th. But the weeks ahead could be extremely nerve-wracking. And the fact is, if Bolsonaro eventually loses and chooses to fight the results, it is going to test the strength of Brazil's relatively young democracy. So, to the people there who are worried right now, let me address you in the two languages that I know you'll understand: Portuguese and, of course, the language of the chuck. So please, if you will bear with me. Hola, Brazil. Sou o apresentador samurai. Sinto muito pelo que vocês estão passando nesse momento. Nossos pensamentos estarão com vocês nas próximas semanas. Boa sorte.
How did he make nunchucks seem whack? He has this profound skill of doing such things, dude.
Order food via Postmates. That was my impression. I was not aware that Postmates was actually a BDSM site teaching you about anal sex. But apparently that is what Postmates is now. So Postmates, in honor of Pride Month, put out a...
We've seen this already. Wait, new Austinox video?
Like London? I used to live in London.
Oh, yeah, we got proper kitty, bruv. It was a peng thing.
So we were there during the heat wave.
Okay. Yeah, there's like no AC.
There's no AC. So it was,
what do they aircon? There's no aircon, bro.
So it was a little brutal, but also I did have one experience that I fucking loved.
All right.
I went to the Ritz.
Oh, wow, you went to the Ritz? I've never been
And
to
I
the
did
Ritz.
like a 12-course meal. The best part was like the way that they spoke to us. So we ordered a beef Wellington. And the beef Wellington was so good. We're like, get another one. And we call our server over and we're like, hey, we'd love to place it. And he's like, sir, I am so sorry. I do not know if we have the resources to do this. Let me check with the chef. And we're like, oh my God, like, we didn't know it was such a big ordeal. And he's like, apologies, gentlemen. The chef simply cannot make another Wellington. There is no way to add another Wellington. And we're like, no, it's fine. And he's like, I am so sorry. I will speak with the chef again. And he leaves and he comes back. He's like, I have checked again. There is no way we can do the Wellington.
He's
and
working for the tip, man.
And we're like, I got, it's okay. You know, we have enough food. Blah, blah.
He comes back. He's like,
10 minutes later, he comes back. He's like, gentlemen. After much conversation,
he's becoming more Japanese now.
He's going to do one more Wellington.
Oh my God!
And he's
Just
like,
chant. You're like,
yeah.
He's like, no. They bring out the trumpet like they're the.
This is simply unheard of. So we got that second Wellington. It felt perverse.
Was it good?
This Wellington's not supposed to.
Wait.
Second Wellington is simply unheard of.
That is also on my TikTok. Here it is. Blast off. Blastinox making waves with the TikToks. There you go. Check it out. Go fucking write some funny shit on there. Fear and on YouTube, Connor and Ludwig show up on this app. Didn't tag Ludwig? Yeah, why the fuck would I, dude? Who's Ludwig? Who wig? Connor's fans are wilding out on his podcast subreddit because of you? Wait, why? What are they saying? Who, Omega Lol wig? What are they saying? What's Connor Dog Virginia's subreddit? Sea Dog VA subreddit. That's not it, I don't think. Oh, trash taste? Let's see what normal takes are happening here. $5K upvotes. Unexpected collab. 99% Ludwig and Connor will kiss during this episode. You can count on it. Connor also buys the jokes from the nerdy dealer. Nice. Just when we thought the Pokey collab was controversial, here comes Hasan. This is Hasan's podcast, though. Connor should be able to talk to whomever he wants to. However, I don't think the boys would want to put a political streamer on trash taste, especially since Hasan, in my opinion, is too controversial. Wait, what? Motherfucker, y'all watch anime, dog. Y'all watch anime, you fucking weirdos. You like anime. You're a fucking weeb, dog. What do you mean I'm controversial? Your entire existence is questionable. Okay? Motherfucker said, this guy's a brand risk. Dudes with fucking lolly PFPs saying I am a brand risk. Yeah, I got controversial takes. Yeah, that's my thoughts. If Hasan ever came on Trash Taste, it would 1,000,000% skip that episode, and I would reconsider watching Trash Taste going forward. I would watch Trash Taste to get away from politics and drama. Hey, that's good to hear, but I literally had never heard of Firam before today. I don't care for Hasan, so that's just me. I'm not going to support Connor in this. I don't have to consume all of his content. This guy's like fucking so mad. People might not like his opinion, but honestly, yeah, same. I've never seen too many podcasts being ruined. I've seen one too many podcasts being ruined by politics. Motherfucker said, yo, he's acting like Connor is his boyfriend, dude. Check his post history. I have a theory. What? Oh, dude. Oh, dude. He's like posting old clips of me and shit. Yeah. Oh, man. That's so sad, dude. He likes Warhammer and is definitely not racist. What am I doing right now? I'm like looking at some fucking random dickheads. Comments. His like schizo his effort posts on Warhammer 40K subreddits and shit. Yeah, even people on the left like me don't really like him. Superficially speaking, all I know from him is that he just creates Twitch drama that seeps into Twitter, and that's saying something if that's what a lot of people think about him, even on the most superficial level. I love when motherfuckers are like, bro, I don't know anything about this guy. I just hate him because other people have like, other deranged hate watchers have guided my perspective. I love that. His hate comment is actually funny. I'd say the biggest reason why I dislike him is because I'm forced to constantly listen to him because my brother watches him on TV and we're in the same room. I don't really like loud, opinionated people when it comes to political stuff also. I will say there are things he says that I do agree with, but then he says something that makes me go, huh, which leads to him yelling at chat for 5 minutes spewing insults. I'm guessing he's playing it up. At least I hope he is. But it's not my cup of tea for entertainment or news. I don't get that far into detail because it's very political and it's trash taste sub, but those are a few reasons why I don't like this guy. Hey, shouts out to Yellow 8's brother. You know what I'm saying? King. Whenever a motherfucker says, I don't know a lot about him, get ready for the most unhinged takes, okay? Whenever someone says, I don't know a lot about him, especially on Reddit, that's the result of high androgen levels from steroids. Yeah. Why do they get mad at Pokimane being on Trash Taste? Pokimane is unironically one of the least controversial fucking figures you can ever find on the internet. Like, she very deliberately and very carefully is not like She's just not controversial in any meaningful capacity. It makes no sense. It's just because she's a woman. There's no other reason. I'm sorry. There's no other fucking reason to hate on Pokimane this much. Like, there are controversial female content creators out there that say crazy shit, right? I couldn't name any of them because, you know, I don't really watch any content creators. Let's be real. Like Candace Owens, I guess. That's the every content creator I know is political. It's just so sad. I was thinking, like, can I give a content creator that I know in the space or whatever? And I literally can't. It's just all fucking every single one of them is political. God damn it, my brain is so broken. He said Amy Goodman. Yeah, Amy Goodman. Very controversial. All right, we got another Button episode. Folks, the Button is back. Kanye West full interviews out there, but I'm probably going to skip it because, you know, kind of boring. Here's a thread. The best Yelp reviews of Hasan's sloppy steakhouse. Kaylee? Yeah, I guess Kaylee's kind of controversial, but she doesn't do anything that, like, any male content creator would easily get away with. Like, everything that Kaylee does, male content creators do on a regular basis in infinitely worse ways and never get any kind of fucking pushback on. So even that, like, I was thinking about Kaylee as a controversial female content creator, but, like, not really. Like, she doesn't do anything that crazy. Except for the Kirby cock and balls. That was fucking nasty, dude. Holy shit, I saw that. When I see stuff like that, it's so hard for me not to respond. Oh, Corinna. Yeah, Kaylee posted Kirby cock and balls. It was wild. It was exactly like you, but you didn't listen. You didn't listen to Kanye's interview. The Haitian community is disappointed and felt betrayed by you. How dare you? Kanye is good. Kanye is the GOAT. It was exactly like you, but you didn't listen. NASA, by the way, is about to hit an asteroid, right? Just to test out whether they can hit asteroids or not, which is kind of sus. Like, they mentioned time and time again, like, hey, guys, this asteroid, not on its way to Earth. Don't worry, which is fine. But why the fuck are they training to hit asteroids? You know what I mean?
We are waiting for confirmation of precision lock.
Like, what the fuck do they know?
MSC, this is SN5.
Go ahead, SN5.
We are precision locked and still tracking Dimorphos.
Yes.
Nerds.
Woo!
We are soon going to hear again from Elena Adams.
This is great. This is Dart MSC on DT Mach. So this was our last milestone. At this point, we're going to be working towards Dimorphos. I expect we're going to do some burns. We're about 4,500 miles away from Didymos and Dimorphos. So
Hey, NASA, how about y'all figure out how to fucking not stream in 1P, okay? That's my fucking take on NASA, okay? They need to figure it the fuck out, dude. What is this shit? I can't even see the fucking nerds celebrating.
Locked, a lot of applause. Things are looking good. And we are now headed for the moment of truth. How are you holding up?
Oh, I'm doing great. You know, the team's been doing great. The spacecraft's doing great. It's this precision lock, you know, is absolute milestone for the terminal phase here. We've got a good signature on Dimorphos. So the spacecraft has what it needs to guide itself in for the impact here in 17, almost 18 minutes. So we're doing great.
Yep, so close. Very exciting moments ahead. Now, we can't say this enough, and I know you've said it so many times, but it's worth repeating for viewers that Dimorphos is not a threat to Earth, nor will it be after impact, right?
No, that's right. This asteroid system is still almost 7 million miles away from the Earth. It's at its closest point in the orbit right now to Earth. So from this point forward, it's going to be moving away from Earth. So there's no chance of anything here. We've got to look for all the other unknown asteroids out there still.
Guys, stop worrying about other asteroids. I promise, there's no other asteroids, okay? Just listen to my words saying that there are no other asteroids.
Back to you, Tahira.
All right, thanks, Samson. It is amazing to know that we have a precision lock on target Dimorphos. Now, we have a fun way for you to join our mission, and it is by signing up to be a planetary defender. Visit bity.com/planetary defender.
What?
Take the quiz and receive a certificate like this one. Now, once it's official, show us on social media using the hashtag planetary defender.
Dog, they're conscripting us by debating us at the top of the fucking hour. And instead of a 60-second ad break, boom, blammo, all of a sudden, you're literally a part of the planetary defense squad for the upcoming alien invasion. What do they know? Well, aliens, of course, know that at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. They also know that you can get gifted a sub if you're lucky. That's how you defend yourself against the alien invaders of advertisement. The 1-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Least annoying vegan. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. This guy looks like Prince Charles. Anyway, yeah, aliens have not been able to perfect anti-ad tech. Twitch engineers are working round the clock for that shit, brother. You know what I'm saying? I failed the planetary defense quiz, Sag. They really do stream in 1p, yeah.
This is what we will be using to study Didymos and Dimorphos in the days and weeks after DART impact. The DART spacecraft will be hitting an asteroid called Dimorphos. It's special because it's a binary asteroid, which means a satellite around a larger asteroid called Didymos. And DART will actually be hitting Dimorphos. And what we will be measuring is how much DART changes the orbit of Dimorphos around Didymos. So this is an important test for...
Wait, so we're not even hitting the big one? We're not even hitting the big kahuna. We're hitting the little one.
The Lowell Discovery Telescope is one of many telescopes around the world which will be used to study Didymos and Dimorphos. It's really a global coordinated effort. And what we're looking at here is a large 4.3 meter primary mirror that's in the middle of the telescope tube here. Up at the top is a secondary mirror. The secondary mirror up top there is what is focusing the light down onto the instruments and allows us to take images with the camera that's located down at the bottom. This is maybe one of my favorite hidden rooms at the telescope.
For the record, for those of you who are just tuning in, NASA is currently trying DART, Double Asteroid Redirect Test. So what their goal with this is to send a fucking asteroid. There's asteroids that are not actually projected to hit Earth at all, but they're testing out a satellite that they're launching towards the little asteroid, following the larger asteroid, to see if they can redirect it. Now, they've also maintained the position that these asteroids are definitely not going to hit Earth. They would destroy the planet if they were to hit Earth. Now, they also keep saying there's no other asteroids that are going to hit Earth. We're just trying. We're just testing it out. We're testing out what we can do about changing the trajectory of asteroids that may in the future be coming towards Earth. That's what they keep saying.
And looking at how that brightness changes. And those dips in brightness allow us to measure when...
What if they hit the fucking thing and then actually its trajectory changes and it's now actually coming towards Earth? That's what I'm afraid of.
This field is Didymos and Dimorphos.
These fucking nerds, have they mathematician that out?
Points of light, but we have...
Where's Astro Tiggs when you need him? Where the fuck are you? We have a literal PhD in here that specifically studies this shit. Huh? Where are you, AstroTigs? Answer. Answer for the crimes of other nerds that do the same shit that you do. Answer us right now. We want answers, motherfucker. That's the biggest L in history. Yeah, I think they accounted for that possibility. The ones that worry about come out from the same angle as the light of the sun, and there's fuck all we can do about that. Dude, shut up. Don't say that. I don't want to even think about that. Astro Tiggs, surprisingly not in the chat today. He's in the chat every fucking day. Surprisingly not in the chat today. The one day where we're looking at asteroid trajectory. Very interesting. I will make note of this.
Is just minutes away from making history. A truly global effort. This mission has brought together people from around the world, united under one goal: to find a way to protect humanity from a hazardous asteroid if one were ever discovered. Now, usually NASA's spacecraft are...
No! You said the only asteroid we have to worry about is Apophis in around 2034? What the fuck? So there is one! No! There is one then. We got the certificate in Hoscord. This certifies that Murat the better part. No! You signed my brother up! What have you done? What if aliens attack and I'm like, yo, we're out of here? Like, I want to put him on the billionaire asteroid evasion spaceship because, you know, we have a secret club of like the mega wealthy, you know, the wealthiest people on the planet, me, myself included, the $3 billion homeowner. And I want to put Murat in there and they're like, sorry. It says that Murat is on a list. Murat the Better Piker, it says, is on the Asteroid Defense Brigade, the Alien Defense Squad, because he became a planetary defender. And I'm like, no, Murat, come with me. And then they're like, nope, sorry. He has to go defend. He has to go defend the country. And then it's like, no. And then I get on the ship anyway. And it's like hors d'oeuvres. What the fuck? Oh, this is not the actual.
Final 10 minutes. We are almost there.
While you were just in the thick of it with the team up until a few minutes ago, what is the atmosphere like in there? I can only imagine.
It's really, it's great. I mean, they're excited. Every time there's a marker that we meet a milestone, everyone is cheering and very excited. But there's also almost a sense of
Demon Stasis, thank you for the 5. Get the subs, by the way.
With every milestone, everything's going, you know, as planned. We're found.
I love hearing
locked
that.
on the target as planned, pretty much at the right time. They're looking at the brightness and the reflectivity of the object, and it's more or less what they expected. Everything is performing as expected, and so there's a lot of cheering and happiness, but just kind of a sense, hey, you know, we've been planning for this a long time, and we've got it.
We've got this. We've been planning for this. We can hear applause left and right throughout this evening, all good signs. What are they focused on at this critical juncture, Lori? It is basically years of planning, 10 months of making sure we get to this point after launch, and they've been juggling a lot. Is there anything in particular that they are glued on as we enter this moment of truth?
Yeah, so the main thing they've been watching is, you know, getting to that point where we could do the precision lock, where we had good enough signal coming back and enough confidence in where we are relative to Dimorphos that we could really do that precision lock onto the target. And it's hands off now, right? We're not, you know, the spacecraft is going to drive itself, and really focused on that, you know, that point where they could be precision locked. And they're also thinking about looking at and reassessing continuously what's the probability of miss, right? As you get closer and closer, that probability should get smaller and smaller, and it is. It's getting, it looks really, really good right now.
Well, it sounds like the game of thinking of
No, they put me and Austin in the Planetary Defense Squad against our will.
So they can do a lot of great up into this
My
point.
Discord signed us up.
Through to these last few minutes. Well, and in a few minutes, speaking of that, all the years of thinking, of doing, planning, reacting is finally coming to an end. From 5 minutes to impact, there will be no more opportunity
Take
to
Austin,
send
not
any
me.
commands to SmartNav in the Mission Operations Center. The team will be purely spectators, the data coming in, and they are just waiting it out like the rest of us.
You know what I realized? You're exactly like one of those theater kids you make fun of so much. Your RP's very entertaining, but also means you're a nerd. Shut up. That's not true. I'm so fucking cool, dude. I'm not even remotely a theater nerd, okay?
I'm really excited about it, and I've been engaged with this mission for the last 4.5 years that I've been in my current role. But this team has been working so hard on this for so many years, and they've put so much of their energy and their time into this, and so much planning and rehearsing, and it's a really big event for them.
So, Mr. Asteroid, if Austin is guiding it, how dare you? Austin is actually a wonderful pilot. He's just dog shit at driving.
Yeah, I've got
If we were driving towards the asteroid, no fucking way would we actually hit that thing. But if we're flying towards it, I think he can nail it. Boom, directly, right in the middle of the kisser.
To this point, I can only imagine what they're feeling. Perhaps, like you said, a little bit of relief, a little bit of, can I let this go? I have worked for this moment so long, and now we can no longer do anything. That moment is just coming up.
Yeah, but I think they're ready. I think they're at that point. You're getting some shots.
We
of
found how
Lena
NASA
Adams,
streams the TV.
Systems engineer, and you can see the excitement in her voice. She's so ready to show the success of this mission.
Brother, they have satellite coverage, and their satellites are dog shit because they're too busy launching them at fucking asteroids, man. That's why.
Fate. This is blockbuster stuff, Lori.
Oh yeah, we are there. Yeah,
I have front row tickets, and we are very soon about to open up these airwaves in the Mission Operations Center. We'll stay plugged in all the way through impact. Remember, at this point, 5 minutes out, no more commands to SmartNav will be possible. The team is watching it just like you and me and the rest of us. All right, we've reached 5 minutes from impact. The final command opportunity to SmartNav has passed, and the team is simply watching that data stream in just like we are. Also remember, there is a 38-second lag for the data to travel to Earth, and also an additional few more seconds for image processing. It's important to note that. You should be hearing the chatter in the Mission Operations Center momentarily.
This is Dart MSC on DT Mach. 5 minutes till impact. 5 minutes till impact. We are at 1,100 miles away. Also, our window for sending any commands to the spacecraft is done. Contingency's done.
This is a great vibe in that Mission Operations Center right now, Lori.
It really is. They are so excited.
Why don't they just set the satellite to low latency
I'm
mode?
looking at these images as we get closer and closer, and you look at Didymos, and just you're starting to see this physical body appear.
Can
there.
you?
It's incredible.
I don't feel that way at all.
I'm still having a hard time believing this is real energy coming in near real time.
Yeah, but you've been watching it over the last 30, 45 minutes go from just being a collection of individual pixels, and now you can actually see the shape and the shading.
Wait,
and texture
when it actually
of
hits, are we
Didymos,
going to
and we're
see
gonna
like
see
the
that
crust
same
of the
thing with
fucking
Didymos as we
asteroid?
get closer and closer. This is so cool.
Because that's pretty sick.
Never before seen images of the Dimorphos will come into stark relief.
Absolutely.
A few seconds before impact.
Didymos. It's amazing. All right.
The team is standing
Like the
just
moment, right before the
recognizing
moment of
this
impact.
Years in the making. It is really nice to see them relax a little bit, get off from those computers that they've been glued to, and just appreciate this moment that's coming.
Yeah, and they've earned this. It's just great to see them there. This is so cool.
Lori, we hit another major milestone. We are now 2.5 minutes from impact, and SmartNav has stopped maneuvering the spacecraft. DART is now coasting toward Dimorphos, and we hope into the history books.
Absolutely. This will be, I'm sure you've heard it many times tonight, humanity's first ever attempt at trying to move another celestial body, and also our first attempt ever to execute a mission.
Overall, this is a very important experiment, as there are not many methods to redirect asteroids. There's a weirder method like painting the asteroid black.
Yeah, and I'm starting
asteroid
to see
ends up
Dimorphos
absorbing more heat and radiating it away, slightly shifting its orbit.
I'm starting to see individual boulders on Didymos. Unbelievable.
Did you guys hear that?
Unbelievable clarity
Apparently,
of images there.
one of the experiments is potentially painting the asteroid black. I don't even know if this can, I mean, this will knock it off of its trajectory. However, how much will it knock it off of its trajectory? That sounds fake as fuck. No, I don't believe that Astro Tiggs, who is literally a fucking astrophysics physicist, PhD, would be just simply lying in the chat about
14,000 miles per hour, and remember, you know,
this will knock it on path to destroy the moon. Wait, what? Shut up. This is not going towards the moon. You just made that up.
And now we are, you can see us zeroing in right on target.
And we're now dropping the clock, and we'll go by loss of signal to
Oh my god, it's happening.
Right.
It's passing by. It's passing the big one,
We'll get that loss
and it's
of
going
signal
towards the
we'll
little
hear
one.
from
It's
Lena
passing the
Evans
big
again,
one.
letting us know.
Brace for impact.
I feel like we'll know. I feel like that'll be a crystal clear signal.
What if it misses?
I think we're starting to see more.
Bro, what if it's a fucking whiff, dude? How big is this thing? How big is this thing? How big is it, like, size-wise? Someone in the chat, tell me how big this fucking asteroid is.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Looks like control system settling down.
Like, what is it, like the size of the moon or whatever?
We're going to get the investigation team some good pictures.
Wow.
No, come on, we can do better than that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing enough movement from NASA.
Shadows of the various rocks on the surface.
It's always so funny. There's always like a cool, hot NASA person, and then they like fucking blow up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Looks to me like we're headed straight in.
Ah! Ah! Ah! It's getting closer!
Oh,
That's fucking nuts. You can see the crust of it. What if there's an alien on it, dude?
Yeah.
What if there's an alien doing the Come to Brazil dance right now on it?
Oh, wow.
Awaiting visual confirmation.
Dude!
All right.
Impact!
Let's see. We got it? Waiting.
Come to Brazil!
A plan for humanity in the name of planetary defense.
Woo. Fantastic. Oh, fantastic.
Bro, you work for years and years and years on like this fucking project, okay? And then when the moment comes, you don't have like a cool ass fucking way to celebrate. You did the wackest high five, brother. You knew this moment was coming, and that's the high five you got?
Amazing.
What a team. What a team and what an
God, these guys are such real nerds, man. Holy shit.
Dress rehearsal. They were getting emotional at the dress rehearsal. They're like, this is crazy. We're getting emotional. This is not the real thing. I can only imagine what they are feeling right now.
Yes.
Bro,
Well, you can see
imagine if dinosaurs had this shit, dog. That's right. That's right. And now they're just chicken nuggets. You know what I'm saying? Remember that. Humans, baby. Humans won. Universe zero.
Hard work and the weight of expectation lifted off their shoulders. This is amazing.
Get fucked, dinos.
This is beautiful. And Lori, really,
This is so sick.
Huge moment for the mission. Lots more work needs to happen in the days, weeks, months.
Absolutely. Now, as I always say, it's one of my favorite missions. Now is when the science starts. It just starts now. Now that we've impacted, now we're going to see for real how effective we were. We're going to train all of those ground-based telescopes on the Didymos Dimorphos system, and we're going to make measurements that will help us determine just what its orbit looks like now relative to what it was before. So it's going to be great. Very cool.
All right, this is when science, engineering, and a great purpose, planetary defense, come together, and it makes a magical moment like this.
Yeah,
That was fire.
Absolutely, and you can see so many people there that have
That was
made
fire.
this happen. The team of APL engineers that have really poured their souls into this mission.
Lori, any last words to mark this historic moment?
Oh, we're embarking on a new era of humankind, an era in which we potentially have the capability to protect ourselves from something like a dangerous.
Next is when they find out that it's now heading towards us. No,
What an
that's not going to
amazing thing.
happen.
We've never
I
had
hope.
that capability before.
Thank you so much, Lori. Those are poignant.
I actually
last
have no
words.
idea to know if that's true or not.
History has been made. Back to you.
The engineers telling their boss that they.
Wow. I mean, what an exciting day for the DART team. And
A second asteroid is headed towards the Pentagon, sir. Literally watching Space 9/11 and you're laughing. Despicable, to be honest. I mean, yeah. We had to take the brave asteroid out of the trajectory.
Planning for this moment. We've been talking about it for years. At APL here, we've been working on this since 2015. And I've been talking, these are the images that we're going to see, and they're going to be spectacular. And I think even then they exceeded my expectations.
Astrotig says the asteroid is 170 meters across. It's also the satellite of an even bigger asteroid, 760 meters across. Where was it headed towards? Like, obviously not Earth, but where the fuck was it going? Also, what is that in freedom numbers? Get no scoped, bitch. Orbiting the sun, being no danger to nobody. Dude, imagine we fuck that asteroid up, it hits the sun, and then the sun gets angry and then sends an asteroid our way. Sends a fucking sun asteroid our way. Holy shit, dude. Check out Apophis in 2029. Wait, what do you mean? What the fuck is this? It's just orbiting around the sun, right? Where's Earth, though? Oh, is the blue one Earth? Oh, shit! Is the blue one Earth? Oh, that's a near miss. Oh, that's another near miss. Uh-oh. Too close to comfort. Oh, it's coming up. Wait, oh, it hit it? Oh! It did. Apophis is a 1 in 380,000 chance of impacting Earth by 2068. Why not just nuke it? Why not send a team of coal miners and oil frackers to go up to the asteroid and put a nuclear bomb inside of it? That's the real question. I mean, I feel like I've heard that happen before, right? And certainly not astronauts, okay? Because those guys are whack. What the fuck would they know about oil fracking and coal mining? Which would be significantly harder to learn than motherfucking astronauts, okay? Oil drilling. a highly technical, specialized field that astronauts somehow cannot learn about.
Scientists around the world are ready to study the, what did we do to Dimorphos? But more importantly, what does that mean for potentially applying this in the future? I mean, DART really is just the start. It's just the first planetary defense test mission. It was spectacular, and it's accomplished, and we'll figure out how effective it was. That's really what we're going to learn.
My dad worked on DART when they made impact. I texted him, wow, they crashed. It's sad. He replied, women drivers? Wow. More sexism in NASA. Canceled, sweaty. I'm not an expert, but I feel like at least a kilometers across. I don't think it's large enough to do like what the dinosaur one did, which was a mile across, which was miles across if I remember correctly. Plus, a lot of it will burn off in the atmosphere.
Team on crossing the finish line. So congratulations. And with that, here's my question. Now that DART has impacted, how will you know if the spacecraft has actually changed the asteroid's orbit?
Math, right?
Yeah, I mean, so this is a double asteroid system. So all we've done here actually is change slightly how Dimorphos goes around Didymos, right? And the telescopes on the Earth have studied this for years. So we knew it used to be 11 hours and 55 minutes. What is it going to be now? And so the telescopes are going to measure that period change. And they're so good at this. They've done it for decades already.
Yo, what if we disrupted something delicate here, by the way?
When we have it, we're going to be sure to share it with everybody.
I'm not even kidding. Like, what if we just what if we knocked it out of the park and it just like, it's now actually changed its trajectory and it's now heading towards Earth. It's pissed off. Space isn't that delicate, brother. Yeah, well, what if we made the aliens mad?
Hey, congratulations. Boy, the DART team, you really did this one very well. It's been a successful completion of the first
Bro, this guy is already a fossilized astronaut. I mean, a fossilized fucking asteroid himself.
And there were years of hard work.
It's so funny that Murat, by the way, the better piker, does this exact same thing every day. Like, in that exact same gear, in an exact similar fucking room, working on, ironically, identical fucking satellites like that. That's what Murat does every day.
Tell us about the changes in this asteroid's orbit. So thank you to this international team. We are showing that planetary defense is a global endeavor, and it is very possible to save our planet.
What do you mean?
All right.
Yeah, he didn't believe that.
Eloquently put, Administrator Nelson.
Yeah, what about, hey, Nelson, what about climate change, dog?
APL Director Ralph Semmel.
Save our planet from what? Save our planet from what? Leaked! Save our planet from what, motherfucker? You can't say save our planet and leave it. He just kept us hanging. Save our planet from what? Save it from what, Nelson?
And that there was no question there was going to be an impact. And to see the team overjoyed with their...
He knows something we don't know, bro.
What does this mean for NASA? What does this mean for planetary defense?
Well, NASA works for the benefit of humanity. So for us, it's the ultimate fulfillment of our mission to do something like this, a technology demonstration that, who knows, someday could save our home.
Very powerful. Thank you, Pam. Ralph, you were in that mock for the moment of impact. We've seen a lot of major milestones in APL's history in space. We're talking the first flyby of Pluto, the first mission to orbit Mercury, and now the first spacecraft to impact an asteroid. What was the moment like for you in there?
It was incredible to see how so many years of hard work and creativity resulted in a direct hit of Dimorphos was just an adrenaline rush. I'll add that I've been at the lab now for quite a few years, and I've been involved in a lot of missions and achievements. And
I texted Murat. I watched that Dart shit. Boeing should have gotten that gig. They know how to crush flying objects better than anyone.
Stop. Ralph, I'm going to give you both a treat right now. We're going to play that replay of impact on our screens right now so we can enjoy it again.
Yeah, let's watch it again. That shit was fire. That shit was actually
what
fire.
What does this achievement mean for Johns Hopkins APL? Huge, right?
Okay, that's kind of far though, bro. Come on, speed it up.
And in fact, if you'll excuse the pun-like statement here, the impact on APL, as it was on Dimorphos, is immense. This is exactly the kind of mission that APL seeks to do, a never-before-done mission. I'd like to thank NASA for entrusting us with this mission, and I'd like to tell everyone how proud I am of the entire DART team and APL for this game-changing achievement.
Incredible. Thank you, Ralph. And we're watching that replay right now on our screens and just admiring that remarkable achievement once again.
He got hit with the spirit of red communism right there immediately.
We're just tiny blobs of light, and now they are real.
Who was in the
objects to us,
spacecraft?
which is amazing.
Bruce Willis, I heard. He was flying it. R.I.P. to Bruce Willis.
That is amazing.
Bro, there's an alien right there.
The second and third time.
There's that drop-off, knowing we made it.
We got an escape ship already.
Fantastic.
A Hostwit asteroid
Well, there
evasion
you have
space.
it. A lot of pride here tonight, along with the promise of big things to come.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna
with the
keep it real,
successful DART
dog.
impact,
Nobody's
that will
making
do
it
For
out.
us today at the Mission Operations Center. Back to you, Tahira.
Nobody's
Amazing.
making it out.
I mean, today is a fantastic day. And DART
One
is
of my
just the
faves just
beginning of a
retweeted you, and
global
he's right.
planetary defense effort. In 2024,
The dinosaurs
the
didn't
European
want it
Space
bad enough. No
Agency's
hustle,
Hera
no
mission
grit.
will conduct follow-up observations of asteroid Dimorphos and measure in great detail DART's kinetic impactor tests. Let's take a look.
Oh my God.
The DART impact is going to be an incredible moment, something we've been looking for over 17 years.
Phase Favre.
My name is Jan Carnelli, and I'm leading the Hera mission for the European Space Agency.
Phase Favre, dude.
The deflection by DART will be measurable from ground with telescopes. However, only with Hera coming up close and inspecting the asteroid will unveil
This one's for
all
the
of those
dinosaurs.
parameters that will allow us to plan for a deflection
Looking for trouble
mission
out in
one
the
day
asteroid
within.
belt. Come at
This
me.
is the propulsion module of the Hera spacecraft that will take us to asteroid Dimorphos and will allow us to study the results of the DART impact. The propulsion module is being built here in Italy and then will be sent to Germany, where will be mated with the instruments and the rest of the spacecraft to be ready for launch in October 2024.
We started designing and conceiving the whole mission and the spacecraft about 2 years ago, and we have a launch date to meet that is a fixed date in October 2024. So it's challenging, but we're making it possible. You could say that Hera is really 3 space missions in one. We have one, the main spacecraft that we are currently building at OHB in Germany, but we also have 2 smaller missions that are spacecraft in their own right. Those are the 2 CubeSats, Juventus and Milani.
The CubeSat
Hey, yo,
I'm working
asteroid,
on
get
is
your
Milani,
boy.
which will perform spectral measurements and dust detection following the DART impact.
Good job, chat. We crashed a website for Planetary Defenders. That or the aliens have begun their retaliation. Are you serious? Come on, dude. Motherfuckers can't have fun ever, dude. You just DDoS the fucking Planetary Defense sign-up list. That was our last defense, chat. Not the Space Force. Phase the Welfare King. MAGA Communism TV. It's fine. Their YouTube live stream has 200K viewers. I don't think that was us, lol. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Yeah. I thought, because I just saw their Twitch stream, which was a big L. They had like 30K at their peak. Yeah, 40K during Impact. Nice. Cost of doing business. My man hasn't done anything in a while. I don't know what this is about, but
say for the sake of argument, there's this, call him a provocateur, a conservative who makes his living off being a public figure, saying scandalously evil things in public because controversy equals attention, and attention equals brand recognition. He gets his writing gigs and interviews and guest spots, sometimes because people agree with the awful things he says. More often it's because he gets views. His economy runs on engagement, and hate clicks are still clicks. One revenue stream is speaking engagements, the college campus circuit. Fans at, let's say, UC Emeryville invite him as a guest lecturer. But UCE is broadly a progressive campus, which means his presence there would likely provoke a lot of outrage, maybe even a protest. And a protest would be pretty flippin' sweet. Protest means local news coverage, maybe more than local. Hell, the conservative media machine loves taking stories like this and blowing them up to national importance.
Including Bill Maher, by the way.
If he plays his cards right, he could get his words in front of millions of people instead of just the student.
Why don't you say or post anything about what's happening in Iran? I'm just trying to keep it a secret. That's why I covered it like numerous times on different broadcasts. But you just exposed me for trying to keep it a secret.
Body of UCM.
People that want me to talk about Iran, like, do you expect me to cover it literally 24/7? Like, I don't understand. I'm a broadcaster. I cover a broad variety of news, right? Iran being, of course, an incredibly important news story, which I have given adequate coverage to. I don't get it.
Of course, he's gonna take that gig. But the progressive students at UCE are wise to his tricks. They've seen him pull this stunt at other UCs, Stockton, Bakersfield, Vacaville. So they make the decision, we're not gonna protest. We're just gonna let him speak. Let the boy stamp his feet, and in a month, no one will even remember he was here. As the date approaches and the provocateur sees he's not getting the response he wants, he starts hinting things on social media, trying to bait a reaction.
It does fit your anti-Kurd agenda, lol. What? Brother, not only am I like a secular Turk, I'm a very progressive person. What the fuck? That's crazy.
Psst, hey. I'm going to make jokes about the Holocaust. I'm going to say Americans treated their slaves well. Nothing. So he ups the ante, makes it personal. I'm going to put up pre-transition photos of your trans students. I'm going to out the queer students I've seen on Grindr. I'm going to name which of your students I think are illegal immigrants.
Milo Yiannopoulos did all of these things, okay, back in the day. He is describing what Innuendo Studios is doing here is precisely what Milo Yiannopoulos did, by the way. He did all of those things.
Student body's like, bro, do your worst. Nobody's falling for it. Until one student's like, hold up. He's going to dox immigrants in front of his audience of white nationalist gun nuts? And we're just going to let him? You know some of his fans were in Charlottesville, right? What we're seeing here is a game of chicken between one group of white conservative reactionaries and one group of, let's be honest, mostly white liberals, for whom the stakes are who gets paid attention to. The provocateur doesn't have the ammunition nor the optics to attack privileged liberals directly, so he pokes and prods at various social minorities whom privileged liberals are supposed to care about, until he gets a reaction. Going after people of color is a pure Xanatos gambit for his fans. Either they get a protest and a national audience hears their reactionary rhetoric, or there's no protest and they get to fuck with some immigrants. And because white liberals are largely ignorant to the threat posed to those immigrants, white liberals are not great at assessing the full scope of the danger. Often enough, this remains to them an argument about ideas and principles. To them, they are but words, until someone gets hit by a car or shot, and then it's who could have predicted? The provocateur's animating force is not hatred of people of color. It's hatred of white liberals, just as white liberals' animating force is less advocacy for people of color than moral victory over conservatives. Neither side acknowledges people of color as entities in this fight. They're viewed as tools for getting white people what they want, and their suffering is viewed as an acceptable byproduct. You've maybe heard the phrase, in the game of patriarchy, women are not the opposing team, they are the ball. Well, in the game of imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy, minorities are not the opposing team. They are the cars, store windows, and newspaper kiosks that get wrecked when the home team loses. Or when the home team wins. It's the Eagles fan view of oppression. And make no mistake, weaponizing or disregarding students of color is still racism. But it's racism of a kind most white people have trouble recognizing, or to speak with a sharper edge, that white people often refuse to acknowledge. From the white provocateur who does not hate minorities directly, but is willing...
Come on, Eagles fans, don't act like... So there's unironic Eagles fans going, come on, why are we catching strays? Bro, you eat horse manure when you win. Once you do that, it's over, okay? Once one Eagles fan, one singular Eagle, decides to eat horse manure as a victory for winning the Super Bowl, like to celebrate a Super Bowl victory, is done. The entire fucking nation state of Philadelphia, which, yes, I called it a nation state on purpose, is now in perpetuity recognized as the caca eaters, okay?
To utilize the hatred of others to get what he wants from some white people, who says, I will hurt them a lot just to hurt you a little, to the white liberal who does mental gymnastics to not come out and say, that is a black and brown sacrifice I'm willing to make. Racism is not always a passion, but it is tolerable, usable, easy to disregard. In a white supremacist world, it is the cost of doing business. Let me make it clear. Nothing about this is okay. Now, the weaponizing of minority suffering is employed against many minoritized groups. I could be making this video about transphobia or homophobia, and while many details would differ, I wouldn't even have to change my intro. Samuel R. Delaney, take a shot, argues that misogyny is the oldest bigotry, and therefore the model on which all other bigotries are based. I'm focusing on institutional racism as my chief example, first because this is America and the cup runneth over. Second, because in the 2016 election, the greatest indicator a person was going to vote Republican more strongly correlated than being registered as a Republican was racist sentiments. And third, because racism is a fundamental building block of fascism and a primary means of sowing discord on the left. But we'll get to that. I am going to curb my reflex to make every alt-right playbook some kind of definitive statement. I do not have the last word on American racism. If you want to hear about American racism from the people who experience it, here's a book. Here's 5 books. What I bring to the table is, I have at this point several decades experience being white, and in trying to explicate white supremacy, it is sometimes worthwhile to look at it from the inside. So my focus will be,
you do not need to post that.
What does whiteness mean to white people? American racial discourse has 4 principal...
Bro, you do not need... Dude, you are hindering your cause, man. God damn. You don't need to do that.
White characters. On the far right end, you've got the guy white people picture when they hear the word racist. Your Klansman, your neo-Nazi, your suit and tie ethno-nationalist. This guy knows he's a racist, and he's proud of it. Next to the white supremacist, you've got the white collaborator. The politician, public figure, or businessman who does not agree with the white supremacist, on paper.
I can't get over the fact that every bread tuber has to look that way. Like, is there a law? Is there a fucking rule, like in the rule book? I'm going to move on. They make great videos. They're awesome.
But will seek out their votes, attention, or money.
Says
Next
you,
to
lol. Yeah, no, me. Very similar. You're right.
the collaborator, you've got the white moderate. People who ostensibly believe in racial justice as an end goal and are somewhat committed to bringing it about, but only with the cooperation of the white collaborator. It wouldn't be fair to do it without their consent, you see, and thus the white moderate spends a lot less time opposing collaborators than appealing to their better natures. They tend to operate on behalf of people of color rather than with them. Plainly put, the cost of doing business maneuver is this group using this group to attack this group using people of color as their weapon of choice. It is white supremacy in the form of 3 groups of white people fighting amongst themselves. Finally, on the far opposite end, you have the honest-to-goodness anti-racist, where the racist will support white supremacy, the collaborator uphold white supremacy, and the moderate seek to reform white supremacy. Only the anti-racist is trying to get rid of it. And even they are not free from racial bias. And if you tell one of them, you are not free from racial bias, it's not guaranteed they will react well. It's just, if you're trying to fight white supremacy, they're the white folks you have the best odds with. Now, this little chorus line is not how white people typically frame the situation. We usually think of racism as a binary. There are racists, and there are non-racists. In that framing, the provocateur is someone whose allegiance we get to debate. He willingly sacrifices people of color, but without personally hating them. Does that count as #racism? This debate lasts approximately the rest of your goddamn life, which should be evidence enough that the frame is wanting. In today's framing, there are several shades of racism, and there is anti-racism. There is no non. Now, before we map the choreography of how these 4 types interact, first, a quick note on how most white people think about whiteness. Short answer, whenever possible, they prefer not to. Whiteness in America. Is it vanilla? No. It's fior di latte. Nothing but milk and sugar. When non-whites are flavors, we are the base. In the same way one does not hear one's own accent. British people have accents.
That's not a lot of pots.
But we just speak English normal-like.
That's not a lot of pots.
If you have not built your whole identity around being white, you probably don't think about your whiteness very often, and perhaps even feel uncomfortable when one points it out. For it is the white experience to passively, unconsciously, conceive of oneself as a kind of raceless default. This is privilege.
That's why it's political. When there's a non-white actor playing a role that's traditionally given to white actors, that's, and you can pick and choose the different forms of identity there. It's not just, it doesn't extend to just like black people or anything like that.
Indeed, this is part of what makes privilege privilege.
They're woke.
It's the identity that's treated as a norm. The one you don't have to think about. A movie with an all-white cast is widely perceived as being in no way about race. But that's not true of one with an all-black cast. Identities being treated as defaults makes institutional racism difficult to understand even for well-meaning white people. How can I be racist?
Intelligent viewer, Hasan profiting off of racism every day and buys $1 million homes, multiple. One in this chatter's head. Specifically, he's probably going to ban me because I'm the only real one in the chat. No, I will not ban you. You are my pet now. I will pet you instead.
If I don't identify as a racist, how could I be part of a group I never opted into? But let us reflect. Would a group one never opted into not describe a minority? People don't choose to be gay, and while people also don't choose to be straight, being straight is normal. People don't come out as straight or have complex codes for signaling heterosexuality. Not that they'll admit to, at least.
Listen, brother. That's the future that you're looking down at. You're staring at the barrel of a gun, brother. We're gonna have to fucking signal to everybody that we're straight in the future.
In lieu of other evidence, straightness is presumed. But if people clock you as gay, or even think they've clocked you as gay, then you stand out from the background. It makes you more visible, where the appearance of straightness makes you less so. Makes you the everyman. Of the many identities one may have at any given time on any given axis, there is typically only one default, whose rules operate differently to the rest. The more of these normal identities one possesses, the more accustomed one is to being the default. The idea is foreign that people might group one not by how one thinks of oneself, but by how one is perceived, and by how one impacts others.
Are the people you pull up from chat just chatters you want to have a conversation with, or just embarrassed?
Light-skinned Mexican
Both.
gets to be white is up to them. Whether or not you fit the definition of racist is not up to you. The boundaries are not policed from the inside. So, okay. Going again from right to left, this is where we find the titular alt-right. What's novel about the suit and tie ethno-nationalist is how they break from the iconography of racism. Their goal, like that of many racist people, is to attack and oppress people of color, but in such a way that the white establishment lets them get away with it. The average white person's shorthand for a racist is still primarily the Klansman and the neo-Nazi, respectively a rural working-class white nationalism and an urban working-class white nationalism. The alt-right is the gentrification of white nationalism. Their pocket squares and MBAs and $90 haircuts short out the white moderate's brain because they still associate white supremacy with white trash. Racism is worse than evil. It's common. It's why they insist reactionary conservatism is propped up by the white working class in flyover states, despite all evidence to the contrary.
The alt-right can't be as bad as everyone says, because whoever heard of a racist going to Harvard?
The alt-right bridges the gap between white nationalism and the rest
Only the top dog races go to Harvard, let's be real.
Of white culture,
like the
using
best
class
racists.
signifiers to gain access to the political and social capital of the more mainstream collaborator, and getting the moderate to treat them not as someone to be ignored, but someone to bargain with in good faith. The collaborator finds value in this relationship because, regardless of one's position on it, racism works. A police officer may not be personally racist, but when it's the end of the month and they need to hand out a few more tickets to make quota, it's safest to do so in a low-income neighborhood where the average driver can't make their life hell by hiring a lawyer. And due to decades of racist redlining, most low-income neighborhoods are disproportionately black and Latinx, so... And a prison warden
No
may not
Latinx,
be
he said
personally
Latina.
racist, but white people are approved by jury selection more often than people who think the justice system itself is racist, so black and Latina people are the easiest to jail, and private prisons get more funding when they're full, so... And a conservative politician may not be personally racist, but black and Latina people predominantly vote Democrat, and since they're disproportionately imprisoned, if the politician denies convicts the right to vote, they're more likely to get reelected, so...
I don't know whether the labor unions and their bosses really hate me. That doesn't matter, but I know I'm not in their unions. I don't know if the real estate lobby is anything against black people, but I know the real estate lobbies keep me in the ghetto. I don't know if the Board of Education hates black people, but I know the textbooks they give my children to read and the schools that we have to go to.
Now, frequently enough, these people are self-identified, card-carrying racists. My point is, for this system of incentives and rewards to operate, they don't have to be. Any of them may, but none of them must. Racism exists, and it's efficient. And in a capitalist society where cops are competing for promotions, private prisons are competing for contracts, and politicians are competing for votes, if an unethical behavior sees a higher return than the alternative, then ethics are a luxury. There are hundreds of examples of businesses that claim, in periods of prosperity, that they prefer to do what is right over what is profitable. But what do they say when prosperity ends? Every boom has a bust. Since 1900, the US has spent 1 out of every 4 years in recession. and in the lean season, not using.
Oh, I'm so glad I didn't ban this guy. This is a perfect example. How am I a pet now? Racist much? Everyone in this chat, you're being brainwashed. Hasan is a part of the FBI trial on Twitch to hypnotize the public. Come on. That's a fucking great chatter. This is why Twitch lowered y'all ad revenue. Twitch didn't lower the ad revenue. They lowered the sub revenue. At the top of the hour, there's still a 60-second ad break, though, until this month ends and my contract is over. And if you no longer want to see those ads at the top of the fucking hour, all you need to do is subscribe. Hasan Lurker with the 20 gifted subs. Woo! At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster, me. Or you can get gifted a sub. Like Matt NLT with the 5. Dylan is Unbreakable with the 5. Hasan Lurker with the 20. Like I said, that's 30. If you haven't gotten that, you're not going to get an ad break. I mean, you're not going to get a fucking gifted sub. Monty Gaming, thank you for the 5 gifted. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
This generations old system built by white people to advantage their descendants is a liability. A values-based business typically goes one of 3 ways: compromising their values to stay competitive, getting bought by someone who compromised their values to stay competitive,
Twitch,
or sticking to their guns and facing a higher risk of going out of business. Many choose to do the right thing, and some even survive. But that's beating the odds. The market trends towards the optimal strategy. No one ever went broke appealing to the ignorance of white people. The collaborator treating non-white suffering as the cost of doing business also works rhetorically.
Another reason why it's dumb as fuck to be a grifter on the left, and that's why you see so many more grifters, if not all of them, on the right. Obama Beats Greek Kebab, thank you for the 5 gifted. Monty Gaming and Dr. Sleepy Fist 0, thank you for the 5 gifted.
The average conservative citizen doesn't know anything about the Syrian civil war, but they know the refugee crisis is something the left seems to care about. So demonizing refugees is mutually beneficial for pundits and politicians who want to rally their base by spiting liberals, and for white supremacists who want to mainstream racism against Arabs. The average conservative citizen doesn't understand epidemiology, but they don't want to blame their own party for letting 1 million die of COVID, so calling it the Chinese virus is mutually beneficial for pundits and politicians who want to deflect blame onto a foreign nation, and for white supremacists who want to mainstream racism against Asians. And yet, despite this blatancy in collaborating with white supremacists and having eerily similar goals to white supremacists, the collaborator insists that they are themselves non-racist. Their decades of opposing affirmative action, right to assembly, police reform, fair voting efforts, redistricting, funding for public schools, prisoners' rights, religious tolerance, shutting down Guantanamo, accessibility for non-English speakers, immigration, investment in low-income neighborhoods, decolonizing school curricula, Indigenous Peoples Day, putting Harriet Tubman on the 20, kneeling,
thank you for
ending
the 10
drug
gifted.
war, or withdrawing from the Middle East, are framed as problems of implementation. We agree with the aim of closing the racial wealth gap, just not like this.
Kind of racist? Wait, what the fuck do you mean it's kind of racist? This is literally the concept that MLK talked about with respect to the white moderate. He's quite literally describing what the white moderate, and I think he chose those words carefully. Like, he chose that context carefully to claim the white moderate.
Yes. We agree with the aim of Latin Americans entering the country, just not like this. We agree with the aim of peaceful protest, just not like this. And if we on the left are to ask, how exactly are we supposed to get this without this? Oh, coming up with that solution? That's our job. And if it's not getting done, it's because we haven't come up with a solution they like yet. And probably what they don't like about our solutions is that we implied the problem was racism. Yes, white people are overrepresented in dozens of industries nationwide, but have you considered that it's a fluke? Pitch me a solution.
Bro, you can't tell me there are plenty of grifters on the left. Look at Second Thought, for example. Man hasn't read a scrap of theory and only talks about culture war bullshit. But let me guess, you're giving GAT a pass because he's lining your pockets with CIA and Nestle dollars. Fuck, we gotta ban this guy. He's on it. He's on it. He called us out, dude. No, take another second off. He's still talking. Still chatting. Fuck. Shit. I'm trying to silence him, and it's too hard.
For it being a fluke. The collaborators' white supremacy exists in the negative space. They agree racism exists. They agree we should oppose it. But they disagree that any individual thing you're talking about is an example of it. Getting a Republican to identify an actual incident of systemic racism is like trying to point at your shadow with a flashlight. And it's reasonable to ask, Jesus, how far can these guys push the envelope before the rest of the establishment calls them what they are? But if you're waiting for the moment a white moderate agrees mainstream conservatism has done something unacceptably and unequivocally racist, you're underestimating how long white people can equivocate. There's a lot to say about the white moderate, and I'm about to be that lefty who expends as many words complaining about liberals as he does fascists, but look, as much as this series is about the tactics of the far right, it is at least as much about how the center-left is susceptible to them and complicit. So, okay, when a Democrat loses an election, what happens with the white liberal pundit class? Well, there's suddenly a lot of chatter about how to talk to your racist uncle over Thanksgiving, about how liberals in red states can contact their representatives, about the value of debate. This is our fault, they say. We let this happen because
Dude, you're gonna spirited debate you're gonna spirited debate your fucking family members into not being racist. Is such a funny take from predominantly white liberals that unironically have never had a Thanksgiving with family members that just straight up will never have that conversation. Like, it's just like, it's like people who live in fucking New Hampshire and have relatives that are all just as liberal as they are. So they just don't understand it. It's like, dude, you could try to have that conversation. And I joke about it. I meme about it. Like, yeah, own your cousins and uncles in the marketplace of ideas and debate for Thanksgiving because I like to see chaos and I think it's funny and it's good content, but it's just not going to happen. You're not going to be able to do that. Okay? Because it's like an intrinsic part of their existence. A lot of these values are incredibly well defined, and you learn about them from as early as like your first year of life, your first year of existence. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. You cannot, without material restitution, you're not going to be able to actually legitimately change people's minds one person at a time. Even if you're able to change people's minds one person at a time, you're still not going to be able to enact systemic change.
We didn't have enough conversations with white conservatives. You hear a lot more of that talk than about how the gutting of the Voting Rights Act
Like, I know people that were at January 6th, okay? Not like directly and immediately, but I know people that went to January 6th. If you try to have a conversation with them about January 6th, to this day, they say Antifa was responsible for January 6th. It's like, bro, you were there. What the fuck do you mean Antifa is responsible? Like, you were there. Yeah, but Antifa did the whole bad stuff. We did the good stuff. So it's like, good luck. Good luck to changing that person's mind. Okay?
Cost a lot of the left the right to vote, and what could be done to guarantee their representation in the next election. In fact, you hear a lot more about how that kind of talk is alienating to the white conservatives who supported gutting the Voting Rights Act. About how reaching across the aisle is going to mean easing off the race talk, at least for now. POC representation is quickly reframed as a critical long-term goal, but in the present moment, while we are competing for elected office, guaranteeing the minority vote is a luxury. What's prioritized is that the people who suppressed the black vote in order to win elections not be made to feel that they are
Grogo
racist.
Kuguchi, thank
because,
you.
I mean, what if they genuinely
Falco,
believe the Voting Rights
Attila,
Act unfairly
and Eden the
targets
Cat, thank you for the
southern
5 gifted.
states? Or even if, and I'm saying if here, they did do it to suppress votes. If hurting black people isn't their goal and they're just trying to win elections, is that really racist? Moderates are very cagey about breaking out the R word for a fellow white person. See, there's this other definition of racism that most white people learn in grade school. Racism is when you say mean things to other kids about skin color and it hurts their feelings.
Which is why there's such a thing as anti-white racism, according to Twitch. Which is why I was banned for 7 fucking days off this godforsaken platform for saying the C word by a community of people, guided by a community of people that manufactured outrage enough that Twitch would fucking literally ban me. I will never let that go. It is so fucking abysmally stupid.
Racism is about cruelty, and harm done by white people, therefore, is not racism if it isn't cruel, if it's merely ignorant or apathetic. But ignorance and apathy can be reasoned with. You just gotta sit down and hash it out, as long as it takes. Real white supremacy is about emotional distress or interpersonal violence. It's uncommon, it's unpopular, and it's a hearts and minds issue. What this definition leaves out is any notion that white supremacy is about power. That white people who disavow racism still live longer, get paid better, get arrested less often, and
Thank
are
you,
typically
Mama
in position to negotiate
for
with
the 10
whomever's
gifted
in
subs.
power. That this society was built for the everyman, and being the everyman confers power upon you. When children of white moderates get older and first...
Yeah, it's not. My racism knows no bounds. First, it was against white people. Then it was against the slave owners that escaped Cuba during the Cuban Revolution. And now my racism knows no bounds. Apparently, Italians can get some too. Where the fuck is it? I saw someone was talking about it earlier. I'm surprised it's not up still. I guess they took it down. Oh, here it is. Oh, never mind. Someone re-uploaded it, but they took it down for politics. Thank God. But it was I was racist against Italians. And people literally were trying to take it seriously. Like there were people who were joking and and it was mostly a joke. And then there were people who were like, yeah, we got it.
Against this definition, wherein white supremacy is not small, but all-encompassing, where it can be cruel, but is at least as often indifferent, and where every white person in the country is bound up in it and privileged by it, whether they want to be or not, and will never, ever experience it themselves, where it's not about feelings, but about power. How often do they say, oh, maybe the definition I grew up with was simplified for 9-year-olds? Or, oh, maybe the definition given to me by white grown-ups was less complete than one a black grown-up might have given? And how often do they say, you can't just redefine racism? Right out the gate, the white moderate is possessive not just of their whiteness, but of the very definition of racism. In the definition they know, racism exists only over here. And the white collaborator is a compatriot who shares their ultimate vision for the future and is simply gone off course somewhere. And they don't see themselves as flawed individuals with a long way still to go. They've already arrived. They're the destination everyone else needs to get to. Living proof that white supremacy can be easily and painlessly opted out of. They can't see collaborators as opponents because there is no definition of white supremacy that includes collaborators and doesn't also include them. And this is critically important. They don't want to start thinking of themselves as white. They don't want the constant awareness of one's race and how one's race is perceived. You know, the things the rest of humanity deals with. And who would want that? I'll tell you who wants that. Nazis and Klansmen want that. They're the only ones who like thinking about whiteness every day. So white moderates cling to the other definition, the comfortable one. They may be more or less willing to collaborate with people of color, but mostly in ways that don't foreground their whiteness. White as default is one concession that can never be made, in part because it's the one that can't be spoken. Their ideal is a kind of big tent anti-racism, where victory comes by winning over reactionary conservatives. That might strike you as odd, given that reactionary conservatives have seen many victories over the last 20 years, and it's not like they did it by winning over us. White supremacists bolster their numbers by finding little disgruntled pockets of America that have not heretofore engaged much in politics, and radicalizing them to the cause, and then pitching themselves to white collaborators as a demographic now large enough to sway a narrow election. If moderates wanted to counter this strategy, they might look at who out there is sympathetic to progressive causes but isn't voting. Maybe because they don't feel liberal candidates represent them. Or maybe because someone just happened to shut down all the polling locations in their neighborhood. And, mathematically, there's probably a lot more disenfranchised people of color who match that description than racist white people who aren't already Republicans. But that strategy would mean doubling down on anti-racist talking points instead of easing off of them. It would mean a willingness to alienate some white people. It's giving up on them.
And white people vote. And if you want black people and people of color in general and poor people to vote, then you got to make it easier for them to vote, which in turn is an entirely difficult endeavor to accomplish. So you don't want to do that. So you just play with an ever shrinking base of like suburban voters that might go to Obama, but then they're going to go to Trump, but then maybe they'll come back from Trump to Joe Biden. And those are like the main people that change the political dynamic. It's like in total, it's probably like 100,000 people to 200, 300,000 people that shift their votes that you need to like hyper focus on and hyper target. And that's American politics, baby.
It's admitting that a significant percentage of American whiteness is not on the side of racial equity. It means there's a definition of racism where it isn't fringe, but common and pervasive, and where addressing it requires thinking about their place in it. It means asking why they feel more affinity for white people who oppose them than people of color they claim to agree with.
Muffin Monstar and Shush Jordan, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Why the votes of the former have to be earned, but the latter are expected. And since all that seems intolerable, they fixate on the kinds of gestures that feel like moving in the right direction, but run very little risk of arriving anywhere. How about instead of defunding the police, we give them more money than any administration in years, but also Juneteenth is a national holiday now. Something for everyone. The left has the numbers to leave behind white centrists who slow down anti-racist efforts. And it doesn't, because white moderates don't want to. They and the white collaborators are supposed to be in this together. And they are, just not in the way they think. The irony is that the right feels no affinity for white moderates whatsoever. They hate, and I mean hate, white moderates. Smug pricks always talking about unity whenever they win an election. Reach across the aisle? That's what you say when you've lost and you want the other guys to make concessions they don't have to make. You don't do it when you're in power. Are they trying to humiliate us, or did we really lose to a bunch of clowns who don't even know how to win right? Debasing themselves in front of minorities just to get their votes when they clearly aren't going to do anything real for them? Christ, at least the white supremacists are honest. The right will threaten POC sometimes just to call the white moderates bluff. Racism must be understood as more than a set of individual beliefs and feelings, but as a tool for achieving political ends. First and foremost, because claiming otherwise is both factually and morally wrong, but also,
with that emoji.
Without this understanding, white culture can't recognize the stakes. Fascism exists in a state of permanent conflict. Things like declaring an indefinite state of martial law, suspending elections, or executing members of government are justified on the grounds that the people are in danger and need to be...
From a they. And they could be international financial speculators. They could be any given George Soros, any number of different demons that are responsible. And of course, the main demon is never capitalism. It's never the system that has subjected you to so much oppression and cruelty for no reason other than the underlying profit motive, right? And there's always a they. There will always be a they. If there isn't a they that you can tangibly associate with, they'll make up a they.
Protected and mobilized. Now, this isn't unique to fascism. Between the Cold War, the war on drugs, and the war on terror, the US has been in some form of ongoing conflict for the last 3 generations. But you'll note the Cold War didn't end on a battlefield. It ended when the Soviet Union collapsed in on itself. Communism, terrorism, and drug dealing are patterns of behavior, and they wax and wane, often for reasons outside our control. Geopolitics may someday shift such that terrorism becomes less prevalent, or that lowers the demand for drugs.
Matt Chrisman had a really interesting take on this that I literally DM'd him over afterwards. I was listening to one of the Chapo episodes where he was talking about the Beltway Garage, doing analysis with Dave Weigel, formerly of Washington Post, friend of the show, Dave Weigel. And he said something really interesting. He was like, if you were to tell me that in 2022 there would be a Sunni Muslim candidate with a good shot at winning a Pennsylvania Senate seat, where inside of that never-ending back and forth, inside of that political struggle, they never brought up the fact that he's a Muslim, I would have looked at you like you're out of your fucking mind. And it's truly a demonstrable example that the war on terror was such a gigantic fucking failure that they don't even talk about it anymore. And even Oz is not a Muslim man, come on. No, dude, you don't understand Americans, baby. You're crazy. You are very far removed from the concept of Islam or living as a Muslim or being even Muslim fucking adjacent in the United States of America. Okay? Or maybe you guys are literally fucking Zoomers and you don't understand. They called Obama a Muslim, man. His middle name is Hussein. No shot. His name is Mehmet, which is a Turkish version of Muhammad. Okay? It's too close. Are you out of your fucking mind, dude? Are you insane? That race happening in 2007, literally, they're like, your ties to terrorists are very known. It's very well known. You're a radical Islamist terrorist. Why won't Dr. Oz denounce radical Islamist terror? What ended up happening is that the war on terror was such a fucking gigantic L that the Republicans have now completely, they've moved on to the new enemy. The new enemy is gender panic. The new enemy is family values. Like, not even Republicans, just like American politicians in general. Hillary Clinton, when running against Barack fucking Obama, literally is the first person that said he might be Muslim. Many of you Zoomers don't even know this. Hillary Clinton's team was responsible for that photo coming out of Obama wearing the turban, head wrap. Yeah. Y'all don't know your American contemporary political history. That's why you come to me. I'm telling you. This notion that a Sunni Muslim Turkish man would be running on the fucking Republican ticket in a place like Pennsylvania that's like swinging towards Republican seats. Holy shit, dude. Y'all are crazy. Yeah, Clinton aides claim Obama photo wasn't intended as a smear. Look at that. Come on. Come on now. Now, of course, they don't do that line as much anymore, but if you still have like very obviously Muslim candidates, very obviously Muslim politicians like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, who their very existence in Congress implies that the war on terror rhetoric is like kind of a dud now. People don't really give a shit. They don't want to think about it because it's a loss. Okay? They still weaponize it against them, right? Someone said, "Oh my God, he actually Muslim. What the fuck?" What? No, he's not, man. What? My man, that was not the intended purpose of me showing you that photo. That's hilarious, dude. Someone just went, that's a 14-year-old piece of agitprop, and someone just fell for it, dude. Got him. Sorry.
Communism can be fought with diplomacy and economic sanctions because communists can choose not to be communist anymore. And fascists have no use for soft power. To justify a military dictatorship, they need an opponent that won't just go away on its own one day. It always comes back to identity politics, because black people can't stop being black. Theirs is a number that will not be reduced without the hard power of violence and displacement. Fascism begins by stealing targets from the left. They focus on elites, corrupt businessmen, weak-willed politicians, subtly shifting focus away from leftist critique of systems to types of people. But sooner or later, they settle on something unchangeable: race, gender, ethnicity, religious background. The bigotry is localized to the region's existing prejudices. In Nazi Germany, it was Jews, Jehovah's Witnesses, Roma, Slavs, black people, queer people, and people with disabilities. In fascist Italy, it was Slovenes, until Mussolini invaded Libya and Ethiopia, and so demonized their citizens as well. In the US, the Klan and the American Nazi Party targeted African Americans, Jews, Catholics, queer people, and immigrants. Spain under Franco tried to determine the exact racial makeup of the Spanish people so they could cast out those with the wrong mixture of bloods. This is why the far right has gone all in on transphobia, by the way. Like, it's joined Islamophobia on the outer rim of acceptable bigotries. On some level, they know trans folks aren't just cis people in disguise, that desistance is rare and conversion therapy doesn't work, because if trans people could just stop being trans, they never would have picked them for an enemy. This is where it starts. This is why you should have no patience for anyone saying wokeness is dividing the left. We should be focusing on class. They're not attacking us on class. They're trying to sell themselves as better on class than we are. Where do you think that fairy tale about blue-collar whites comes from? They want you to believe that they, and not the socialists, are the path.
Which is hilarious. Like, I love this so much because it's like, and there are so many fucking like reactionary podcasters that started off as leftists that fall into this, which is so fucking awesome. It's like the only tangible quality of the working class is just that they're racist. Like, which of course implies that there are no trans people in the working class. There are no black people in the working class. Like, it's just a hyper-specific subsect of working class that is, out of work coal miners. Okay? And that's it. The only people that are working class are like the out of work coal miners that are only white, not any of the other races. Okay? Only white out of work coal miners who are racist themselves. That is the only fucking person that has ever held a job in the United States of America that was a real fucking job. That's it. And the more racist you are, the more you say, the N-word or whatever the fuck you want to say, the more working class you are. That's why this distinction is so fucking idiotic in America. It's like so, like the concept of a proletarian is so washed in and shrouded in mystery that like the only way to sift through that adequately is by just saying the closer you are in proximity to a type of job where you're working in a fucking oil refinery or a coal mine, the more working class you are. Anyone else is not working class. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez was a fucking barback, okay? But because she's a woman and she's Latina and she's from New York, she was never seen as a working class individual. And as a matter of fact, her working class background was seen as an own, as a diss, they kept saying she was fucking a loser. Whereas Ted Theodore Jebediah Bourgeois went to fucking Harvard Cruz was always seen working class. Like even people like him, they never consider him to be anything but like a real American, a working class American. Why? Because he puts the snakeskin boots on, he's got a big belt buckle, and he says he's from Texas. That's it. Is this working class? The fuck is this?
Hello. Yes, sir. Hey, how you doing? Hey, sorry to bother you. I'm Fernando. I work at Peak Energy. We're a few doors down. We're in 1845. Okay. So we do solar around here. We're just coming around talking to niggers. Sorry, dude. Neighbors. I apologize, man. I know. No, man, that wasn't even...
Now, Fernando right there, that's working class right there. That's a working class man. His working class power level is so high. That's not going to look good on Yelp. Bro thought he was in a COD lobby, dude. That's crazy.
Forward for the downtrodden. There's a reason fascism started popping up all over Europe right after the Russian Revolution. Mussolini got his start beating up socialists in the Po Valley on the grounds that he was defending not wealthy elites, but struggling rural farmers who didn't like the socialist takeover of their industry during the Biennio Rosso. The fascist goal is to harness and redirect class resentment towards a scapegoat. They come at us on identity. It always comes down to the shape of the human skull. When a provocateur shows up on a college campus to talk about ideas, it's not a debate. There's no special sequence of words that will defeat them. This is a show of dominance. They are presenting themselves as white compatriots to be reasoned with, rather than agents of white supremacy to be opposed. In that framing, the stakes are attention, the weapons are words, and people of color are not players, but tokens on a white person's game board. And they are checking whether you will submit to that structure. They don't care about ideas. They care about power. And power is what beats them. They tell you 400 people showing up to protest is just free news coverage. But when 4,000 show up, they cancel. That's power. And in absolute numbers, most events, they can't rustle up 4,000 supporters, but we can, provided cishet non-disabled white dude lefties like myself haven't told all the right's biggest targets that their struggles don't matter. And it's worth mentioning, cops fuck with protesters less when some of them are white. It's also worth mentioning racism affects 58% of the working poor, so there can be no class solidarity that doesn't address it. This isn't who needs to win. This is who needs to win. And if you're white, you need to be over here. I've collected as many resources as I can find by POC on what they need and want from white allies and put them in the down there part. There's a plurality of opinions on this, so I recommend reading more than one, and it may not always be a 4,000 strong protest. Every direct action is unique and must be strategized in concert with the people most affected. But what I can tell you is when business gets done, white folks need to split the check. A movement cannot be anti-fascist if it isn't anti-racist.
That was great. That's the Alt-Right Playbook, The Cost of Doing Business by Innuendo Studios. He makes wonderful videos like this. I recommend every single part of his Alt-Right Playbook. Very good videos overall. Big fan. Let's move on to more fun stuff like the button that ejects your date. There's a new button episode out, and also there's a new Jubilee on I'm a Sociopath, Ask Me Anything. I kind of want to watch both of these. Let's take a look. Let's get started.
I do play a lot of Dungeons & Dragons, but I think I...
Bye-bye. Welcome to The Button, a speed dating show.
I mean,
When the
agreed.
button lights up red, either player may press it and swap out their date for a new person. Get out of here. If 2 people can last on a date for 10 minutes, they win an all expenses paid second date. This is The Button.
Hi. How are you? You make quite the entrance.
What makes you say that? Just out of curiosity.
You're just like very out there, like very colorful. I feel like you kind of are the type of person that kind of takes over the room when you walk in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm actually gonna hit this.
Okay, before I go, I love your eyes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What are you looking for in a partner, Emma?
Honestly, like, I feel like a good time, really, funny person.
I'm looking for a bad time in partners.
I want a funny person.
Let's see if we can get you somebody good.
Hi. How are you? Good, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good today. Honestly, I want to say I love your outfit. I like the color thing you're going with.
Thank you. Yeah, it's kind of like a...
The dudes, at this point, the dudes are aware of how the button works, and they're just like coming in, guns blazing. Okay? They're like, oh, dude, I love your outfit. It's so good. Your eyes, it's making your eyes look good. Not bad, actually. Please don't hit the button.
Bisexual shirt.
Yeah,
you know what
honestly,
I mean?
buy two.
Yes.
Same here, same
Yeah.
here.
Quavian played the trombone growing up.
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Do you still play?
Kind of like on off, like
If you, judging by what the cut makes content out of, I would assume everyone in Seattle is bisexual. Seattle is the most bisexual city in America, according to the cut.
say last time like fully played.
sorry, I'm
oh,
good at
that's
this.
so good.
Sorry. Trumpet your way
I
out
feel
of here.
so bad. It's like,
Why did you reject him?
I think he might have been a bit younger than me.
He was 16.
Shut up.
Just kidding.
That's illegal.
How are you doing?
You know, I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'm Faith.
I'm Emma.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Does Emma make you nervous?
A little bit, yeah.
Why?
Because you're pretty.
You're pretty too.
Thank you.
Am I pretty?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Oh, smoke show.
Yeah.
So, what's something fun you've done in the last week?
I went to like my friend's lake house and went like wine tasting.
Nice.
So,
Oh, hell yeah.
love that.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
That's
come
okay.
on.
I forgive you.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Clapping
babe.
ass
That was
cheeks.
fast.
You just want us to dominate the
I know, am I
button.
going too fast?
You do you.
Okay.
She's one of
Well,
the.
maybe I'll
She's
fall
a
in love
she's a
right now.
physical
That's the
competitor.
spirit.
That's what she's doing.
Hello. Okay, what should we talk about?
Do you like tattoos?
I do. I don't have any though.
Okay,
You know,
what do you like?
in terms of tattoos.
Yes.
I do play a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, but I think a 20-sided dice would be so dorky.
Bye-bye.
Fucking clap. Clap for her D&D. Let's go.
Gabrielle.
Bro,
And yours is-
also the only woman in Seattle, okay? She is in every cut video, dog. There is just no other. They can't find anyone else. She's in every cut video. How?
Naja.
Naja. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Very nice to meet you.
So tell me about yourself.
Graphic designer. Oh goodness.
I hate that question. I don't know why I
Athlete.
asked you. Okay. What's your
Um,
favorite sport that you've played?
Oh, rugby for sure.
I was track and tennis.
Track. Okay. So you're fast.
Not anymore.
No.
shoot.
Gabrielle loves shrimp.
I do.
Shrimp.
Yes.
I am allergic to shrimp.
Oh.
I'm allergic to shrimp. But there's not a deal breaker. Not a
Okay,
deal
cool.
breaker.
What are you looking for in a partner?
I'm looking for a ride or die. I'm looking for someone who's also independent.
Yeah. I would like somebody that's consistent, but then just somebody who's fun. You know what I'm saying? Somebody who's fun, then I appreciate that. Okay.
Do you think Naja's cute?
Yeah. I like your nose rings and I like your tattoos.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. They're fire.
Do you think she's cute?
I do. You're an attractive human being.
An attractive human being. Thank you. I appreciate that.
What's your sexual orientation?
Me?
Both of you.
I'm bisexual.
Pansexual. I am transgender. And I haven't dated other trans people, but I'm open to it. What about you?
What do you mean?
Like, because bisexual is like, you could care about the gender.
Yeah. I do care about the gender.
Bye-bye, Gabrielle.
Damn, she's in Seattle, bro. You can't be saying that. They're gonna fucking... They're gonna extradite you. They're gonna kick you out of cut.
Funny. I just want to let you know. We can be
You're
friends,
awesome.
though.
You're awesome. I appreciate
I knew
it.
that was going to come. I knew it.
I had a catch.
Naja, why did you reject her?
Well, she cared about the gender.
Antifa's gonna jump her outside. Seattle surf, bruh. I feel personally attacked. Every time a cut video comes out, you are personally attacked. They're about to exile her. The entire Pacific Northwest has bisexual vibes. Yeah, I agree.
It's just personal preference. That's cool, but like, I thought we were.
Also, Cut doesn't know what it's getting into. Bipan discourse. That's crazy. They're gonna deport. They're gonna deport fucking Cut out of Chaz.
We're vibing though.
Maybe you guys could be friends.
We could be friends.
Let's send to the next date.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Sapphire, what's one of your red flags?
I like have daddy issues, so I need like reassurance and stuff like that. Yeah.
Naja, reassure her. Give her some compliments.
Compliments? Okay, first thing I noticed.
For the record, maybe I'm wrong about this, but Naja is a sick fucking name to choose. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, notice how he didn't choose, I don't know, Jebediah. Just saying. There's a lot of people in the chat. Some people are looking for new names for one reason or the other. And it's not Jebediah. Okay? It's Naja.
Noticed was the piercings. Love the piercings.
Thank you.
Second thing, eyes.
Thank you.
Eyes are a big thing for me. Yeah, I mean, I can shower you with compliments all day.
Aw, thank you.
Bro, you really picked Jebediah as the example? It's an ongoing bit about trans people who pick like ridiculous names after undergoing gender confirmation. That was the joke. That was what the joke was about. Names like Mildred, Doreen, Eustace.
That's what I like to
and
hear.
Gertrude.
Are you sexually attracted to each other?
I definitely am sexually attracted to you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm not like super sexually attracted to you. Yeah.
Can I ask
you
why? Well, just because like since I've been like a lesbian like most of my life, and I just recently started like dating guys and stuff. Yeah, but I'm always open to like whatever, you know.
I shared last time that I'm transgender.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Yo, he's a horny dude. Not just like, don't worry about that. Hey, oh, interesting. Well, guess what? He's like, come on, dude.
Yes.
So
he's my man's ulting, dude.
Sexuality or anything?
It honestly probably would.
Okay.
So it depends on the person, definitely. Cool. And I'm an open-minded girl, so you know, we'll see. Okay. Yeah.
Testosterone coursing through his veins, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
So, what would you say you feel as like spirituality? Like, how do you feel about that? Because I do like to go ghost hunting.
Okay.
So, are you like comfortable with that?
I'm totally comfortable. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've had some paranormal encounters.
Oh, really? Oh my goodness.
I've had contact with some of my family members who've passed on, some of my friends who've passed on, and then I get like certain messages or cues.
Yeah.
Okay, now he's just, bro. Okay, dude. I mean, this is a wrap. Like, yeah, Ghost, I believe them. Ghost, I believe them. You were a lesbian? You said you were a lesbian girl? Me too. I pulled a fucking Drake. Ghost, I love them. Big fan. They're real, actually. Oh, he's just horny, dude.
You see things that like cute to them and
Yeah.
stuff.
I wasn't expecting to share this much.
I'm gonna go red one last time, and if neither of you hit me, I'm setting you two up on a second date.
I'm not gonna hit the button.
Okay, I won't hit it either.
This was great. This was a good episode.
You have won the button.
This was a good episode because they touched on like more, I guess, like more of a controversial subject, even though it shouldn't be. You know what I mean? So it was more interesting, at least. They leaned into the Seattle-ness of it rather than fucking doing like the same cycle over and over again. My ex watches me on a blind date. Oh my God, this is literally fucking cuck shit, dude.
Yes.
Did you two have breakup sex?
Which breakup?
BLM.
Oh my gosh, hi. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet
Wore her down to a yes like a cis man Pepela. Listen, once the testosterone was coursing through my man Nija's veins, okay? Straight up. That's one for the boys, okay? Shouts out to Nija. He got the bag. he bagged it up. All right, let's watch this the cuck one. My ex watches me on a blind date.
Gorgeous.
Should I like shake your hand?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
This is a blind date. Both of you have brought your ex.
Yes.
Can you introduce them?
My ex is the one in the gray sweater. His name's Jonathan.
Mine is Mark.
Hey.
Right next to Jonathan.
What is everyone's sexual orientation?
I'm bi.
I identify as queer because I'm also gender fluid.
Boring old straight. Straight.
Have you done?
Oh, dude, I love that. That's so funny. I'm not touching that. I'm not making a joke about that. But also, not surprising. Just straight. I'm a straight guy. What's up?
Is this a normal thing?
No. I've never been on a blind date or on a date with a woman at all.
I never would have considered bringing my ex.
What's the relationship?
It's like libertarian wives with libertarian guys with Asian wives, but this version is like queer girls, alt queer girl with just straight white boring boyfriend.
Like between you and your ex.
A certified hood classic.
Yeah, pretty funny to watch.
I still
honestly.
live with my ex.
You do? That's crazy.
Just a guy's like, I don't know how any of this shit works. Whatever. Okay.
A shot?
Yeah.
Cheers.
Oh, that's easy. Why did your last relationship end?
We were in very transitional phases of our lives. Like, we both lived in the same town at first, and then I was moving a couple hours away because I'm graduating.
Mm-hmm.
We're still on great terms, but we just were in very different places.
She dumped me.
Yeah, it took a couple tries.
Forgets that he would be the I'm just straight guy with me. Yeah, no, I know. That's why I'm joking. That's literally that's the joke. I was speaking from personal experience as well. I mean, you know.
Yeah. We're not like that.
It took a couple tries though. Why do you think we broke up?
I wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Like, I'm still like basically a child. Even though I'm 22. I still got my shit to figure out. I'm a film major, so I'm probably gonna be like homeless in 5 years.
At least you have like reality in your head.
Yeah. At least you're honest.
Yeah.
What qualities are you looking for in a partner that your ex didn't have?
I'm not like talking down to him because like I said, we still live together, we're still besties, but you know, maybe a little more grown up, like your ex said he could be, more feminine. He's very masculine, like video games, car guy.
You just want someone who's more femme and grown.
Bro, that earring, that's it. You see that earring and it's over. That is the most gas station earring you can ever get, dude. My man was like, yeah, this is the gayest thing about me. I got an earring. What do you want? It's like pretty feminine, like a broad, right? You know, broads got earrings. What's up? I don't understand. Yeah, I like video games and cars. I got this earring. It's, what do they call it? What is it? Gender non-binary? That's what I am now. I got the earring, right?
Video games, car guy.
You just want someone who's more femme and grown.
Yes.
Are you that person?
I would say so. I'm working in tech.
Period. A smarty pants.
That fucking hurts, Hasan. I'm not the only black person in the chat that was hurt by that either. Wait, what? What? What did I say? Oh, because of the earring? Man, okay. We're talking about straight white guys, okay? No, I think he was making a joke. Also, I haven't seen black dudes wear earrings like that since like the early 90s. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I would say I have somewhat of my life together. Monday through Friday, I'm on my grind. I'm in the pencil skirts. I'm in the, I'm working my ass off. Weekends are for the girls, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna party during the weekends. You don't have to give up being an alcoholic to be a good worker.
Jackass.
You don't have to give it up.
You got to it before I was going to get to it. I was going to say she can work through a hangover.
Yeah, I can work through a hangover. I really can.
Okay.
My dad has an earring like that? Yes. Like, yeah, the moment that you went through your adolescence in like the 80s and 90s, then yeah, you have a hoop earring like that. Okay? Apologize to Peggy. You're really going to fucking say Peggy wears hoop earrings? Are you crazy? Peggy wears the sickest earrings that are insanely far removed from just hoop earrings. Motherfucker saw a shaft and just ran with it.
Mark.
Yes.
Did you two have breakup sex?
Which breakup?
He wears dangly earrings more.
That's the tea.
We never did. We got coffee once when I was moving, and then we like caught up and everything. I considered it, but I was like, you know what? An ex should be an ex.
Did you guys have breakup sex?
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I won't sugarcoat it.
Nice.
What are your turn-ons? What are your turn-offs?
Turn-ons?
Wait. Just seen Rachel Dolezal titties. We definitely in the end days? No fucking way. Wait, Rachel Dolezal has I mean, I know she has titties, but I didn't realize that Rachel Dolezal's what? Is it on OnlyFans? That's crazy.
Being in control. Them being in control, not me.
Very true.
You're a bottom?
Yeah.
Don't let her hide it all day. All day.
That makes two of them.
Telling me what to do anywhere else other than bed.
Do you feel like your ex did that a lot? Not to, air you out?
No, you're good.
At first, but then he learned his lesson.
Yeah, I figured it out.
With both of you consenting, I dare you to kiss my ex.
Oh, no, take a shot.
Wait, none of you want to kiss the ex?
I just don't want you kissing my ex.
When's the last time you kissed him?
Another shot?
She's like, this morning.
Yeah, this morning.
Well, I'm not taking the shot.
Did you have sex this morning?
I'll drink to that one.
We live together.
Yeah, no, I get it.
That'd be impossible, dude. There's no way I could. Come on.
How good are they in bed?
I mean, it was all either like really great or at least like mediocre.
Maybe in the beginning of the relationship when I was
like,
learning.
My mind instantly went to like
He's getting defense mode.
when we went to the school parking lot.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
I don't know if you want me to tell. I don't care. I took his virginity. So, yeah.
Oh, come on. He didn't know anything then. God damn.
It was hit or miss. It was hit or miss. No, I'm sorry. He worked a lot though. Some days he was tired. I can't throw him under the bus too much.
That's okay. Some days I just kind of clocked in.
Yeah, some days you just kind of did your time and left.
Okay, to ex. Give me sex advice.
Oh
What's
my
the best
God.
way to please them?
They're fucking destroying them right now. What the fuck?
You have to be dominant.
Well, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
It's different with women.
So are you more dominant with women then?
I found the OnlyFans pic, and I'm gonna be honest, Hasan, she kind of got body. Wait, really? Nani? Wait, hold up. Wait, what? Stop. But also what? Okay, let's just keep going.
Okay,
with
good.
this
That's
video.
perfect. Then. What is she like?
Throw her around.
Like a rag doll, period.
Yeah.
My family's gonna watch this. When did you know it was over with?
Oh, she said throw her around?
Okay, good. That's perfect. Then. What is she like?
Wait, what did
Then
you
you
say?
just kind of did your time and left.
Okay, to X. Give me sex advice. What's the best way to please them?
You have to be dominant.
Well, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
It's different with women.
So are you more dominant with women then?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's perfect then.
What is she like?
Throw her around.
Like a rag doll, period.
Yeah.
My family's gonna watch this.
When did you know it was over with your ex?
We moved into our current house with roommates that are his family friends. And then he broke up with me like 3 weeks later. So that's why we live together still.
Jonathan, why would you do that?
100%. No, I know I'm in the bad for that all day.
Okay, I feel really bad about this because like it seems like everyone in chat are saying like, oh, she's kind of she does have body, like, you know, she's looking good, all this stuff, like, and I just want to see, and I feel like I'm not in on it. You know what I mean? Like everybody's having fun. Okay. And it's just like, what? What is it? People be screaming that you're rich, and there's this TikTok. What is this? Oh my God! Oh, I threw my glasses off in fear. I don't want to see. I saw too much. Stop! But you're not wrong. What the fuck? But look, she do got body. Yes! If you post the link, you get banned. Fucking idiot, says Young Peasy. Stop posting. What the fuck? I said, do you like it? Be honest to Zach Fox. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's actually madness. That's crazy. Anyway, let's continue.
You know, we got together in high school, of course. I was a junior, she was a senior. To the point where we are now, you know, she's ready for marriage and kids and things like that. But for me, I want to establish myself first, you know, in terms of finances and just status in life before I want to make that next step. You know, I know what she is ready for and I want her to have that. I'm just not ready to give it.
I'm the whole package, and he knows that.
100% all day.
Why shouldn't I date you?
Oh, can you help me out? Because I can't think of any reasons because I'm kind of a narcissist.
That's the reason.
I'm very blunt.
Yeah,
I'm
me too.
You felt that, you know. I would tell him very.
Dude, what the fuck? This is gross. This is fuck, dude. I'm a woman. I'm cringing watching. What? I don't understand. She has a OnlyFans. Like, what are you talking about? Like, she posted on her own OnlyFans. It's not like fucking revenge porn or some shit. What do you mean you're a woman? What? So what? Everybody talks a big game until Idris Elba gets an OnlyFans and posts cock, okay? Oh my God, I'm a woman. Unless you're talking about the cut video.
very directly, like things I hated about him or like things I didn't, like wasn't happy with.
She would always just say, I hate you. Instead of saying I love you, she'd say, I hate you. I'd be like, I hate you too.
Yeah, and Mark lacks the self-awareness to know that sometimes I meant it. Sometimes I was like, no, I hate him. I hate Mark.
Her friends are gonna grill you too.
No, they'll like you. They'll like you.
Okay, yeah.
They'll like you.
Did I ever win them over? Did I get close?
Next question. Do you think your parents will like me more than your ex? Why or why not?
You are Maya Higa. You are a
In their
woman.
heads, like they just want me to be happy. I feel like if I were to bring a woman in home, whether it be like you or any other like feminine presenting person, it would take my dad and grandma some time to get used to it. My mom is a bit more accepting.
My mom has asked me if I was like gay, bi, queer multiple times. I don't have the heart to tell her. That is probably what my red flag would be. Was that like I wouldn't be able to like openly be able to tell my family about it until like until they died at this point. Like until like
take it to the grave.
Yeah, I'm gonna take it to the grave.
Is that a deal breaker for you?
No, honestly, no.
You would want to be with a queer person who isn't out to their parents and never wants to be.
Well, I mean, it's because I understand. Like, I never thought that I would ever come out to my dad or my grandma because of what I thought they viewed, like, homosexuality and, like, the LGBTQ community in general. I've only been, like, officially out to my family for not even 6 months.
Congrats.
So, thank you.
Yeah.
You're looking to get married right away.
Oh, not right away. Not if I have to
But the next, for
restart.
me, it's the next relationship I get into. I want it to be serious.
Oh, yeah,
That's my
absolutely.
mentality. I do think that there's someone that I'm meant to be with.
They're not gonna do it. I dare you two to kiss.
Please, please.
There we go.
Oh
there we go.
my
there
God.
We go.
They're
Easy.
both straight
They're
men.
both too straight.
We touch tips.
They
it's
touch
okay.
tips.
We touch tips.
Straight men are so boring.
Change it and do I dare you to kiss me.
I dare you to kiss me.
I'll kiss you on the cheek.
Oh.
Stop! I felt butterflies.
This episode kind of sucked, not gonna lie. I thought it would have gone to a very different place. How America's biggest indoor shrimp farm sells 2 million shrimp every year.
Yep. I got this one.
Also, someone said content for tomorrow. Oh my God. Goated. Oh, thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you so much for this, dude. Wait, is he wearing... Those aren't Travis Scott's, are they? What are these shoes, chatters? Aren't those like 10 grand? Reverse mocha Travis Scott's. My man is fucking dripped out. Exactly right, Travis Scott, Jordan 1 low. Oh, the lows are 1K. I thought the highs are like 10K, no? Nah, they're 300 now. Tucker isn't wearing socks. Yeah, of course he's not. He's fucking a typical douche.
I'm in the middle of Los Angeles County right now, in a tank, indoors, in a warehouse with 25,000 shrimp.
That's so creepy.
Wow, I got 0. And we're gonna see how transparency is raising them, harvesting them, and selling them.
Transparency is trying to optimize the prawn growing process. They think that by controlling growing conditions, they can raise them cleaner, cheaper, and more sustainably than farms across the world. Transparency is the brainchild of a guy named Steve Sutton, a lifetime commercial fisherman who spent years on shrimp farms across the world before deciding he could reinvent the process right in Los Angeles. The team brings in 100,000 microscopic prawn babies every 3 weeks, with the goal of turning them into $100,000 worth of jumbo prawns in just 3 months. The next step is tinkering with the ideal living conditions, whether that's feed rates, filtration, and current, to create the biggest, happiest shrimp they can. And to this point, it's really working. LA chefs are lining up to cook with this product. So today, I'm in Los Angeles to see if this is a model that can really work and create a product that is not only better for the planet, but even more delicious.
Welcome to Dan Does.
So this would be a box overnighted from FedEx with about 12,000 shrimp in it.
Really?
Yeah. Be one of 8 boxes we receive every 3 weeks. So we get about 100,000 each shipment.
So like 8 boxes becomes?
Around $100,000 worth of saleable shrimp if all goes well.
So what is actually in here?
They're actually 15-day-old, what's called post-larvae.
So why don't you just make babies here? Like, why do you have to bring babies in?
So the genetics are super important. You can kind of be a penny wise, a pound foolish. If you don't have a good handle on the mother and father and like how fast they can grow and how resistant they are to disease, you can end up with shrimp that take 14, 17 weeks instead of 12 weeks to grow. And so you lose a lot of money on that. So every 3 weeks we get a new shipment. We'll open it up, then they're gonna go into the nursery.
Steve says that in the next iteration of the
Bugs,
farm,
bro.
they
Y'all
intend
are
to
eating
hatch
bugs.
their own prawns. But for now, they want to get the living conditions right before they have their own babies.
Straight up.
From here, the team slowly drops the salinity down to the level they want it before dumping the babies in one of the 2 nursery tanks. The nursery tanks use a technology called biofloc, which is where they add carbon to create a natural self-filtering ecosystem. The later tanks use a technology called clear water, where the undesirables are actually filtered out.
Okay, so we are standing in front of, there are 2
They're doing
nurseries.
shrimp eugenics.
And each one of these nurseries will hold the prawns for about 3 weeks.
That's right.
And in 3 weeks, they're ready to move on to the next stage. We're lucky to be here today because today is actually transfer day, and the goal is to move everything from this nursery to a grow tank as fast as possible.
Now these ones have to move in the next day or 2. So yeah, it's a good day.
All right, let's scoop them and move them.
Don't fall in.
Down towards the ground. Oh my God, they're hopping. Oh, I feel them.
You feel them? See what you got. Now give them a little shake in the water to get that foam out.
So now
you're gonna try to collect with your hands. There you go, you got them down in one spot. Just keep going all the way around, you got them.
The trick of the transfer stage is moving all of the prawns as fast as possible so that they acclimate and start eating and adjust to their new environment all at the same time. So for this next few hours, it's kind of a mad dash.
Whoa!
All right, so shake.
Yeah, lower them in, turn the basket forward, and then shake on the way out. They grow a lot better in here. It takes them a couple days to get situated, and then they start taking off and growth. These guys are already eating. They'll clean up the walls. Any algae that's grown in the past few days in here will be gone.
Okay, so what is this tank? Like, obviously it looks like a racetrack a bit. Is that on purpose?
Yeah, so it's actually called a raceway. Basically, it's an optimal growing system for shrimp, and what it does is just create a circular current. Water comes in at 2 points in our system here, and keeps them swimming. But it's funny, until they hit the water, they're kind of out of it. They're kind of like asleep, and then they hit the water and they just go, boom.
Oh yeah, life. Why are we calling prawns? Are they prawns or shrimp?
They're technically prawns, but the market calls them white shrimp.
Okay.
They're Pacific white-legged prawn is the actual species.
So your goal here is to be like the most efficient shrimp grower in the world, right?
We want to change a really inefficient industry into one that's as efficient as it can possibly be. This farm is a big step.
So let's talk about some of the elements of this tank. First is the feeder. Is this unique to you, or is this like a...
No, these are really common in aquaculture. It's just a timer with a belt. So there's a timer here, and the belt just slowly creeps forward. So we come in the morning, we fill the belt, we weigh out the feed based on the size and the population.
The amount of money they could have used for good, and they just decided on shrimp capitalism. Dude, is your brain like wired in a way where you think like every industrious person has to like literally unironically decide to like combat capitalism with money or something? Fuck do you mean? People like eating shrimp. I hate shrimp personally. I think they're bugs and weird, but like, yeah, no, of course they're gonna fucking, you know, this is how they're gonna make it. I don't know. I don't have an issue with this. I'm gonna be honest.
And we fill the belt and it slowly drops in.
It seems to me that filtration is like the thing that you don't see in these tanks, but that is like the majority.
Like they're making
of the
food, you know that, right? Like people eat this for sustenance, which is a necessity for survival. Sometimes I think I've done too much.
headache and the operations that go into it, right?
For the filtration, first a drum filter uses centrifugal force to remove all the physical solids from the water. Then for the dissolved waste, the water is pumped into giant tanks with a plastic medium that uses its surface area to attract the undesirables. Mastering the filtration allows Transparency to reuse over 95% of its water.
This room is obviously really hot, and it's at 86 degrees, you said?
Yeah.
Is this the kind of thing where like you would try it at 90, try it at 80, just to see where you're gonna get the most growth?
This shrimp's grown around the world. It's a tropical species that's from Mexico all the way down to Peru. They can survive up to 93 degrees, but they could start to have problems at that temperature. Similarly, they can go down to 65, but they're not gonna grow very much. They're gonna be very, very sluggish. So this is just their prime temperature and allows us to be much more efficient. They don't fight current, they don't fight cold temperatures at night. Everything's stable.
So from here, we'll live out here for 8 weeks, and then we can go check out some harvesting right now?
They are the cockroaches
right now we
of the
have
sea,
5
that's true.
crops on the farm. So we have a baby crop. This is our second youngest crop. It's about 30 days on the farm. We have another crop that's about 3 weeks ahead, and another crop 6 weeks ahead.
Awesome, let's go. Oh, whoa, okay, you can see that these are, so this is mid-level, mid-size.
Mid-size.
What reason would you actually have to like monitor? Like what are we checking on?
Daily we check the bottom, and in order to grow, shrimp molt. So they change their shell. When they're tiny, like those little guys, they're molting every day in order to grow. When they're this size, they're probably molting every several days. By the time they're harvest size, they're molting every 2 weeks. If there are too many molts sitting on the bottom, they'll collect feed and they'll start to rot, basically.
Right.
And if that happens in the course of 2-3 days, everything will be dead.
Can we scoop some out?
Let's do it.
Why are we going to the bottom?
There's generally more at the bottom. They do like to swim in our system, but you got some, maybe 20, 25.
And so very simply, like what is your system here?
So it goes through these screens and down these 6-inch pipes into two 12-inch pipes that go down to the actual filtration equipment. These guys are feeding and they're active, and just like us, they respire, they use oxygen, they produce carbon dioxide. We need to take some of that out, and then it'll be pumped through some sterilization equipment down this 12-inch pipe and to each respective tank.
From here, I have to get a wetsuit on so I can actually get in the tank.
All right, time to harvest. I'm gonna need you to put this on.
I would never in a million years.
We're gonna harvest tank 4.
How do I look?
2, 3. You look great. You look very handsome.
No fucking shot. No way, no how.
These guys have been on the farm now for 2 months, coming up
Nope.
on just about ready to harvest.
It is wild. Look how they all, I mean, they're huge. They're all
Oh
sort
god,
of
they would bite on you and
uniform.
shit.
Well,
No
they sort of
way.
Like they all got somewhere to go.
I was sort of stalling because I was super nervous to get in the tank with all these swimming shrimp. It is not something that I'm incredibly comfortable with. The first step is actually pulling up the raceway so we can use half of the tank to trap the shrimp in a net, which will eventually pull up.
They're like, this is my tank.
You're in their world now. And now this top part's gonna come down, and you're just gonna cinch them together. This is great stuff.
Like I can feel you're feeling some like attacks on my feet.
No.
Yeah. Why don't you wear water shoes?
We don't wear water shoes because we want to feel how the tank is. We want to see if it's clean, if it's dirty, where the molts are, and how the shrimp are doing.
So we could wear water shoes.
If you want to. I have booties if you want.
No. Come on. I'm in it for the long haul here. I cannot.
No shot.
I mean, they love my feet. I'm doing good. I like it. I mean.
You're not moving a lot, which is fine.
But you always drag your feet? You're always shuffling?
Yeah, shuffle. I usually walk on my big toes.
Okay.
We're going to take our seine net. It's 25 feet around. And I'm going to have you go all the way across. Just hug that net against the wall. And you're going to go full circle all the way through.
How am I doing?
We'll find out.
When is it? It gets a little dicey once we get closer, right?
All right, so now we have a big O.
Yep.
And my next step is getting out of the O. So we probably got 50 pounds of shrimp in this seine net right now.
All right, so all this here is our catch.
Yes. They're all at the bottom.
From here, the goal is to trap all the shrimp that are caught in the net. But for today's purpose, we're just doing one quick restaurant run, and the batch isn't totally ready. So we're letting a lot go before we actually harvest.
What does that mean? All it takes is one bad shrimp, dude, and it's over. It's a wrap.
We got some shrimp.
We got some shrimp. We're gonna find out right now. Matthew's gonna sort them. But overall, you did well.
So that's our haul?
That's your catch, man.
The last step is moving the shrimp to the counting, processing, weighing room where they'll be divided between sizes and then packaged up to go to restaurants.
So we got about a little less than 9 pounds.
This is because you're taking out one restaurant's order. This would be like 50 pounds, right?
So normally we would do anywhere from 100 to 300 or 400 pounds in a day. So this sorting table that we're about to use would be full.
The shrimp are sorted into large, jumbo, and actually soft shell shrimp, which is something that is not typically seen in the US.
You're selling them based on weight. So there's a cutoff where they're not growing much more.
So our target size is large, which is just an arbitrary naming of a shrimp that's around 30 grams. Anything bigger than that we call a jumbo, and we get them, bigger than my hand. So these actually are pretty unique.
I got one.
He's got one.
25, baby.
That's a large. Because I'm cheap.
Ooh, is that a soft pad?
What do they do with the rest of them? Just
He's on the soft.
pick them out?
It's so crazy that this bucket starts from those little guys you bring in.
What is this?
Yeah, dog, I hear what you're
And it's
saying.
crazy on a
It's
full
just
day.
I don't like seafood. What? Hold up. What you mean you don't like seafood? Yeah, I get this all the time, man. To me, it stank I don't like nothing that
Agreed.
you can't put in the refrigerator and eat the next day, or maybe it's just the texture for me, but I don't fool with it. You don't like shrimp? No. You don't like fish?
No.
But you don't like salmon, dog? Like salmon don't stink or nothing like that? No. Like
They
if
always,
it comes from the
they always bring salmon up. Oh, come on, bro. That's the chicken of the sea. No. No.
water, I don't like it. I don't like any seafood. Whatever you say, I don't like it. You gotta get it fresh, man. I don't know where you get your salmon from, dog. I
Tuna
don't
is
like
the
it.
chicken of the sea. I know. Fuck you. Whatever. That's nasty too. Shut up.
Nah, you got to go to Leroy's, man. Leroy's. I've been to Leroy's. I went to the one off Lake Cook. Nah, you got to go to the one off 57 with the bulletproof glass. I'm telling you, that Leroy's, it does not matter where the seafood is. I don't like seafood. Bro, you don't like lobster? No. You don't like crab cakes? All of it. Throw it away. I don't want it. I don't like it.
I'm so happy this video.
You don't like crab legs? Dog. Well, hey, what's wrong with this dude, man? I don't like it. You can't make me like it. I don't like seafood. Dog, how?
And it's crazy because, like, look, they're doing it in the chat right now. Look, bro, oh, you just don't like it because you told yourself you don't like it. Now you're not giving it a chance. Like, I've given it periodically a chance, okay? The only thing that comes out of the sea that I have eaten that doesn't, like, immediately disgust me is, like, sometimes caviar. When it's on top of, like, a fucking Wagyu because I'm at a sushi restaurant and the only fucking land meat they have is Wagyu and they insist on putting the fucking caviar on it. So it's just like salt.
How you don't like salmon though?
And the thing is, like, with respect to caviar, like, from what I understand, I haven't had it that much either, obviously, but like, bad caviar is also incredibly fucking like, you can taste the sea in, like, shitty caviar, but I guess, like, I've only had good ones. I don't know.
We'll
I've never
fill
had
that fridge with these bins.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
lucky.
These are all
I'm
about
fortunate.
19, 20, 21 grams. We'll get these packaged up and move them out to the restaurant.
Sounds good.
This is our product.
So there's your 5-pound catch. We're gonna bring these to the restaurant later, but we've got the rest of them to mess around with.
Wow, that's insane. Tasting that, I feel like I'm in, like, Spain or something, you know, off some coast or something. And yeah.
Yeah, because the idea is if we're gonna change an industry that's got a lot of problems,
You gotta win. You gotta have the best stuff.
we've gotta make high quality stuff.
In order for Steve's mission to work, he has to have the best prawns. And I wanted to see what a top chef would do with them. So we took a batch over to the Michelin recognized Holmosh.
So we got the big ones coming in about 2 weeks. We wanna bring you some of the new batch to get started.
Yeah, these look great, man. I'm gonna take these inside and we're gonna make an aguachile. See what else we can do with them.
Sounds good.
With shrimp of this quality, I mean, you can eat it just like that. Good head. I mean, aguachile is a northern Mexican variation on a ceviche. The whole idea of it, it's supposed to be spicy, tangy, refreshing, and simple. And you
Holy
need
fuck.
really high quality shrimp to make it work.
Were you surprised when you got his shrimp first?
You know, I got the news from Steve.
Can't say you don't like seafood if you haven't had all kinds of it. The texture and taste is too wide and ready to just deny it. Dude, stop, dude. I'm 31 years old, brother. Jesus Christ.
That the project to move to Downey sounded like a super complicated project. First, I'm like, wait, you're gonna farm shrimp in LA, like most expensive land in the country. You're gonna do a shrimp farm. I'm like, okay, well that's ambitious, but I love the idea of having fresh shrimp in the neighborhood. I mean, that's wild. Well, shrimp is gonna be one of the easiest things to source. It's actually been the hardest thing to source.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Oh yeah, tangy.
A little spice.
These little things were hitting me in the leg today. This is incredible. It's so crazy to me because to me,
Got
like,
zapped.
this is the balance of like.
I know I'm picky. I know I'm picky. And I've tried all matter of fucking shrimp and oysters and everything. I don't like it.
Art and technology.
Summer's gonna be good.
I hope so, man. People are calling.
After seeing how a chef like Gilberto
Oh my God, I love you. He said, you're 31, you look 25. Wow, off Sitch. Thank you so much. You win chatter of the day.
reacted to the product and just how good it tasted, I thought this could really be something, you know, and that's exciting because if the model works, there could be hundreds of these farms across the country providing all kinds of hyper-local, sustainable seafood, not just to restaurants, but to grocery stores. And it seems like that would both improve our food systems and give people access to a healthier, more delicious product.
So it's really about if we can get everybody to kind of win. The beauty of it, it's driven by...
I do have fish oil, though, and krill oil. I have both of those things time to time.
the people who pay for his food and eat it.
Sure. Yeah. More like 40, half of your hairs are white, old man. I don't understand what it's like to just be blind, to own me. Like, you're just like, yeah, I'm just blind now.
If they make the choice to pay more for something that's sustainable, and he's conveying well the message to them, and his servers know what to say.
Video was great, but, you know, little... It's not for me. Maybe it's because of shrimp. Coots is literally just like, loves Joe Rogan. Girls just want to watch Joe Rogan. What totally destroyed my asshole, having sex with your mom. I mean, I'm just fucking, I'm teaching the next generation. Wouldn't fish oil taste like fish though? There's like fish oil that specifically doesn't. I know I'm alone on this, okay? I know I'm alone on this. I know. I'm not. Can't fully blame you for not liking seafood because you live in NA, but I'm... What is this? Bro, they're bringing her up like the queen.
The only girl in the world tonight. A big hand on her Super Sweet 16 for Bree Bucci.
Queen Elizabeth's back, bro. Watch out. I have not seen the new Dahmer show on Netflix. Hasan Sloppy Steaks. First and foremost, at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break, and sometimes I forget to run it at the top of the hour. I run it at 6:24. You no longer want to see those ads. All you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. Or the Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get one free Prime subscription a month. However, I'm not going to run the 1-minute ad break. I'm going to run the 3-minute ad break right now. Okay? And then I'm going to read through these Yelp reviews. Thank you, Transphobia Phobic, for the 20 gifted subs. And then I'm going to end the stream. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Last one. And, no Valorante today. No. Sorry. So here are the best Yelp reviews of Hasan's Sloppy Steakhouse, a thread. First of all, got 2 stars, which I don't really appreciate. Okay. Closed in 48 minutes. That's not true. It's 24 hours. Hey, Arma's Geddon. Thank you for the 25 gifted. Hasan Sloppy Steaks. Mentioned I was vegan and asked what my options were. He never came back to my table. True. Hasan Sloppy Steaks. I was very excited to eat at Hasan Sloppy Steaks last night. Honestly, the service was at first. It was great. I talked to the busboy for a little bit, and we talked about how much I love my cats and my pet cat Bertha. After that, he came back with my food, and he cooked my cat. Hasan Sloppy Steaks couldn't even get in. Was body blocked by a tall guy with a small head doing an awful French accent. Don't think this is steak. It is. It's le but. I asked for a steak and they gave me a snake. Very disappointing with the service. Restaurants are hit or miss. It's like they switch chefs all the time. Hasan's restaurant used to be amazing, but now I'm getting raw steak, and my question if he's peaked. This is disgusting, and I don't know why the place hasn't been shut down yet. I asked for rare meat, and I heard a woman yell from the back, raw and wet. And I thought it was their quirky way of kitchen talk, but I got this. I stood up and left no comment. 1 out of 5 stars only because I can't give them 0. The service at Hasan's sloppy steak is abhorrent. I asked for a medium rare steak, and this is what I was served. When I asked for a new dish, the server began screaming at me in a French accent, telling me I'm a stupid freak, and said, "Eat, you fucking bitch." Food was all right. I got a dessert thinking it was going to be a delicious sweet treat, but it ended up being more steak. Truly ruined the entire experience for me and made my kids cry. Never coming back here. The French chef was very loud too. Listen, I'm not one to complain, but when I heard about this place, I couldn't wait to try it out. So I ordered the chef's delight. I did hear screaming about this being stuck in cum in the back. And when my plate arrives, this is what we got. Very sussy. I will not return. 0 stars. Obvious Italian man trying to cook French food. Ordered a well-done steak and some employee with a fake French accent yelled at me that I was disgusting and threw this at me after he walked off shouting and needing a cigarette and body checked another customer entering on his way out. There's a lot. Holy fuck, you guys wrote so much. Bro, what the fuck? What the fuck did this guy... Oh! Asked for a well-done steak and this is what they gave me. Also came out of the cat outside scratching the window. I don't know about that. That's weird. The yelling in the kitchen was making me go crazy. I heard a guy yell, "Cook the fucking steak." The floor was nice, though. Never going again. And when my boyfriend Hasan personally got out of the kitchen and beat the shit out of us for being gay, not LGBTQ friendly. True. Floor was soaking wet. Fell on my ass on the way to my table. Didn't get the order. Woke up in the hospital. Called the next day and manager joked about how wet the floor helped the waiter speed up bussing. I'm rating 1 star because the app doesn't let me leave 0 stars. Everyone was great. Can't say much about the food because it was served on the floor. Their floors were an absolute mess and they were severely understaffed. That Hasan fellow needs to be fired. Following up, as I was leaving the restaurant, I slipped on the wet floor, no wet floor signs anywhere, and fell. I've ending up in the ER and I'm now in debt because of the American healthcare system. Thank you everyone for following up with me. I've taken Hasan to court. Not the establishment, just him. We won the case. Heard he was a billionaire anyway, so he's reluctantly paying my bills. Asked for a medium rare steak at Hasan's Sloppy Steaks, and I got a well-done cardboard, but on a positive note, after I put some A1 steak sauce on it, it turned edible. Very chewy, though. This meal was served by a so-called man-slut socialist. They put raw chicken on my plate raw. Second, no seasoning even. They refused to refund me or cook it. The restaurant was dirty. Staff was terrible, terrible content. Okay. Oh, this is fucking Fire Festival, dude. That's funny. Ordered and cheese sandwich. This is what I got. Angry French cook in the back yelling, "Fromage, fromage, where is my fromage?" I've eaten a lot of shit in my time in the military, but this is a disgrace to our great country. Wait. This motherfucker is still asking if I eat bearded clams, dude. Unless you mean your mother's pussy, no. Okay, that's the only bearded clam I eat. Fucking got him. Fucking got him, dude. All right, I'm done on that note. Rolled, cumstered, dumpstered. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow, okay? Love you all. And peace.
It's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Yuga space. Sudden disclosure. transgenders, LGBTQ and force.